Excuse me. We need to begin now. Senior presidential advisors, permanent secretaries here present, directors, commissioners, undersecretaries, development partners, chief executive officers, all heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, other senior government officials, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this singular and rare honor to welcome each one of you to this dialogue on coffee sector in Uganda. We normally have been saying the backbone, but some people are now saying the heartbeat of the economy. The handling and management of this crop is extremely critical to the economic growth of the country. Hence the reason we are here to dialogue and listen to the debate. The debate has been going on. We want to continue interrogating the subject and getting more ideas to ensure that we have impeccable evidence to inform decision-making on the coffee sector. I would like to invite all of you to stand up and we say a word of prayer. And I want to request somebody who has been touched by the Holy Spirit this morning to lead us in a word of prayer. Take the microphone. You put up your hand, you will be blessed. Yes, there's a hand there.
Okay, let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Precious Almighty God, we thank you for this morning that you've gathered us here as a nation of Uganda to deliberate on issues that concern our development, to deliberate on issues of coffee. May you be amidst us as we discuss that whatever we deliberate on can bear fruit further, be amidst us and guide us, and may you provide us with your wisdom as we discuss. In your name we've prayed, amen.
We can take our seats. The Secretary, Office of the President, Haji Yunus Kakande, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you. I want to request that we do a quick introduction, just your name and where you work, for purposes of knowing each other, but also for security reasons. We want to see that everybody around here is not dangerous to anybody around here. And so, Paul, move the mic, starting with the table where you are. Name and what you do. We shall do that very, very quickly to save time.
Good morning, members. My name is Washasha Willis, Director Manifesto at the Presidency.
Good morning. Vincent Tumsime Bamugai is my name, and I work as Director Economic Affairs in the President's Office.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Drani Peter. I work as the Principal Policy Analyst, Office of the President.
Good morning to you. I'm Tony Mugoya, CEO, Uganda Coffee Farmers Alliance.
Good morning, Geoffrey Naitwe, Director of Research at National Coffee and Cocoa Research Institute of Naro.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Major Retired George Semakula from Operation Wealth Creation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Brigadier General Retired John Charles Sanywa, and I serve as the Director for Coffee, Tea, and Cocoa in Operation Wealth Creation.
Yes, good morning. I'm Sadiq Kasim, Deputy Director General at NARO in charge Technology Promotion. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Nkandu, Executive Director, Nucafe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Seriange. I work with the European Union delegation to Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Happy Molly Bira. I'm a section head in Economic Affairs Department, ISO headquarters. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Julius Simbavazi, Deputy Director, Economic Affairs, President's Office.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Mlumba Fauz, Secretariat, Apex Platform.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Liombo, Lifeline Consultants.
A good morning to you. My name is Kenneth Atim, Assistant Commissioner, Office of the President.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniel Mukasa Damlira, and I'm the chairman of board Mwaniterimba Limited.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mtamze Jonathan, and I'm the Exports and Green Coffee Manager, Mwaniterimba Limited.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Samson Monk. I work with Cafe Africa Uganda, Secretariat of the Uganda Coffee Platform.
Morning, everybody. Paul Martin Maraka, Uganda Coffee Federation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Peter Samuel, the District Production and Marketing Officer of Uvuma District Local Government.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Emmanuel Mhozi. I'm a Principal Agriculture Extension Coordinator, representing the Commission Agriculture Extension Coordinator, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
Habari zenu yote. My name is John Lodungokola, Assistant Commissioner Crop Production, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Industry, and representing a number of portfolios. One of it is the Director of Agriculture Extension as well, and also the Crop Directorate. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm called Joseph Oke from Ministry of Agriculture, from Extension Coordination Unit, and also standing in for the Coffee Desk Officer.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Julius Chiza from Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, representing Mr. Damuzong Peter, who is in charge of cereals. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kasima Ronald, a farmer from Ibanda District, and at the same time we're doing business in Burundi, representing as a chairperson of all Ugandans living in Burundi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalyango Musa. I'm representing investors from Denmark, and that's where I live, much as I'm a Ugandan. The group is called 47,000 AC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wanyaka Hussein, Research Assistant, National Planning Authority.
Good morning, everyone. Engineer Fred Lutaya from Ministry of Water and Environment, representing the Commissioner Water for Production. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Margaret Kakande, Head Budget Monitoring and Accountability Unit, Ministry of Finance.
A very good morning to you all. My name is Winnie Nabido. I head Monitoring, Evaluation and Compliance at the National Planning Authority.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Brigadier General Mwanguzi from Operation Wealth Creation, the Acting Deputy Chief Coordinator.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Teopista Nakungu. I work with Women in Coffee in charge of Uganda, IWCA Uganda chapter, and the regional coordinator for IWC chapters in Africa and Middle East. Thank you.
Morning, Fred Muhumza is my name. Work with Makerere University Business School and provide technical support to Operation Wealth Creation.
I'm Ezra Suruma. I'm a professor of economics.
And Nandala Mafabi, Chairman of Bujis Cooperative Union.
I'm Ian Clark. I'm Chairman of Clark Farm and Large Scale Coffee Farmers Association of Uganda.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Thangavel Palanivel. I'm head of the strategy policy team at the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. This morning I represent our resident representative, Madam Navani. Thank you.
David Ozemba is my name. I'm the country director for AGRA, but also the chair of the Agricultural Development Partners Group.
Okay. My name is Haj Kakande Yunus. I'm the permanent secretary office of the President and Secretary for Administration.
Good morning. I'm Turiatunga Emmanuel, Assistant Commissioner, Performance Inspection, Office of the Prime Minister.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joseph Tejeza, Commissioner, Policy and Planning, Ministry of Public Service.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now know each other, apart from perhaps me. Mondo Chateka is my name. I'm Assistant Commissioner in charge of Youth Affairs at Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and I will be doing the moderation of this meeting. I want to welcome each one of you, and without much ado, allow me to invite Haji Yunus Kakande, Secretary Office of the President and Chairperson Apex Technical Leadership Committee, to make remarks. Haji Yunus.
That's open. Of the 5 different areas which Congress had in this 1980. I made when I think the rate in the chapter union, and he gave me the first thing is about that union. How know it. So you can see at that time, constructing another big secondary school in the region. That shows how the in R60 but this one survived. I thank you for that. The Senior President's Advisor, Director, Governors, Chief Executive of Heads of Department, I'd like to thank you for sharing. High level. Very, very, because that is for maybe Uganda now will be different. Because there was countries moved, country moved, country. So but when he came country, potential not the entire world. That was the that time the because there was which was so that they don't spend the operative as a result. Others, those ones. That's how they emerged. benefiting a lot from trade. Again, they had another disadvantage. At that time, loans, they Africans and all African, except those who had gone remaining. Guys, those were the people who now have access. That was an accusation. And converged around and there's a lake around in there, there so it was man bay. They demand that the Kawaka must come and address them, plus covered. How Africans marketing, buying, then even allowed them that you get now credit from the bank. I'm giving what it means. Country. This coffee, if we go to the land, to the milestone which the president said that by 2030, we should be producing 20 million bags. I can assure you the oil even you're talking about will not match our income which we get from. The good thing is that this money can be seen on the ground. Even my relative who is a peasant who is down there in the village, in the rural village, he will get that money. Once we have done the marketing and we have improved our quality. So that's why I think that coffee is a strategic crop. Sometimes I was having a lot of questions. How can Vietnam beat Uganda in the production of coffee? Where did they start from? I started questioning myself. How? We all know that Vietnam was involved in wars with America. But they told me immediately after they were stopped. Now, everybody in Vietnam was a soldier. Everybody. Either in cooking, either as a medical doctor. Everybody was a soldier in Vietnam, fighting an American Union. So when the war ended, the government in Vietnam said, what do we do about these people? What can they do in their life? So, no, let's give them coffee seeds. And they start growing coffee seeds. And not this many years ago, a few years, this war is singing around 1975, somewhere around that, if I can recall very well. This one is not from history, but I was around myself when the war ended. For those who still remember it, in 1967, the government of America was a very international boxer called Muhammad Ali. By then it was called Cassius Clay. Now, they wanted to take this man, Cassius Clay, who was a heavyweight boxer, to go and fight, because he was in the American army, to go and fight in Vietnam. He refused. He said that I cannot go. This is not a just fight, no, I can't go. Then he saw that had any money. Then eventually he refused and even changed his religion to Islam and became Muhammad Ali. So that's how you can see how the war in Vietnam was a pinch on the Americans. But still, I have not gone to Vietnam, but for you people who are in coffee, I have had here very big people here who are here. You must have traveled there because you are meeting in conferences everywhere. But I think for you have a better story than the story I have in Vietnam. So, when I see here, coming here to deliberate with my technical officers, the office of the president, how this coffee question is, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that maybe we have started a journey. We have started a journey which will make us move to the take-off stage of this country, where everybody's yearning to reach, to be around when it's coming here. You know, when we were young, or when the university country, we were reading about the take-off stage where India, Brazil, probably those Asian countries were still backward. The Singapore, which you call the Asian tiger, that in the 70s they were no country. They were still very poor. Even Uganda might have been a better place to live in than them. But now, things have changed. And if things have changed, because in Uganda we have been having abundance, you know, we are living in abundance. We are living in abundance. So because of that abundance, we don't think much about, because no Uganda can go without food. I don't think so. Everywhere there is food. Some of those countries, if you don't have money, you can't survive. But in Uganda, even if Zumpe is in town, you can go to Karwero and get small cassava and potatoes of 100 shilling. 100, not 1,000, 100 shilling. He gets it as well and he feeds his family. And he gets satisfied. So, I think we have a good country. What we need is to organize ourselves. So those who knows economics, like Professor Suma, they know much about the comparative advantage. And then you know, economics changes. The one I used to know about comparative advantage, that let us use our comparative advantage to produce and make our country. Now that maybe that stage is no longer there. But I was proposing that let us put emphasis on our coffee and other crops and specialize there and reap the economies of scale out of that sector and be able to develop our country by using our agriculture. By using our agriculture, that's the only way I see it. Other things can come. You can create those industries. Me, I would call it intermediate industries. If we have production from our resources we have, and then you create industries for them, that's very good. Very good. But not to think that those people from Europe or Asia will come here and put up industries for us and they make us rich. The richness must come from our own sweat. Ladies and gentlemen, you know how AG the president has been so passionate on adding value to our coffee. One of the most precious commercial crop capable of transforming our economy. If you multiply the current earnings through increased production and value addition. This one you have had several times. You have had value addition, except sometimes you get people who are not serious about it. But otherwise, that's why you want it. That's because I'm so surprised even today. When I was growing, when I started understanding, that was around 1965, that time, my father was a well-to-do man, but he didn't know the use of coffee. For him, he used to tell me, I used to tell him that this coffee, what is it for? I said, the Bazungu use it for making gunpowder. That's why they like it so much. Hey! It was later when I grew up, I came to that coffee. I thought it's for what? It's later on I came to that coffee. Asks are being used for fertilizers and other things. So, that is the value addition we want here. And here there are so many industries in Europe. So many industries, huge industries, which are depending on our coffee. And they wouldn't want to see that situation happening because there are people there would be unemployed. So for them, they want a system where we produce our coffee, we send it in the raw form, then from there, they turn it into Nescafe. Of course, Nescafe has been here for long. I've told you that as I was starting to understand, I saw Nescafe. Now I'm an old man, 66 years, going to almost 70, if I imagine. And Nescafe today is still growing very, very strong. Yet we are the one who grew a lot of coffee in this country. But our consumption also is lacking. Our people don't know how to take coffee. Those who are not, some people have told me that only 6% of Ugandans consume our coffee. The rest you have to export. Now, how are we going to change that? That mindset. Here is a crop which is very strategic for the national economy. And the people who enjoy the importance of it are in other countries. We Ugandans, we don't see the importance of it. What a surprise. What a surprise. I have seen my friend here, Honorable Nandara, putting various, when I go to bar, I find various coffee packets, various names. What. But the thing is not taken by the people in the staff. Why? And this I'm not a prophet of doom. This is the time to handle it because this tea, which my brothers like Sun and Kawara were now engaging in, it has problems. It has problems. So why don't we restrict our traditional crop we have been making money out? And other countries are meeting. Ethiopia is doing very well. Ivory Coast, the traditional, but I think now Ivory Coast has gone much on cocoa than coffee and timber. And coffee is going down. Angola used to be like that. I don't know how, I don't know the situation there. But of course, Angola is a well-endowed country with so many minerals. I think going diamonds and the rest. So that one is well-endowed. So let's see how we help the president, the people who are in the sector. How do you help the president? Because the president has done enough. I've seen here this Brigadier Mohammed. Brigadier Mohammed is heading a program which spearheaded the distribution of coffee seedlings to farmers. At that time, we were producing only 2.2 million seedlings. Now, here we are at 9. But that work, nobody can say that these people have done good work. Operational respiration, they have done good work. Though some people don't want to appreciate it, but it is there. You know, Ugandans have a habit of not putting print where it belongs. But they always write books. Books. When someone comes here and talks about Dr. Abito, they will talk as if nobody did nothing in this country. Yet they also made a very big contribution to our country. Very big contribution. I mean, might have also made mistakes here and there. But to me, transforming the economy from the outsiders to ourselves, this was not an easy thing to do. Dr. Opare tried it in 1969 and said that all Asians must get out of the villages and be in Kampala only. He tried, but it did not not succeed still. Because the sector was full of them. And we didn't have ready people to go in business. See, when they reached Kampala 670, he only made the pronouncements, the natural pronouncements, which again put him in loggerheads with the Western world, because now he was nationalizing. He was nationalizing companies. Said that no, Uganda government will hold 51%, you the owners 49%. And this they didn't want. They didn't want. Some of them now started shifting their capital from Kampala to Nairobi. Unfortunately, the poor man didn't know how to manage his forces. He didn't have the charismatic of Museveni. The same army, if he was having turned against him and overthrew him, now things changed. Changed tremendously. For Idi Amin, when he came, said, no, these people must leave, they must go. But we are not ready. Some of us, most of you were not around, but some of us were around. We are not ready. Me, I remember by then I was in senior 1 in a school in town here called Chiwi Secondary School. But we had to get Ghanaians to be our teacher because our class, our staff was composed of 5 teachers and almost 26 were Asians and Europeans. We had only 4 Africans. Now, when all these went, the school remained. Poor man tried to get students who were finishing senior 6 come and teach us, but it was not enough. 4 secondary schools in Uganda. So he ran to Nigeria and got some Nigerians and Pakistan and brought them to teach us. So that's how also underground Idi Amin was. Maybe the aim was very good, but how did he manage the process? He didn't have a side plan to manage the process. That was the big thing. So, this coffee was seeing, and in 1970s, during that time of Amin, again the price. People were dying on Lake Victoria here. That's why Idi Amin put a museum was called the Bob Assos. Bob Assos was in charge of coffee, stopping off smuggling in Nairobi. But little did you know that the Masaka people were also taking to Tanzania. And Kabar also had an exit to Rwanda. But for him, man, all his eyes were on Lake Victoria. But it was because coffee at that time also had a good price. And Uganda had a coffee marketing board which had the monopoly of fixing price. But for them, I don't blame them also, because they had also a stabilization fund somewhere. That if prices go bad at the world level, then we don't want these farmers to suffer. We can still maintain the price at the level they are and be able to keep them happy. So that's why the smuggling was rampant in the 70s. It was not because, but it was the forces of demand and supply which were particularly at that time. That was the reason, and you can't fight them with guns. If you bring how many guns, you can't fight them. Because there is something different somewhere which some people are using. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that since the introduction of coffee from the Ethiopian highlands in late 1890s by the colonial master, it became an engine of the economy, significantly contribute to Uganda's total export. Recent statistics show Uganda coffee exports somewhat to around 5 of the 9 million 60 kilogram bags in the year 2023-2024 financial year, bring an estimated US dollars $1.15 billion. You can see the money we are getting out of this strategic growth. Its potential to multiply these earnings substantial. So if we get the 20 million is the president is saying in the next 20 years, US dollars a year. This country is capable of making that money within the next 4 years. Me, why I say it, me, I've been a cattle keeper. My job was cattle all around. In our family, our income was from cattle. Probably at times coffee. But now I've gone back after seeing these prices, because now the price is 8,000 for what we call chibok, a kilo. Which crop in Uganda do you get 8,000 shillings? Kilo of maize is 800 shillings, 900 shillings. Kilo of beans, I think around 2,000. Peanuts, around 4,000, over 3,000. Now, you get just a kilo, 8,000 shillings. And then the other one, which is processed, 15,000 a kilo. So what I've done, I've also planted, now I've planted 50 acres of coffee. And when I retire from government, I know I have something to renew. And I appeal to you, don't leave, you who are here, don't leave listening to the peasants. Also get involved into it. When all of you get involved, all means that we are welcome. Yes. Got involved into it. Clear and also. And then we benefit as a country and as individuals. And that's how we shall develop. This business of saying, hey, Museveni does not want coffee in my place. MPs were spreading rumors that the moment this UCD is taken to the Ministry of Agriculture, the coffee prices will go down. And people were believing it. My people there, I was going there, just going, what are you doing? I said, what have we done? Now, our crop, we are trying to bring it back. We are getting some little money. Now, the president has taken it. I said, where has he taken it? This is not in the Ministry of Agriculture. That ministry is run by a minister and other people. Are also going to spoil it. If he was taking it to State House, then we would be happy. We said, no, we'll be unhappy that me. Hey, why is he taking it to State House? But he's giving it to a mother department. And I can assure you, those who are doubting, some of them who are here, that thing will help you. I was reading the other day a document. It was a sort of a magazine. Now they were telling us, that magazine, that Uganda is given only 1 year. Only 1 year. It's an extension, by the way. They are mapping to see whether our farmers are not producing coffee from swamps and wetlands. And they are saying that they need this report from Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Maybe what we are now, Honorable Nandara, should help us to give money to Coffee Development Authority to make sure that they carry out that exercise of mapping and be able to produce a report to the European Union that by this time, Uganda's farmers who are growing coffee, it is about 90% who are growing coffee on the uplands. That's all we should do. And if so, let our people plant the coffee in the hills. Professor here comes from Kabale. And I know what they did in Kabale and Solo. They went and introduced tea in people who have 50 decimals. Imagine, 50 decimals, 1 acre. In Kabale, you can't have 5 acres. Unless you are so strong like Professor Sulu. But you can't have them. 50 decimal, 1 acre. Now you put tea in a 50 decimal acreage. What is that man is going to get out of it? In fact, if you leave them with their professor, leave them with their Emondi and the other people down there, Ebirai. Those are Irish potatoes. Because Irish potatoes, in 3 months, in 50 decimal, that man can harvest about 10 bags in 3 months using growing Irish potatoes. Why are you destroying these people? Why don't you maybe allow them to grow coffee at least? Because an acre, you can get about 8 bags. 80 bucks now at the price which is existing. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So let them get out of tea. Professor, I'm looking at you. Because you were at the forefront of this with my friend Garuga. Disputing tea leaves there. Tea was originally where Mr. Washasha comes from. That's why the area for tea and Toro and parts of Uwene district, and maybe small parts of Mkono district. That's where it was. And now it has gone an area with these things like tea, they need wide expanse of land. Why? Maybe 20 acres, 30 acres. But for this land issues we have in Chigeze and Soro, land fragmentation, you need crops which makes income within 3 months. And then maybe you can tell them to grow those hills up there. After all, your neighbors in Rwanda, they are doing it. In Rwanda, all those hills now, if you go there, they are surrounded by coffee. They have used the hills. Because for them, they know that they don't have the land. They're not so happy like Uganda, where you have a big chunk of land in the northern part and eastern part of the country. It's still empty. One time I moved from Sturum to go and Bari. I lost another piece was called. I went to Bari in Namkola. Namkola is about 45 miles from Kitigun town. Towards the northeast. And when I reached there, I went through that land. Good land, but unsettled. You find a person here, then you drive, then when you are reaching around Kampala or the city park, that's when you find another one. But what does he have? Few cassava crops and a few maybe millet. And that's the end of this story. So all those lands are still there, and they are very fertile. They are not infertile. They are very, very fertile. What we need is a program being put in place, with the local leaders there, and then people know that crops in those areas now. But as I have said, that for us that's the happening, the chance and opportunity which we have, which we can use. But I've given you the example of the neighbors of Professor, that for them, they're using the mountain hills to do that business. So let us also be strategic and help the president also to make sure that we surprise you people, you surprise him that by 2000, by 2030, the coffee is there. And then we see if we get the other income of the oil, fantastic. That's going to make our country a better place to live. Like that man I told you, Sir Churchill, was called Churchill, I think, who came here and said that this country, the way I've seen it, it has the potential to go very fast in all East and Central African countries, if not the entire world. And that's what happened. But eventually we miss ourselves. You can't blame anybody for a mess. Me, I don't blame anybody for a mess, because everybody had issues, so you cannot apportion the blame to any person. What we need is that we have sat down, we organizing ourselves, and we shall move. This therefore makes coffee a more stable commercial crop that Uganda should harness its full potential for job creation in addition to forex earnings. Ladies and gentlemen, what brings us here today is to tickle our minds and contribute to the ongoing debate on how best we can have the coffee sector develop to full potential. And this is very good. How do we use this international strategic crop? It is international strategic crop. Some other countries would like to have it, but the conditions cannot allow them. Maybe Europe, if they wanted, they would do so. But the conditions, the weather there, may not allow them. If they had the weather was good, they should have really done it very fast. Some time back, I was tasked to lead a team of key sectors to analyze and respond a number of questions, often raised by the president. I think at that time, the president raised about 6 issues about coffee. And I was given a chance. I was working with Yamremia, whom I don't see here, and others. See how we were within Genosari. We used to go there weekly. The patient was coffee. And Sari was saying that, no, I tried to and opened up even a coffee house in I told me the Netherlands somewhere there. I went there and opened, and I got it there, even I took there the president. We opened the coffee shops. And again, we failed. What can we do to make sure that we Ugandans can be the one who are having the process of selling our coffee? And where that meeting was almost a month. I remember we went together, we went together. Serena Mnyonyo, we even deliberated and came out with issues. But of course, as usual, some of our conferences. But I'm happy that after that, those deliberations, at least UCDA get a home now, the Ministry of Agriculture. You see that if Ministry of Agriculture can give a big push to that thing, I think now it's called a department. It's a department. To that department and put there the right people, and then they work on this issue of research. That's very important, by the way. The problem in our country, we are taking research for the Europeans. We left it to the European, we Africans, we started Ugandans, we started discarding that research. But now, I'm happy that people have taken on that. The government itself also is putting money there, including Makerere University, where by the time Mayor was in the university, there was a research somewhere, Miser, they used to call it either Miser, but nobody was caring about Miser. Research or anything about that. But now, research is becoming a serious issue. The government is putting their money. This Ministry of Science and Technology, they are trying to do their best. They have told me yesterday, I was with them, they told me that they are coming out with the pesticide now. The pesticide which will be where the tick, this thing, tick which attacks cows, they have a disease. Attack cows and then the cows die very fast. But now they have told me that they have breaking even. Come next year, this one will be on the market, and that will be the end of peace for our cows in our country. This is a Ghana made, which is a good. But they have put there a lot of money. You know, with research, you have to sacrifice money. You have to sacrifice the education about it. Where you have to put some money. Otherwise, if you don't put it there, then also development will be a problem. But they must go together as you are developing, you carry out research. These people of ours who are in the UCDA, the research department must be working so that we get a good variety of coffee, which every now and then Uganda will be planting, get money, good yields out of it. I was still saying that our findings revealed that if the coffee value chain is properly managed, that's what the one I was heading, it has the potential to turn around the country's economy, given that Uganda's coffee is among the best in the world. Actually, it's among the best because this year I met the Indonesian ambassador who sits in Kenya, but he came here. He met in the office, he wanted take some Ugandans to go there and carry out some studies. So when we are talking, we say that yes, Indonesia, we have very little coffee, but we like your coffee. Your coffee, the aroma is so good. I told him that the ambassador didn't get that aroma. But no. That's why I'm ambassador. I must find out all these things. So that's when I realized that our coffee is international. And I told him that why don't you join with these people of ours, and maybe you start exporting our coffee to your country. That no, working on that. We're already working on that. So you can see how this globe has market worldwide. Even these emerging economies of the Southeast Asia. For Europe, it is already there. And now Southeast Asia is taking on. Japan and China, I'm sure it is already there. Maybe Latin America, that's why I don't know what is going on, because Latin America also is the same confusion as Africa, maybe worse conditions than we are. So for them, you see every day, thousands of people moving, trekking from all as far as Uruguay and Paraguay, going towards America, going through Colorado Stream around California. So what are they going to do? They are looking for jobs. But they have their land there. They have huge countries. But because nobody is guiding them what to do, they're saying that to go there and work as Pakas. Pakas, this is casual labor, is the best. That's not best. Some of us we saw it. We had in Uganda here, we had in Tanzanians, especially the Bazinja. There is a tribe in Tanzania called Bazinja and Baha. They always carried this side in the 60s and 50s. Bazinja, Baha, and Warundi. If you go to my place there, you can hardly find a Uganda there. Who are there? They are Warundi. But now they have been assimilated. They are Uganda. But they came here in the 60s and 50s to come and work in Baganda plantation. Then they, after working, they went into, they got land, they started also doing the same. Some of them have made it very far. Very far. So that's why I'm saying that this coffee is an important thing. For each, today's gathering was deliberately constituted to represent key stakeholders in the coffee sector. And I'm confident that your deliberations will go a long way in guiding policy direction and institutional strengthening of the sector going forward. I would also like first and foremost to thank His Excellency the President for his foresightedness and the strategic direction of the coffee sector in Uganda for years to come. This one is very important because he wouldn't have removed coffee marketing board if coffee marketing board was doing well. Who doesn't want a company for a country? Who can dismantle a company for a country? The country is doing well. The company is doing well. But because it was also not doing well, the reason why in Uganda people cut coffee was because they used to sell their coffee. Someone says $100, they take it, they give him a cheat. Now the coffee market board has a papers. Coffee market board has a papers. Now, even if the man gets, you already 1 year with that cheat. So by the time he come and brings any amount of money, even if he has been paid, you just accept. So now, he says, why should we give you free? Why don't we cut them? In Masaka, they went very fast and cut and started granting my cookie. So let's do it. Somewhere in the central region here, people are still insisting. But they also later on abandoned. And that's when the coffee rich also came in. And when the coffee rich came, somebody who was still standing, the coffee rich was still on the ground, was now buried officially. Coffee rich buried the coffee in central region. And that's why I'm saying that research component, which is UCDA, must do much with other researchers to ensure that we don't have certain diseases such which will destroy our coffee, which we're trying to fight up. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all permanent secretaries, executive directors of the core Apex platform institutions, including Ministry of Finance, Office of the Prime Minister, National Planning Authority, Minister of Public Service, Minister of Local Government, for their contribution towards this dialogue. These dialogues are very good. I'll not be around, but I'm sure by the time we finish here, have got a lot of guidance and advice necessary, which are imperative for developing our special sector. We have got special sector for developing this country. That's the only way we shall develop our country. Put emphasis on that one. Other things can come on side, but this should be our roadmap for the development of our economy. Special thanks goes to the Operation Creation, as I said earlier, for championing innovation in the coffee sector. And one time I was talking to the outside, why did you remove them out of this area? Why don't you allow them to continue in the same way? Then he told me, I'm the one who brought this idea. But again, people started hijacking it, and then I saw that in my soldiers we are now having coffee syllabus. Dr. Mungus has brought it very well, because in some of his for our people, they were having some coffee stirrings, and they were again doing it badly. So I said, let the soldiers get out of this field, and we'll leave it to the right institutions. I wish you constructive discussion during this dialogue and constructive feedback in that strengthening the coffee sector. And really, this one put us put efforts. I've seen my friend Honorable Yarugaba from the city has just come. So I was seeing you saying that it's high time. Those mountains which are near Kochi, those Sinjo has some arm which goes up to Kochi, which has some areas. Why don't we advise people to grow coffee in those areas, those small mountains there, so that we increase our production. It's now my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister for Presidency.
Before you do, kindly, could you, because you have talked a lot, I want you to have a cup of water, then I will guide on what next.
Okay.
Just take a seat, don't come down. And can I request the Honorable Minister also to join in, because we are going to go into the formal opening. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the Minister. And that was Haji Yunus Kakande for you, a seasoned public administrator who has gone through the public service, through the different ranks, from senior assistant secretary, principal assistant secretary, under secretary, and now secretary, office of the president. He has worked a good journey. Can we clap for him once again? Has a good grasp of the country's history, and he has seen it all through the years. Ladies and gentlemen, can we stand up for the national anthem and the East African anthem, one stanza each? We can take our seats apart from Haji Yunus Kakande, whom I want to take the rare and singular opportunity to invite to come and invite the Honorable Minister for the Presidency.
Yeah, as my younger brother has said, I'm so happy that Honorable Minister for Presidency is here, because the other efforts which I told you we started 2 years ago, 3 years ago, was also another instruction to make sure that we find a strategic direction for the coffee. And I remember she's the one who opened the conference, the first conference in Serena was at Chico, something like that. And now we have moved with it, and actually, as I said that those efforts which we started with us were not fruitless. But eventually, we have come to the conclusion that CPA must stay in of agriculture. And now, what these members who are here, they refer to how do we now revamp and make sure that we have value addition for our coffee. That's why they're here. This is the discussion which they're going to be engaging in. I know Honorable Minister will not be able to be around, because even today I'm surprised that I was asking the director that he will shake up, because she's supposed to be somewhere else in the eastern part of this country. He said, no, she's going to come. So we waited for you and waited, and then I told him, maybe she will not come. Let me make my plans. And then finish, and then I go. But later on, as I was here, she told me, no, she's coming. So I became so delightful to see that you are here to open this retreat. It's now my pleasure to invite Honorable Minister for Presidency to make her remarks and officially open this dialogue on coffee. Once again, I thank all of you for attending the high-level policy dialogue for God and my country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Haji. My brother, Honorable Nandala Mafabi, and all the honorable members of Parliament present, the Secretary Office of the President, Haji Yunus Kakande, directors present, commissioners present, under-secretaries, development partners, chief executive officers, all heads of departments and agencies, and other senior government officials, officers present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Babili Emile Babalanda. By the grace of God, I'm the minister in charge of presidency. I wish to start by bringing you greetings. From His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and National Chairman of the mighty party NRM, Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and Mama, the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni. I also welcome you to this high-level policy dialogue on the coffee sector. The timing of this dialogue is very appropriate following the reorganization of the sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you may all be aware, on the Thursday of November 7th, 2024, at State House Nakasero, His Excellency the President addressed the nation about his shared vision for Uganda's economic future, stressing the importance of self-reliance through value addition on coffee and other tradable raw materials. His Excellency the President emphasized that coffee, one of Uganda's main exports, holds untapped potential that could dramatically improve the country's income if proper steps are taken to add value locally. He stressed the need to shift from exporting raw coffee, which earns us about $2.5 per kilogram, to processing it locally with value addition. That same kilogram could bring in between $25 to $40. This shift could multiply Uganda's earnings by 10 or more and create jobs for thousands of citizens. The President further reiterated that when we export raw coffee, we are sending our jobs and income abroad, which are much needed here at home. The President urged Ugandans to look beyond imported goods and focus on building industries that utilize Uganda's resources. This process is long-term, but very important for the future generation. A number of our children leave the country every year in search for jobs abroad. So, the only way we can reverse this undesirable trend is to concentrate on adding value to our raw materials and establishment of industries at varying scales, be it small, medium, or large, to create jobs for our children. Countries in the developed world have over time exploited developing countries by buying raw coffee beans from developing countries and make profits out of processing it at the expense of producing countries. More so, developing countries provide market for the processed products. For example, Germany is one of the leading coffee exporting countries in the world without having a single coffee tree. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why we need to refocus and change this trajectory. So, as you deliberate, ensure that you provide actionable recommendations that can contribute to the realization of His Excellency, the President's vision. My office is responsible for providing leadership in public policy management and promotion of good governance practices for national development. This is the reason why we established the Apex platform, through which public policy issues are discussed by key stakeholders for effective management for results. The resolutions of your meeting, therefore, will be submitted to the executive to guide informed decision-making for a vibrant coffee sector going forward. It's now my singular honor and privilege to officially declare this dialogue open and look forward to your recommendations. I wish you fruitful deliberations and thank you for your kind attention for God and my country.
Thank you very much.
In a special way, let me also take this opportunity to wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister for the Presidency. And I'm sure, Honorable Minister, the President would like to see evidence that you are here. Can I therefore request that you are joined by the Secretary, Office of the Presidency, and everybody else. We want to see Honorable Nandalama Fabi in this picture. I think the President will be happy to see that you are here. So can we quickly join in for a group photograph, please? This evidence is very important. Honorable Fabi, you should stand near the Minister, your colleague in Parliament. And yes. This is good for us. Others, you can go up the platform, stand up the platform. Stand up. You go up the platform, yeah. Make sure you are seen, because the President would like to see evidence that you are here to provide alternative thinking and make the policy formulation. Is Mr. Muhumuza there, Fred? Yes. Make sure that you can be seen. This picture is very important. It's going to be on the calendar of next year. Feel free to smile. Smile for coffee. All right. Thank you very much again, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Secretary, Office of the President, and thank you, everybody. We have been informed that only 6% Ugandans take coffee. We therefore have made it compulsory that you don't leave this place without taking a cup of coffee. Coffee is going to be served throughout the meeting. Throughout the meeting, coffee will be served, so get free. Yes, that picture is very important. That picture is very important. If you have not picked a cup of coffee, use these 2 minutes to pick a cup of coffee. But also know that coffee will be served throughout the meeting, and thank you so much. So the minister is taking leave of us. She has to hurry to Eastern Uganda for another engagement, and so she will not be able to be with us throughout the meeting. But I'm buying time to enable you pick a cup of coffee if you have not picked a cup of coffee. And we shall take exactly 3 minutes. The 3 minutes for picking the cup of coffee is over. Can we resume our business? Can I request those who are outside kindly come in? We want to resume our business. The opening is done. The keynote address containing findings is going to be presented. Can I request those who are going to project the presentation by Dr. Fred Muhumuza to do so that we can save time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we have to move on, and we are going to receive presentation of key findings from policy, institutions, and program review of the coffee sector in Uganda. And I would like to introduce to you somebody who has become a household name in the area of economics and planning in this country. Allow me to introduce to you Dr. Fred A.K. Muhumuza. Muhumuza is a senior lecturer at Makerere University Business School and the director of MOBS Economic Forum. He has experience of 30 years in development policy research and analysis with a parallel teaching career at various universities, including the prestigious Makerere University, Kyambogo University, Nkumba University, and the African Bible University. He conducts policy and institutional analysis, strategic planning and training for public and private sectors, civil society, and development partners. Dr. Muhumuza holds a PhD in development economics from the University of Manchester, a master's in economic policy and planning from Makerere University, and a certificate in development evaluation by Carleton University and World Bank. Dr. Muhumuza is a member of the boards of Habitat for Humanity Uganda, the African Forum and Network on Data and Development based in Harare, and the International Center for Research on Women. He has previously served on boards of Bank of Baroda Uganda as chair, World Bank Vision Uganda as chair, Vision Fund Uganda, Scripture Union of Uganda, and the Christian University Council, Bank of India Uganda, and Post Bank Uganda. We wouldn't have had a better academic than having Dr. Fred Muhumuza to present to us. Honorable Minister, thank you for being with us. We thank you. So, Dr. Muhumuza, you have the floor.
Thank you, my brother. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, sir.
In the interest of time, I'll rush through the presentation, which I'm privileged to know is already with you or will be with you in time. This presentation and this whole analysis and study is high level as indicated for policy purposes. We want to be able to, at the end of the day, come up with some critical policy decisions that will inform the coffee sector. We begin on to say the motivation, therefore, of this study. And I want to appreciate the Office of the President, Operation Wealth Creation, and Makerere University Business School that have put in a lot of support to get us where we are. It's an ongoing conversation, and we'll be ready to pick the views that are going to come out of this meeting for final inclusion in a policy document that will eventually also inform the President. As academics, we do not hesitate to mention the controversial things as long as they are coming out of evidence. Even where we feel the trend that the leadership has taken requires rethinking or requires additional information so that the right decisions are made, we do not hesitate, and you'll hear a few of those things in this presentation. I don't know who will be moving my slides if I can't get that far. So we look at the motivation really, as I've said, and the objectives. We'll do a little bit of a recap because that information is already with everybody on what have been the key policies, and Haji Kakande has taken us through some of those. But we have a highlight on some of the key emerging issues. There could be many, but we look at those four. One is production, productivity, quality and marketing. We are looking at the processing and value addition, which is quite a big discussion going on. The politics and business of local and global value chains. Everybody keeps mentioning, and the minister really just reiterated it, Germany is the world's biggest exporter of coffee. But I can also say Uganda is one of the largest exporters of gold. Where are our gold mines? That's the politics of some of these commodities. You may not be having the entity, but where you are located gives you the advantage. So those are conversations we'll be feeding into this report, and then eventually we end with some policy proposals and recommendations on what institutional frameworks we should be having. The motivation, therefore, was, we know coffee, right from its commercial introduction in Uganda, early 1900s. Coffee has been a subject of a great discussion, spanning politics, the business, the policies, and the institutions. I think coffee has been one of those crops that has been most talked about. So from the start, coffee was seen as a crop intended to meet political objectives. We know the colonialists brought it here literally to feed into what they needed to run the colony, or was it the protectorate in the case of Uganda. The citizens also turned it against their leaders, formed the resistance groups out of the cooperatives, and then eventually they played a key role in our independence. Not only did they contribute towards independence, the post-independence government themselves used the coffee and the cooperatives to further the agenda of the politics, the agenda of the economy. So coffee has been at the heart of politics and the economics. And that should not be thrown away. Honorable Nandara Mafab is here, and he understands those two spaces very, very well. Possibly, and I think possibly, that's one of the reasons his constituency is remaining very solid. He mixes the politics, the coffee, and the business. Maybe the other cooperatives should visit him and learn from how does he do it. I don't want to divulge what we did with Professor Suruma in the case of Bugisu Cooperative to bail out some of the people who wanted to take it off and give it a free rein. I'm glad it's still running. It's a good testimony, it's a good case study that we shall be referring to in this study as we go along. So the motivation, as we said, therefore the policy and regulatory and institutional framework for coffee has been continuously adjusted to match the politics and the business, quite often at the expense of the farmers. We have a history where the cooperatives literally did not benefit the farmers, but they benefited the politicians of the day, and they brought that to themselves. So the markets came in and the business came back, spaces were liberalized, and the open space, the cooperatives, apart from one of those who have talked about, many have failed to survive in a liberalized environment. So should we therefore ask government to give them support? As an economist, I would say if you can't match in the economy, in the market, let the other players come in. Why should I waste government money that is needed elsewhere to support an entity which is not solving any problem? Because as far as trading is concerned, it's already moving on. Those are controversial things, but they do matter, because let's not forget the conversation has been triggered to this level because of RAPEX. And RAPEX is about offloading unnecessary government expenditure. So we do not want RAPEX again to feed into a conversation that undoes the very original objective of RAPEX. These are ideas we should be having with ourselves. So in the eyes of Ugandans, the politics of coffee has continued. It became too heightened in the late 60s when actually cooperatives were taken into government, private capital was nationalized by the state, and then we came back into the 80s and the early 90s, there were reversals of those taking back the capital to the individuals, the private sector. And the private sector still moves on. I've read reports where people are still complaining the sector is dominated by foreigners. But as I will show you, much as we have foreigners in the sector, the benefits to the farmers are still quite substantial. They are quite substantial. And at least the farmers are being paid on time. So the objectives of this presentation basically is to contextualize the coffee sector, highlight historical events and trends that have contributed to some of these socio-economic aspects of our conversation today. What are the policies of the past and the strategies? Because we really want to speak to the future, but without ignoring our history. Where have we come from? What strategies have we had? What strategies do we have? And how do we take them to the next levels? And then eventually we should be able to make recommendations, both on policies and institutions, institutional arrangements, but also on the strategies. We already have a mandate of the coffee roadmap. We're supposed to have reached 20 million bags next year. We don't think we'll reach it, but we can shift the goalpost and see how do we now recalibrate the journey to the 20 million bags and more. Of course, the coffee business is projected to grow. This is one of the studies done by Straits Research, and they use the figures of 2024. That's why you can see the base year is actually the current year. And in the base year, the coffee business is around 97.7 billion, according to their estimates, but that is expected to grow all the way to quite some substantial billions in the coming years. Next year alone, we should be able to hit 102 billion. Now, there are issues here. Most people think when you take a cup of coffee and you pay 20,000, the coffee is 20,000. That's not true. The real coffee in that cup, by estimates, is 20%. So the coffee in the cup of coffee is actually 4,000 every time you pay 20,000. So if you go to Europe and you consume a cup of coffee at $5, the real coffee in the cup is literally not more than $1. Now that has kind of often misled us to say, because the coffee price is 3,000 billion or whatever it is, people are cheating us. We need to understand that there is a journey, and I will be showing that journey into the coffee cup. What is in that coffee cup? Coffee is grown in Bundibujo, in Mitiana, in Mubende, and wherever else. By the time it gets to Germany, there are other logistical costs that have gone in if you want to value it from the level that Germany is exporting. So you've got to remove the high costly journey to Mombasa, the journey from Mombasa including insurance to Germany, the other processing. The milk in that cup is actually more than the price of coffee. Plus the person who is serving you the coffee, the rent they are paying, and many other things. So we want to demystify that so that we can have an honest conversation on what exactly is our share in the global coffee market and what can we go for. And are we ready to go for the drones and the people with fighter jets? Or should we revert back to our 27 guns and shoot from there? Eventually, Kampala will be captured. I do a lot of work with the military, so I've learned a lot of where they came from and the humility, but not losing focus of what is it that I want to achieve. So we are saying in this conversation, we want to be able to look at coffee is not just the crop, but a commodity with global interests, as we have said. You dare touch instant coffee, you should have a parallel strategy on what are you going to do with the Germans. Because they are not going to watch you take away their business. And it's not just the Germans, it's the private sector globally, the Starbucks of this world. This is not to say we shouldn't go there, but the strategy, how we engage that global space is going to be necessary for us. Worldwide, we are saying there are over 25 million smallholder growers. Uganda has 1.8 of that. So what is happening with the other millions? What are their interests? At one point, we had wanted to form an association. That association collapsed in the late 80s. On a daily basis, the business is there. Over almost 2.3 billion cups of coffee are consumed. You've just consumed here, I think, about 100 possibly. By the end of the day, we'll have done 200, or hopefully some 500. So the consumption of coffee is so socialized that it has become a culture. Sometimes we take coffee as a culture. For informal meetings, we often hear a statement, can we have a cup of coffee on that? Now, it's not just the coffee. It's the branding and the presentation and the positioning of coffee beyond the coffee bean. Now, those are the markets we want to penetrate. So if you are to really encourage Ugandans to drink coffee, you may not have to front coffee as the crop or the bean. How do you encourage people to have conversations over coffee? Then coffee may become the by the way, but the by the way that will become the center of that subject. So the coffee value, and we are looking at from the clone to the cup. As I've said, the review by that research team, coffee value before the supermarkets and the convenience stores is about 97 billion. By the time it gets into the supermarkets where you're going to buy your Nescafe. Now that value increases at 294% to 367 billion when the coffee hits the restaurants and the bars. So by the time me and you are consuming coffee in the restaurants and bars and wherever else, the coffee value is 365. But that's after an escalation from about 200, from less than 100. So there are many other attendant things that get in there. The bigger portion of that increase is embedded in the complementary businesses, and we need to be looking at those. Honorable Nandala here will tell you about the cost of packaging, what he goes through. So when he's literally selling you that coffee at 70,000, you may find the real coffee is 25,000. The packaging cost, the electricity costs, the standard costs, the certification costs, we need to be looking into those even as we say we are going to get into the production of instant coffee. This has got to be a scientifically and business-informed decision. We read the intention of the commanders, but going there should not just be, I've said fire, I've said attack, and you simply go and attack. Calculation of the assets and the weaponry that you have is always going to be very critical, because part of that value is taxes, is the cups themselves, is the labor, is the rent, and we know most of these coffee joints in Europe and America are located in very expensive places. So part of that is you contributing towards the rent of the story, of coffee. So we said the global value of coffee when tracked from clone to the cup is far greater than the coffee bean. And the value is concentrated in and around the cup of coffee. So don't miss the value around the cup of coffee. A cup of coffee at the Serena is not a cup of coffee in Wandegear. That environment is an extra charge on that cup of coffee. Now, Uganda may not have a claim on that neighborhood value when Serena happens to be located in Germany or in the US. But I have my in share in there. I thought that should come through, and this is really escalating the values. I have used the numbers for Uganda at 1.4 billion. The farmers are getting $700 million. The farmers. That's not a bad deal, because at one point that was the total export. Meaning the market system is making sure the farmer is getting a good share of the international price of coffee. At one point, before liberalization, farmers were getting less than 30%. So when I hear people saying, should the government come back into the coffee sector? I'm like, wait a minute, the benefits of liberalization are very, very clear. Let's continue with that status quo. Don't fix it if it's not broken. Traders and processors are also taking at the same share as the farmers. Another 700 if you have to get to the 1.4 billion. Should we therefore say the middlemen, the processors are cheating? You would be wrong to think the entire 1.4 billion of Uganda's coffee export is the coffee bean. As I've said, there are logistical costs of moving that coffee from Mubende through certain roads, bulking it up, eventually getting it into Kampala, then you get it into Mombasa, and then you get it into Germany. So when the exporters are getting a slightly more bigger markup, not all of that is their profit. And the breakdown really shows the farmer is still the biggest benefitor among the actors. We will also be able to see that the aggregators pick a lot of money if you go by the prices of Kiboko and the prices of FAQ, the Kase. There is a gap there of about 6,000 from what the farmer gets to what these people sell at Kase. But those are the real people holding the biggest constraint and costly part of the value chain. Collecting one sack, half a sack, 2 sacks from farmers, and some of the farmers, this is as much as they have. To bulk it into a pickup, bulk it into a fuso, take it to a hala, is one of the most expensive segments of the coffee value chain. So when these individuals we call aggregators are charging 12,000 and 13,000 to a farmer that they paid 6.5, it is not that that entire margin is theirs, but only that that cost is being pushed onto the farmer because it's the least powerful in the value chain. Now, to give the farmer that benefit, you need to improve the logistical systems in Uganda. The feeder roads, those community roads, where actually the coffee is picked and bulked up for these individuals to get it. So we are saying understanding the true cost behind the cup of coffee is going to be very important for us. From the price of milk, the beans, and the rest of those, I have explained that slide already in the interest of time. Let me move on now to the 4 segments that I talked about. The first one is really speaking to the big topic on the value chain. I have been in meetings where people tell me the president said. My question to them is, what did you say? Don't tell me the president said. The president has a right and he says. That is the commander's intent, as they call it in the army. But commanders will go back and think and come back to the president as a commander-in-chief and say, you told us we should go and capture this territory. We have assessed. We agree with you it should be captured, but possibly later. We all know how the journey in Luwero began. Kabamba, number 1, failed. But people recalibrated. But the attack, the instruction from the commander-in-chief was, let's go and attack Kabamba. The realities on the ground turned up to be different. They recalibrated, they did many other things. 5 years later, Kampala was in their hands. So when the president speaks, don't lose the intention of the commander. But don't just run and run through rivers when you don't know how to swim. You will drown, you will be washed away. So this is the conversation we want to say. We know where Uganda should be going. So segmentation of that distribution channel mainly is in 2 categories. What is on the trade and off the trade? Off the trade are comprised of supermarkets, hypermarkets, convenience stores. All these are key players. So if you really are looking at what portion of the coffee global value chain can I take, you need to assess this. Can you replace Starbucks? And I've seen UCD in their report, they said, we are penetrating the China market, one of the fastest growing in the world. Growth of coffee consumption is 4%, China is 15%. But Starbucks has already established 4,000 outlets inside China. What did UCD do? They went and talked to the government of China. Shouldn't they have done what we call a B2B, business to business conversation? Talk to Starbucks and say, I know you don't grow coffee, but now you have a big Chinese market you are attacking. How do we partner and you sell even if it is 15% of your coffee coming from me? These are strategies that we want to come up with, not to lose the commander's intent, but to be clear that we are following the right strategies. So that's what we have been talking about here, the off-trade and on-trade. The restaurants, we are not about to open restaurants in Japan. But I need to find who takes the coffee to those restaurants. Where do they get their coffee from? That is one of the conversations we want to really be able to bring into the conversation. So when you segment this trade, you'll be able to find that the distribution channels, cafes, bars, restaurants, workplaces, are expanding due to the general growth of the coffee industry. India has over 3,500 organized chain cafes. India is beginning to become a big consumer of coffee. The entry of new players is also coming in, including Coca-Cola. There is an entity that bought Ruenzori. Why you see drink Ruenzori, the ownership changed, but they left the brand there. So we are beginning to see entities that were selling different beverages get into the coffee value chain. So the conversation with which stakeholder we should be talking to needs to be following a different conversation. The market is also segmented by product, and we have seen the product market has 5 big components. Uganda is mainly in the first stage. Movement to the later stages is desired, but requires extra strategic approach. So the whole bean is where we are. There is ground coffee. People are beginning to move into there. Instant coffee is where we want to go. But as we've said, consciously, strategically, partnership, not necessarily attacks and aggression. And the highest contributor to the coffee value chain is instant coffee, and which is expected to be growing at almost 6% over the next 10 years. So there's going to be value there. But should we simply run there, or should we be thinking through how best do we go there? Because there you include a lot of research and development. And by the way, instant coffee is not made from one type of coffee. They pick a few beans from Uganda, from Colombia, from Vietnam, from Brazil, and elsewhere, like you do your cocktail in that blender, and then make the instant coffee. Now, if Uganda wants to get into this market, it might require us to begin importing coffee from Brazil, from Colombia, from Vietnam, in order to blend it here, to take it back into the international markets. Is that a journey we want to do? Where is the business case? And how do we approach that particular business? That's why a lot of this blending is done where all these blends gather. An aeroplane is not going to go looking for Muhumza in Hoima and then Professor Suruma in Kabale. It will wait for all of you to come and gather at one place, and then it takes you to that next destination. I'm looking at some of the questions that the president has asked us. Why is the instant coffee production happening in certain locations? That sometimes is the nature of the market. But the point is, how do I enter into that market? I may not enter there as a producer myself, but I can find a role that I can play in that high value space. The conversations haven't gone there, but I believe they should be going into those specific spaces. So those I was listing up, those are the different brands, and Uganda is at the end, at the beginning where the bean coffee is. We want to move into instant coffee, but that has got to be, should we be partnering at that level while in Uganda, or should we go and buy shares in these other companies or invest with them? Just like we're inviting FDI, foreign direct investment, into Uganda, we may want to consider UDC buying shares into these German companies. What's wrong with that? If that is the approach, if that's what it will take us. So as you've said, coffee has all these things. So the conscious approach to the value addition is what we are calling for in this study. Social, cultural, political, and business dimensions of coffee limit entry into the final markets that are heavily segmented on the basis of brands. Growing up, there used to be aspirin and Panadol. Now people have segmented Panadol. They have given them different names. So when you say instant coffee, the drinkers are so specific out there. And you may not penetrate that market if you don't go having noticed it. We now have even a growing trend of specialty coffees, and some of them are coming from Uganda in small quantities. But that means Uganda is beginning to understand the market and produce for those specific segments. A little bit of that is in the Elgon area. So concerns of consumers about poverty, and these are some of the things coming in on certification. You have heard of the need to register and climate change that we must track. Don't destroy the forest to grow coffee. Don't do those. Now, consumers are beginning to get into those conversations. Coffee consumers are very choosy. They are very prestigious categories of people. As I said, when they say let's have a conversation over coffee, it's espresso, it's cappuccino, it's all sorts of things. So you may get into a market and you come out empty-handed. I've never forgotten a person I met who said, they have been cheating me, I'm taking my melon to Nakasero market. He bought his truck to Nakasero market. Nobody touched him. They just looked at him. Because Nakasero market has gatekeepers. And I've never forgotten a report by the United Nations Human Development Report of 2005 when they said, who are the gatekeepers into the European market? It is the supermarkets. So don't have a conversation with the British High Commissioner and think you'll penetrate. But that conversation is necessary for you as air cover. Begin there, then they will introduce you to who they want. They will say, I want you to meet this. So understanding those tactics of penetrating global value chain is going to be necessary for us. Next is how the observations and recommendations here we are saying in light of the president's ideology that NRM never mixes politics with business. President is on record for having told us that. So the review of the dynamics governing the coffee distribution channels and product differentiation and branding suggests a protracted approach to value addition. And I want to say the Operation Wealth Creation, knowing protracted approaches of winning battles, are ready to engage in this, and they are already on the ground trying to engage these protracted battles. Without losing sight of the intent to increase Uganda's share in the global value chains, the review signals a need for local business entities interested in the value addition to engage in business-to-business conversations for partnerships with global actors. It's better to leverage business relations rather than rivalries. That, for me, is one of the major observations we want to put out there. The other observations, penetrating and sustaining entrenched segmented markets that are backed by research and development for both product differentiation and distribution channels requires partnerships with other players. We will need alternative options and to avoid the heavy costs that we do not have. At the back of our mind, in whatever we do, we should try to avoid a situation of reversing the objectives of RAPEX. Number two, I will be faster on this. And we're saying production, productivity, quality, and marketing. Where should Uganda pick its interest in the short to medium term? This trend gives us what our coffee has been over the last 20 years or so, 1997. The most volatile green is actually the pricing the price. But what keeps trending together between value is the production. And some line is not a little bit clearer there at what we should be able to see in here. But we have found that production is trending closer to value, price is volatile. And I've seen conversations that thinking instant coffee production in Uganda will stabilize the price the farmers get. That does not happen. Because the price the farmer gets is directly linked to the international global price. And as long as Uganda is 1.5% of the global influence, that is a market that economists will say you are a price taker. You cannot go and determine the price of cars or the price of sugar because you buy only 2 loaves. Bigger entities can influence that. So Uganda will have to live with the volatilities in the international trade, but we have seen that the value which Uganda picks is directly linked to production. So we should not lose sight on increasing coffee volumes to the 20 million target. That should remain our priority number one. The others we can have a conversation. Let's not lose sight of the 20 million target. We are already lagging behind the potential. When I look at the reports of NARO, a hectare can even give us 4 tons. How come people are getting less than a ton? We can't just increase coffee by coverage of land. Land is limited. Some farmers even have just less than 2 acres. And I think that's the norm for majority of them. So these fellows, we want NARO to speak to us. How do we increase production? By stepping up productivity. What will it take? We are still giving NARO, I think, about 2.5 billion a year out of the expected 8 billion. So the conversation on RAPEX, the savings from elsewhere, should be headed to NARO. They will fight the diseases. And from NARO, how do we emphasize supervision and management of the nurseries? Because that is where, again, we are losing it. Nurseries became a business, and not even driven by business, but driven by people who wanted to capture public resources. That's why in our conversation with the General Secretary, we said, please, let's save the image of the soldiers. Get them out of that market, it is messy. Not all of them were involved in the mess, but where one person made a mistake, the whole village was called that name. I have a proverb at home, when one person eats a dog, then they say that village eats dogs. So it was messed up a little bit by a lot of people trying to simply capture the government allocation to the sector. And yet this has potential to drive itself. So we want conversations on from the clone by NARO, how do we move to the right seedling? And this will be specific to different regions of the country. It's not going to be the same seedling across the country. Depending on the soils, diseases in the area, NARO is most suited to inform this conversation. So while UCDA may be stepping back, we want NARO to give us, and they are here this afternoon, we want you to tell us what is it going to take to ensure that what you envisaged in the lab is actually being actualized on the gardens. I hope you answer that very well, because if you don't, I'm following you to Kituza to pick the responses. This report must carry them. Because I don't want to plant and somebody gets less than a ton when they could have gotten 4 tons. It disadvantages the country, it disadvantages this farmer, and this farmer has the right to abandon coffee and go into other things. We have seen this happen across the years and the decades. So how do we invest in research? How do we promote the right agronomical practices to realize those yields that NARO expects? How do we make sure the nursery operators are supervised, are certified, and really regulated and punished if they do not conform? Because this is a matter of life and death for the country that needs to see. How do we do the supervision of these nursery operators? What is going to be the role of the different stakeholders? I would want to hear clear messages, because post-UCDA, we need to find out these conversations should have. What should be the role of the former extension staff of UCDA? And there were very few really. Where are the local governments? Because extension service under the law that I have read and the structures of government is a local government function. But we have taken it away from them. So where is the role of the local governments? Because even extension service for the farmer is not just for coffee. This farmer also has a goat, has some beans, has a cow. So how do we do 360-degree cover for this farmer in terms of extension services? I've seen numbers. We need, we are now, I think, at 1 extension service provider per 1,800 farmers. We want to move that to 500, which is a stress level. The recommended is 1 to 200. But those would be too many extension service providers. I would accept that if there was no internet. So how do we drive the extension service team to begin leveraging the internet? Those are conversations we want to hear, because remember, my conversation is on RAPEX. Do not take us back to a big public spending. This country has the biggest problem of debt. Half of our budget is going into debt service. We want to redeem ourselves from that so that we can get resources and direct them to security and development. My third last, which is second last, which is number 3, how do we finance the value chain? And I've seen and had conversations in these areas. I want to say the best benefit is we are already liberalized. And when we liberalized, we allowed the markets to work. And ladies and gentlemen, the markets have brought us money. There are still gaps, but that is not say roll back government into this space. It will mess it up. People advocating for cooperatives, cooperatives failed themselves. We only have one. When they liberalized, exporters, cooperatives were also included. Where did they go? The private actors have remained in the space. So what is it that the cooperatives need to learn in a liberalized environment? The solution is not to unliberalize the environment, because that is the best way we can run in it. We can regulate, we can sort out, but liberalization is possibly the best benefit we have had in the country. Look at those numbers. And I really used the August, because August this year has so far posted the highest sales or exports of coffee. The bags of 60 kilograms were 800,037. So I multiply them by 60 to get the actual kilos, because I want to find out the real price, because the price is in kilos. So I get 50.3 million kilograms that were sold out there. At Kiboko level, for that month of August, Kiboko was 6,250. Multiply by those kilos, you get into 314 billion, whatever it is, that the coffee sector pumped at the farm gate level in 1 month of August. The unfortunate part here is it is so unevenly distributed, because some farmers only sell 2 basins. So how much do they earn? 300,000 a year. Mwanyiterimba, yes, but not for all. Abamuberimba, we need to find them something else to do. If you have half an acre, maybe you should be thinking of something else. Coffee may not be your journey out. If you have 2 acres. So the president has told us to put Chibaro. We want to compute what should be the minimum acreage for somebody to gain for the benefit from coffee. That question hasn't been answered. But at OWC, we are tackling that question and want to be able to put it on paper. It's out there. Because finding half an acre person in coffee, I'm not sure he will talk the same language with the Kamshenga in the house. Kamshenga may be benefiting, true, but he needs to tell me at what point should people enter, at what point should people be thinking of something else. And this varies region to region. Also, Naro will tell us in this area that person can be in. So there is a little bit more of science. It is available in the country, but we haven't put it together on the same page to make a final decision. Ultimately, when you look at FAQ, which is the Kase, more or less the price was 12,500. You get to that level. But as I've said, in between Kiboko, in between the small farmer, there are logistical costs. So these are not exact farm prices that the exporter received. This is his gross. You have to remove his costs in order to be able to get the net of those. So there is money flowing in the sector, but there are still some gaps that should be addressed. So the table clearly shows a need for international financing.
I recognize the arrival of the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister. Mama, we want to welcome you. Allow us to continue with the presentation. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Right Honorable, you're welcome. I could not welcome you as that mandate was given to only one person in this house, and I'm not in the business of doing coups in the land. As I've said, that table shows us a need because the bulk of this financing is by international actors in partnership with Ugandan actors. And the billions I have shown, where are you going to find over 300 or 600 billion per month to inject in the coffee sector in this Ugandan economy? Where banks are lending at 25%, money lenders at 40%. The foreigner finding it at 3% is a good thing for Uganda. So don't hate that foreigner who finds it for you. Mhums, I'm an economist, but I don't teach my students economics. There is somebody better suited to handle that for me. So sometimes you swallow your pride and let the system work. As long as it's not broken, don't struggle to fix it. And these realities need to live with us. Where are you going to find these massive numbers? You don't want to go back to the era of cooperatives failing and delaying to pay the farmers, because that was critical in reviving the coffee industry in the 90s. Farmers got a better price, 70% of the international price. They have dropped some of them to as low as 40%. That's a market issue we can fix, but at least they are getting paid instantly. So the issue of financing should not be mixed up with certain other categories that we have. The cooperatives, as we've said, failed to find the money. Some of them are finding the money. These are realities on the ground. Consideration of foreign exchange policy is the other financing issue. After you have sold your coffee, how many Uganda shillings do you get? Because that also speaks to the financing of the sector. So the foreign exchange policy, and I really enjoyed the discussions in the 90s, when the liberalization of the foreign exchange market, and Professor Suruma was central to that, was not just about anything else, but how do you let the coffee farmers and traders and processors get a good return for their dollar? So we should be watching, while we are in the coffee sector, what is happening in the foreign exchange market. I did the numbers here. In September 2024, coffee earnings were 144 million. That's just the other month. That was equivalent to about 537 billion Uganda shillings at an exchange rate of 3,700. We use the average mid rate because it's the whole month, but people keep saying every other month, every other day. So if you use that exchange rate, people got 537 billion. However, what if the shilling had remained where it was in the previous year, September of 2023, same month, but 2023. At that point, farmers would have received 540 billion out of the same equivalent export of coffee. That reflects a shortfall of 3.9 billion just because of foreign exchange fluctuations. So the coffee sector at that level lost that much, because not of any problem of their own, but what is our foreign exchange policy. And so we are still ramming in the idea of the Uganda shilling being strong is not good for us. And I hear my friends in economics saying the shilling is strong, we are doing well. Sometimes the softness of the banana is why we like it. So a weakness may not be necessarily a bad thing. In a global world where you are competing, a weaker shilling should be desired. How weak, how strong is a conversation we can sort out technically. So should the shilling be at 4,000? Should it be at 3,600? Certainly at 3,600, it is costing the coffee farmer, it's costing the coffee sector, it's costing everybody. And more so if it is being driven by gold, which we said Uganda exports gold, biggest in the region, $3 billion as we speak, but it's not ours. So transit gold can really destabilize the economy. So we are sensing there is a Dutch disease in the economy because of one export dominating the export sector, appreciating the shilling and disadvantaging all the other export potential in the country. That's a conversation we shall have, and we are having with the central bank, but eventually we shall take it to the commander-in-chief and resolve it from there. As I've said, when the president said, what did you say? We have some messages for the commander-in-chief, the president. Finally, lessons from policies and institutions. Many people said UCDA is gone, the coffee is gone. The president has taken the coffee. I don't want to get into the conversation that Haj Kakande has already resolved. The president is not taking the coffee. Where does he take it? You've seen the billions involved. You've seen the volumes involved. He's only guiding on some policy institutional matters. So one of the first major national level institutions was CMB, and we were there. That was created in 1963. It did not help the farmers. It became a government arm for doing indirect taxation of the farmers. to the extent that the farmers who were getting very little and delayed opted to export their coffee through smuggling. I have read a record that 25% of the coffee was being smuggled out of Uganda. And some of the richest fellows in Hoima as I was growing up were coffee smugglers. Big stomachs, and they are driving cars that even up to today we do not have. Honda Civic and Honda Accord. People who are there in the 70s, you know what I'm talking about. Those were coffee smugglers. Do we want to go back there? So the high running costs, the debts, the abandonment of the farmers, some of whom opted to smuggle their coffee, led to the challenges that eventually wound up the Coffee Marketing Board and its network of the cooperatives. So it was split up as a measure of transition. Professor Surma here will tell us how they had to use Bank of Uganda money to go and pay out fellows who are supposed to be paid by CMB, which was created but also eventually liquidated. And we know that cooperatives and private individuals were liberalized at that point. The records give us Kyagalanyi, Kaliro, Kalisizo Zigoti, and Muhammad Musamba among the very first ones, but also cooperatives were allowed to play. Bugisu, Busoga, Banyankole, Kweterana, and Masaka. These days I hear some, I only see one. What happened to them? Is it the liberalization that is the problem? Should we go back and ramp up government spending that we want to beef up cooperatives? To do what? They must present a very good case if it is to be a policy conversation that will be listened to. So lessons from those policy and institutional things. One, we know the mandate of UCDA. A portion of it was actually sitting with NARO. That part I'm not bothered. NARO has capacity to handle. And they should be able to tell us. There is even NARO holdings. How do we make sure we have the right clones? How do we make sure the right clones become seedlings and the right seedlings are on the garden? And we are dealing with those pests and diseases. That's a conversation really that I would want the Minister of Agriculture to give us assurance that they have had it, the ink has dried, the document has been converted into a PDF document, and implementation is ongoing. Quite often in government, I hear a committee has been formed. The committee is deliberating. A draft report has been done. Remember, coffee, even as we are talking, people are picking. And people are suffering. This is an ongoing activity. So Minister of Agriculture, please, we need expediency. We need speed on those transitions. What is it going to be come January 1st, which is 2 weeks away? So while the cooperatives face difficulties, the private sector has continued. So in the policy and institutional discussion, we need to have open minds. The role of local governments, as I've said, these are our grassroots institutions. Where are they? How do we bring them back into the picture? PDM is right now running down there. Where is the coffee farmer in the PDM? And where is the PDM for the coffee farmer? Those conversations still need to be crystallized. There are ideas I hear talk about over the coffee, cup of coffee, but the ideas are not concretely turning into a policy decision. Let's not just talk over a cup of coffee, let's talk coffee as well. So the external marketing of coffee should remain an activity. These are my recommendations of a private sector with government of Uganda ensuring an environment for the business-to-business conversations. Linkages with Starbucks are likely to support our entry into China, plus other markets, not just Starbucks. There are very many actors. What conversations are we having with the supermarkets, these gatekeepers, the people who certify, the people who can knock you out on a non-tariff barrier, the transport and logistical costs? One of the interesting things I found out, and I think I missed it in my report, but it must be somewhere, is one of the most expensive route is Kampala to Mombasa. And when you are coming back, the cost even goes higher. The costs, surprisingly, are not the same. Kampala to Mombasa is expensive. Mombasa to Kampala is even more expensive. How do we export coffee cheaply? It's going to be a conversation that will go out of the coffee sector. We need General Katumba Wamala here and his teams. Are we going to wait for the standard gauge railway? What are we doing on the meter gauge? Can we tap the Lake Victoria and get to Kisumu and then load from there? These are conversations we need to bring in. So for me, the key messages is one, and I picked this from my friend Shaka on a conversation we usually have with the general up in Gulu. Brand development and market positioning, we need a conversation on that. Market intelligence and strategic planning, relationship management, quality assurance and standards, price and risk management, market access and development, coordination and industrial support, crisis management, and communication. You are all welcome to a cup of coffee. Thank you.
As usual, very provocative, very critical, and inciting. And this is what the dialogue is meant for. That it must generate discussion, and we need to discuss. You don't necessarily have to agree with him. And he was not here to come and amuse anybody. He's here to present what he has researched on, and he's telling us the things that can provoke discussion. Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Hajia Tirukia Isanga Nakadama, who is also Woman MP, Mayuge District, you are very welcome. You found, yes, clap if you know. You found Dr. Fred Muhumuza presenting his findings out of his research on key findings from policy, institutions, and program review of the coffee sector in Uganda. He has generated a lot of issues. He has talked about the coffee value chain. He has talked about forex policy. He has told us that on a daily basis, over 2.25 billion cups of coffee are consumed in the world, primarily in industrialized economies. But not all the cups are just constituted by coffee. There are also some other things that they put in the cup. He has told us about liberalize or unliberalize, which way to go. Minimum acreage to benefit from coffee, issues of commander's intent versus strategy, issues of branding, issues of global value chains penetration. Are we able to penetrate the global value chains? Governance issues, financing issues, research issues, national bed management, and issues to do with extension services, among others. Ideally, we are supposed to go into a panel discussion, but I'm reliably informed that you have another engagement. So colleagues, the Right Honorable Prime Minister is going to close, but not close us out. He will be going away for another engagement, but somebody else will be coming to close. So she's going to close, but not close. We shall continue with our business. And since we have learned that in the issues of coffee, there are no politics, I want to invite Honorable Nanda Mafabi to invite for us the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister to close the meeting. Now let's look out for the semantics. Okay, to make remarks. Okay, to say a few words. Honorable Nanda Mafabi, take the red, the other one is red. It's not yellow. So I think you'll be comfortable.
Thank you very much, our Commissioner Monda and the Master of Ceremonies. Dear colleagues, of course, the Prime Minister, as you are aware, she's very engaged. And we are supposed to close, I think, at 4:30. Wants to make quick remarks and so that she can go and maybe close another meeting. But maybe she will find a way out to make it. If she closes, we shall go. Yeah, that's where my worry is. If she declares the meeting closed for the workshop, my brother Monda, we shall be leaving. And we shall even leave the food. So, Madam Prime Minister, the coffee sector is one of the most important sectors in this country. As you are aware, coffee is the second traded commodity after oil. And Uganda is one of those who grow coffee. Unfortunately, it looks we don't benefit from it. The people who have learned from us, like Vietnam, are making more money, and we don't know what's happening. And that's why today they had to invite us here for a high-level meeting, which was organized by the Office of the President and the Apex platform, find ways and solutions how best we can benefit from this as Uganda. So, Madam, the presenter, you met him on the way going, that is Dr. Momuza, whom we know also have issues with his paper. It would have been good to listen to us who wanted to talk about his paper, but we're sure Wanda will bring it for you. So since you are hard pressed with time, my senior, you say senior opportunity? This rare opportunity to me to invite you, Madam Prime Minister, to come and make remarks, and I request you kindly to make a decision between closing and continuing. Madam Prime Minister, you're welcome.
Thank you, my brother, Honorable Nandala. Like I have been introduced by my brother Mondo. I'm Nakadama Rukia Isanga. I'm a member of parliament from Mayuge, one of the districts that are well known for growing coffee. So I'm also a coffee farmer. So I will not close this dialogue because, like it has been said, people will be missing the food. Many things will be missed. I will not close, but let me make the remarks that would have been made by the Right Honorable Prime Minister Robin Anabanja. Because of other equally important meetings, I'm supposed to be somewhere almost a quarter to 2. That's why I'm coming in at this time. So, honorable colleagues, members of parliament around, the directors, commissioners, under secretaries, development partners, chief executive officers, all heads of departments and agencies, and the other senior government officers present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity. I'm here to represent the Right Honorable Prime Minister Robin Anabanja, like I said, who was supposed to close, but she's not here to close. And when I finish, Honorable Akelo Beatrice Akori, who is the Minister for Economic Monitoring, will come in and receive the recommendations. And these recommendations will be delivered to the Prime Minister. So you are not going to remain like nobody is going to take up the recommendations. Honorable Minister for Economic Monitoring will be coming in. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of you for participating in today's high-level policy dialogue on the coffee sector. Coffee has been and remains a very important crop for Uganda, accounting for a significant proportion of Africa's coffee production. In fact, Uganda is among the top 3 Africa's leading coffee exporters and leading in East Africa. So I'm happy that you have gathered here today to discuss this very important crop. I'm informed that the participants of this dialogue cuts across the major players in the coffee sector, including but not limited to government, development partners, and private sector players along the value chain. I hope your today's deliberations were guided by His Excellency, the President's vision on how to develop the coffee sector in Uganda. I'm aware that there are so many other ongoing efforts and discussions on how we can transform the coffee sector, though others are diversionary, but as leaders of government business, I welcome all those efforts that will contribute to policy reforms for a vibrant coffee sector. Colleagues, it is important to note that coffee has the potential to transform the economy and create jobs for our people. The success of the coffee sector in Uganda is for all of us and for the good of the economy. As you are aware, the economy of Uganda has been growing at a rate of 6.3% for the last 38 years, which has made Uganda a lower middle income country with a GDP per capita of $1,154. Uganda's economy was $3.9 billion in 1986, but now it stands at $50 billion. Coffee has been one of the major contributors to this growth, and yet it is sold and processed. With just a simple value addition, it is possible to increase the benefits of smallholder farmers and enable them to get fair share of their efforts. Countries like Switzerland, Germany, Netherlands, and the United States of America, among others, are earning big from processed coffee, and yet they do not have any coffee chambers. His Excellency the President is challenging all of us to reflect on and find better ways on how to add value to our coffee for maximum benefits. During the second G25 Africa Coffee Summit, His Excellency the President called on African countries to cause transformative reforms in Africa's coffee sector, emphasizing value addition to strengthen African economies and reduce unemployment. I'm glad that your discussion has touched on what needs to be done along the value chain, right from the seeds up to marketing of coffee products. It is therefore important that we all work together and support the President's foresightedness on the coffee sector. I would like to commend the Office of the President and the Apex platform for facilitating this very important discussion and encourage you to continue with this spirit of public policy harmonization for national development. I assure you that your deliberations and recommendations are well received and will be discussed and considered by the executive to support sector reforms that are ongoing. With those few remarks, I want to thank you for listening, and all this is said for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. I would like now to invite my big brother, Mr. Bashasha Willie, the chairperson of Directors, Undersecretaries and Commissioners Forum. He's also the head of the Manifesto Implementation Unit. Can I invite you to take your seat? He's going to chair a panel of eminent Ugandans who are going to discuss the presentation as made. Permit me to invite Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafabi, who is a Ugandan accountant, lawyer, politician, and legislator. He represents Budadiri County West in Stronko District in the Ugandan Parliament. And he has been at it. He will tell you how many years. He will tell you how many years. He is a coffee farmer and is the board chairperson of Bugisu Cooperative Union. Honorable Nanda Mafabi, a farmer, a politician, a lawyer. All right. Can I also invite Honorable Ezra Suruma, professor? He's currently the Senior Presidential Advisor for Finance and Planning in the Office of the President of Uganda. Professor Suruma is well known across this country and beyond. He served as the Chancellor of Makerere University from 2016 to 2024 and as the first head of the Prime Minister's Delivery Unit from 2015 to 2021, which was created to improve service delivery in selected government sectors. While in the Prime Minister's office, he led the drive which constructed the roadmap to increase Uganda's coffee production from 3 million bags to 20 million bags by 2030. Professor Suruma joined the Bank of Uganda as the Director of Research in 1987. He rose to the rank of Deputy Governor of the bank in 1990, and from 1993 to 1996, he served as the Chairman and Managing Director of Uganda Commercial Bank, then Uganda's largest bank. From 1998 to 2024, he was the Director of Economic Affairs at the Movement Secretariat, and he then served as the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development from 2005 to 2009. In 2008, the Financial Times of London awarded him the title of Africa's Best Finance Minister of the Year. Can you clap for that? From 2010 to 2011, he joined the Brookings Institution, a leading think tank in Washington, D.C., as a distinguished visiting fellow. While there, he authored and published a groundbreaking book on the economic development of Uganda. In 2024, he also published Facing Namugongo, Traversing Faith, Fear and Fire. He holds a Bachelor's of Science in Finance and a Master of Arts Economics from Fordham University in New York and a PhD in Economics from the University of Connecticut. He is happily married to Speciosa Suruma, and they have raised 10 children, of whom 6 are adopted orphans. His hobbies, if you want to know, tennis, gospel music, and Bible study fellowship. Can you join me in welcoming Dr. Suruma? I have Dr. Winnie Nabido Mukisa. She's an economist. She's currently the head of monitoring, evaluation, and compliance of government programs, policies, and projects at the National Planning Authority. Previously, she has worked at EPRC, OPM, European Union, among others. She's currently spearheading the preparation of the M&E results and reporting framework for NDP4. She's a coffee farmer. Dr. Winnie, kindly join the I've already introduced Honorable Nandala Mafabi. Now let me introduce Mr. David Wozemba Wetaka. David is currently the country director at Agura Uganda country office and the chair of Agriculture Development Partnership Group. He is a seasoned agribusiness development expert with a deep understanding of ecosystem approaches in agriculture and humanitarian sector development, including inputs markets, financial inclusion, support industries, textiles and apparels, agro-processing, and creating an enabling environment for flow of innovation and investment. He is a strategic thinker with outstanding communication, facilitation, and networking skills. His experience spans over 20 years, and his CV is extremely long. He's happily married and with children. That's the panel, our first panel, and I want to invite Mr. Bashasha to take over from there. Karibu.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Our august audience, our members of parliament present, with particular recognition to Mr. Byarugaba, who happens also to be the chairperson of the Presidential Affairs Committee, our directors present, all of you key sector players, our development partners, and other invited guests in your respective capacities. Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Bashasha Willis. I think the only one here with the shortest CV this afternoon. Not that I don't have a long one, but because I think I came in to stand in for somebody. But my CV is also somehow longer, but not as long as Mafabi's and the Honorable Suruma. So today we are here discussing a very, very important subject. The minister has talked about it, the secretary has talked about it, the keynote address talked about it. So this session now invites you to a discussion. And when you look at our program, the discussion was structured into two panel discussions. And I am privileged to moderate the first panel discussion. Members of the first panel discussion have already been introduced. I don't need to waste more time on that. I just want to say I'm privileged to be your moderator, and most of the message will be coming from you. The subject matter, like I said, has been extensively highlighted. So we want to hear from you, and I will be putting to you some few questions to strengthen the gist of the discussion why we are here. Allow me now to start, I think, with one of the most interesting panelists, but Professor Suruma. Professor Suruma is a very, very key government player, policy reforms. Also, I think he headed one of the units that championed how we can make the 20 million bags a reality. So, from your experience in the coffee sector and the wider development space, what are the key policy challenges that the government should be addressing? Secondly, financing of the various components of the coffee value chain, input providers, farmers, aggregators, sellers, importers and exporters, involves large amounts of money that are tailored to the sector. The history involving cooperatives, CMB and the cooperative bank is tainted with unwanted results, including failure to pay. The liberalization of the sector attracted new resources from the private sector at the global and local levels that are partly responsible for the success of the sector. Maybe we want to hear from you views on whether this hypothesis is or not. Then as we implement the coffee roadmap, realize this was just an opening statement, but I think the questions are here is that as we implement the coffee roadmap, realize the 20 million bags, how should we organize the financing policies, regulations and institutions, secure the gains and enhance the effectiveness of financing? Lastly, what challenges do you foresee in the financing of the most critical aspects of the value chain? How should they be addressed? I think this will be discussed in line with the paper that was presented, but we could also gain from your insightful experience and wide knowledge financing of government. I now invite you, Honorable Surma, you can either use the mic next to you if you are comfortable. If you are not, you can join here. Then we go through. Please, you're most welcome. Please welcome Professor Surma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bashasha. Distinguished audience, all protocol observed. Thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this forum. And I want to thank Dr. Muhumza for your excellent presentation. Thank you very much. I feel updated about the coffee sector. Thank you very much. Now, the key coffee policy challenges for government, in my opinion, having put a lot of effort into the coffee roadmap to increase production to 20 million bags. And I must say that this was a major effort on the part of government involving many parts of government and private sector. Indeed, it was my first opportunity to learn about what they call a lab with stakeholder consultations that were very, very extensive with assistance of McKinsey and Company. And we came to the conclusion that the target could be achieved by 2030. But during the launch, it was suggested that we aim for 2025. And but it looks to me like most likely, because if we are now at maybe 9 or 10 million bags, not sure, it's unlikely that it will double in 1 year. But so the implementation challenge is real. And I think that this is not only the coffee sector, but many other areas. Access to affordable finance for Uganda coffee exporters, I think was very well highlighted by Dr. Muhumza. Implementation of the cooperative bank which was approved by Parliament in 2019, but has not yet been put in action. I think this is an important policy challenge that would assist in bringing more of our people into the coffee export sector, where foreigners have now dominate that sector, and I believe this is largely because of lack of financing on the part of Uganda cooperatives and Ugandan exporters. Lastly, in terms of key policy areas, I believe that affordable and genuine farm inputs remain also a critical area for implementation. I know the Minister of Agriculture has attempted to solve this problem. When we are doing the coffee roadmap in 2017, we are told that 40 to 60% of inputs were fake. And from what I've been able to gather, the problem is still a big one. If we are receiving a PMD, a PDM loan, and you buy and you find you bought fake inputs, you can't raise your coffee output, you will not be able to pay back. So it's a big, I think, an important implementation problem. Of course, not only just for coffee, but for many other areas of agriculture. So I believe that that's an important policy challenge. Now, on the issue of financing the various components of the coffee chain, am I supposed to address all the questions or only? Okay, okay. I don't want to take out room, leave no room for others. The financing of the various components of the coffee chain, inputs, farmers, aggregators, haulers, transporters, and so on. I think that SACCOs, in my opinion, have done a great deal in helping to improve financial inclusion. But they have faced one fundamental problem of regulation. Initially, they were brought in without regulation, and 2016 regulation was introduced. But now, my understanding is that the regulation is being rationalized, and I'm not sure whether the Minister of Finance is in a position to regulate more than 30,000 SACCOs. So I think there's a challenge there, and if there is no regulation, it's very likely that the SACCOs will fail, and if they fail, then the financing of inputs for farmers, including coffee farmers, will probably be a problem. So the liberalization of crop finance indeed externalized the coffee oligopolies, which are now dominating the sector. And as I have said, the cooperative bank closure also did not help in terms of cooperative financing. And I think that while cooperatives have other issues of governance, financing is one of them. So I would argue that restoration of a cooperative bank would go a long way in restoring the role of cooperatives in export financing. When I was in Uganda Commercial Bank as managing director, I requested to be allowed to use money from privatization to finance our coffee exporters, and the permission was given, and many of them came in and benefited from that. I think we had about $100 million. But what happened afterwards, I don't know. But I believe that financing is a key barrier to participation by Ugandans in export financing. However, I do agree with Dr. Muhumuza that it would be a mistake to attempt to go back to where we were before liberalization, where crop finance was the biggest macroeconomic problem. We just couldn't find the money to buy the coffee. And so farmers were not being paid, and they were cutting down coffee trees. We don't want to go back. So I believe that we can try to improve domestic financing alongside external financing and move in a harmonious manner that does not disrupt the coffee industry. One of the controversial issues is the role of the Bank of Uganda in the financing sector. I have been fighting them for a long time, although I played a role in increasing the governance, or rather the independence, of the Bank of Uganda as an institution. Before NRM came in, the Bank of Uganda was under the Ministry of Finance for many, many things. But we wrote a new Bank of Uganda Act in which we increased the independence of the central bank. But I think they have used that power to close down Ugandan banks, or to increase the capital requirements such a high level that Ugandan banks have failed to come up with the minimum capital requirements. And so we have the financial sector dominated by foreign banks. And I think that the power of the Bank of Uganda needs to be looked at again so that this tendency is changed. Because I think they have, I think that there are countries we visited, like Germany, where the superintendent of banks is separate from the central bank. So maybe Bank of Uganda should be limited to monetary policy, and the superintendent of banks should be moved to a separate entity, which is able to act more patriotically. On the last question, what challenges do you foresee in the financing of the most critical aspects of the value chain? I think bank fraud remains a big challenge. One of the reasons some of our banks failed was because of fraud, but now because of technology, this is becoming an even bigger problem, as you have seen recently with Bank of Uganda again having problems with the digital challenges. So I think that perhaps the coffee, as exports grow larger, a small cess of maybe 100 shillings per kilogram would make it possible to capitalize the cooperative bank in 4 years without, in the case of Kenya, they borrowed money from the government, and then the cooperative bank was formed, but then it was able to pay back that money. I don't remember in how many years, but it was not a long time. We could borrow from them and get the 150 billion from the government, and then with 100 shillings on every kilogram of coffee, we'd be able to pay back in 4 or 5 years, and the cooperative bank would be in place. So those are the few remarks I would like to make, and I hope that they will be well received. Thank you very much.
Another big applause, please, for the professor. I think professor has been able to handle through his insightful sharing with us on the issue of financing of the value chain and the policy challenges. I may have to run through them so that you take note for those who could have been missed. On the policy front, he's talking about the issue of cooperative bank and its role in assisting export financing. This is where the government may need to, I think government has already taken a position on this, but it needs to be fast-tracked, is what get you from Professor that the Cabinet and Parliament passed this. I don't know what is happening. So on the issue of policy challenge also on the affordable and genuine inputs, we need to, I think, strengthen the enforcement and also the provisions of the law in dealing with these issues. The financing, he still agrees that this is a key barrier, and SACCOs, he applauds the role that has been played by SACCOs in promoting financial inclusion, but he still expresses his worries about the regulation, and saying the SACCOs now have run over 30,000, and we don't move very fast, they will fail. When they fail, that could be catastrophic even for the little gains that have been made. So also still on financing, he still looks at the Coop Bank restoration as a key issue. And he also agrees with the presenter in the keynote address that we don't need to go back and liberalize simply because we need to because there is enough now gains on the ground that can continue to take the sector forward. Says we can still mobilize domestic financing and external financing to help in this sector. However, in his conclusive remarks, he's talking about the role of BOU and how it could probably be, how we could look at the act to probably leave the Bank of Uganda specifically to address the monetary policy and maybe introduce a new responsibility of scrutining of banks to assign it to a different institution outside Bank of Uganda. Having played a role in that, but then later Bank of Uganda now becomes and starts putting what we call the minimum capital requirements, which have no less knocked out our domestic players and left the whole sector, banking sector and financing sector, to foreigners. The issue of bank frauds, even quoting the recent experience, is one of the critical challenges of how we can finance the value chain. And he's proposing either we can copy the Kenya way, or we could also make an initiative of having introduce a cess, be a source of financing, establish to capitalize the establishment of the cooperative bank. So once again, please put your hands together for the professor's input. I think this will go a long way to address the issues of the people of financing the value chain, the role of the public and the private sector. Now, moving next, let's listen to the political side. Honorable Nandara Mafabi, is a seasoned, first of all, seasoned civil servant who crossed to politics, but he has also played a leadership role in the Bugisu Cooperative Union, which has been one of the best performing cooperative unions in this sector in this country. But he's still serving as a member of Parliament. Honorable Nandara, how can we achieve political consensus, the key issues surrounding coffee production, processing, and marketing at the local and global levels? Is there a legislation or political problem in the sector? And from where you sit in Parliament and as a representative of the people, how best should the sector and the different actors be organized and coordinated for effective delivery of the coffee sector agenda as reflected in the roadmap? Join me to welcome Honorable Nandara Mafabi to share with us his thoughts on the issues that have been put to him.
Thank you very much, my brother Yashe. Me, I'm just lucky. I wasn't the one supposed to speak. So somebody appeared, I became a dangerous substitute. So I'm here as a dangerous substitute, but I'm not so sure if I'll do the dangerous part. Colleagues, I've been around for quite some time. First, I was born on a coffee farm. I grew up on a coffee farm, and I'm still on the coffee farm. And our coffee is Arabic coffee, and when Dr. Mumuza was presenting the August report, he was talking about Chiboko, and he forgot about Arabic coffee. So I'm still waiting for the figure of Arabic coffee. Secondly, I've been in Parliament for nearly 25 years, and some of the laws which Professor Suruma has talked about, we are not saying we forge ignorance, we are aware of them. For example, when we made the 2002 Financial Institutions Act, I think we made a mistake, we left a gap there, and that's the reason we left Bank of Uganda to do what it wants, instead of really making them just do what they're supposed to do. And that's why, instead of, I am very sure, with a minimum capital of 100 billion, I don't think there's any Ugandan who will make a bank here. So the foreigners are the ones going to make banks, and I think this was done. We made a law which really takes our people out, and yet the foreigners, when they make all the money, they take it away. This cooperative union was formed in 1954. It has 299 members. And who are the members? They are primary societies. Because the union, it must have primary societies. And the primary societies are the ones who have individual members. So the production of coffee, which comes with this cooperative union, from the members, the primary society, then the primary society through the union. I would insist on onset that the only way we can increase production in coffee is whereby there should be collective bargaining power by the farmers to be able to get a better price. Because the price is a determinant of production. So if we want collective bargaining can only be done through cooperatives. The only problem we get with cooperatives, the cooperative being made from the top, but the cooperatives are supposed to be member-owned. And the politics in cooperatives which has come in is the one which has destroyed the real genuine cooperative. And it is possible, and I want to state, make it possible that cooperatives can work. In 2010, on the 18th December, I was thrown out of this cooperative union by government. The army came, the police came, now they are in Operation Wealth Creation, which they had come to create Operation Wealth Creation at that time, threw me out, that we're mismanaging the union. The argument was that money was coming from outside Uganda, finance oppositional politics in Uganda through this cooperative union. Yet, any money which comes from out of the country passes through Bank of Uganda. And that's where we made an error. But nevertheless, there has been politics in the Buddhist Cooperative Union even before I came. So in the cooperatives, there has been politics. Even there's a person called Banker wrote a book about politics in the Buddhist Cooperative Union. That book I'll share with you. I shared it with Kawashenge. I'll give a copy to you. In soft copy, you go and read. At that time, the union, when we took over the union in 2008, there was this politics of NRM versus opposition. The NRMs who were there were busy finishing the institution. And we said the cooperative needs to survive. So politics sometimes, national politics entering some of these organizations can destroy organizations. At that time, the union was in debts of over 2 billion. Farmers had run away. They had sold so many assets. And you remember the secretary to the president's office, Haji Kakandi, talked about Magona. Mzee Magona, there had been the people who had built the institution, even during the liberalized sector. Now, what really happened? We came in, we called the farmers and said, you need to produce coffee, bring your coffee here, I'll get your price. The farmers did, and within 2 years, we had changed the position of BCU from debt to profit. At the time they came to take it over, there were over 5 million kilograms of coffee. There was over 3 billion shillings on bank account. We had paid all the debts. So sometimes, if they had not come in at that time, I am very certain this cooperative union would be very far. But anyway, still on surviving. Dr. Muhumuza said Dr. Suruma and him saved the Bujesu Cooperative Union from people who are going to take it. You can see now. And this is how they saved it. A Muzungu had claimed to have lent Bujesu Cooperative Union money, and the money had not even been paid according to them. But meanwhile, Mount Elgon Hotel had been taken over, settled part of the debt, claimed. And then they said $1.7 million was still outstanding. Those doctors from their wisdom, they said, we are going to take your land, 619 acres at 5 million shillings per acre. Yet there had been evaluation in 1998, the land I'm talking about, I'm going to tell you, which had come up and said per acre here is 40 million. In 2008, the value is 5 million. And that's the land they paid 5 million instead of paying even the 1998 value. And that's where the industrial park is in Bali. We took government to court. Government discovered we were going to win the case. The court has settled out. Those are some of the issues we are still with government that have been settling on time and have not completed. So cooperatives, there is a ruling. I want to plead with Dr. Suruma that we enforce this ruling. When they had thrown us out of the cooperative union, we took government, we went to the Constitutional Court under petition number 46 of 2012, saying, has government got a role to do with cooperatives? Why should they take it over? And the ruling was done in 2021, and they said government should not get involved. They can only play a part in support these cooperatives because they play a leading role in removing people from poverty. In that regard, is that politics can destroy institutions, politics can build institutions. Dr. Muhumuza said, instant coffee has mixtures of all coffees in the world. I want to state to you today, coffee is supposed to be drunk without adding sugar. It tastes nice. But if you try the instant coffee, it's very bitter. You need to put what? Sugar. Why? Because it is made out of husks, and a poor quality what? Coffee. I have brought samples of good coffee here. I want you to go and taste it. Don't put sugar, don't put honey, and you'll see how it feels. And that's the coffee we should be drinking. That's why espresso, cappuccino taste well. Why? They do the real seeds. I hope you have seen how they make espresso. You see the seeds themselves, not broken. They grind them, they make a cup. You drink. That's why it's expensive. Husks are cheap. So can grounded coffee? Yes, it's possible. So I am going to say the politics in the coffee sector needs a high level. And I'm going to give examples. Our foreigners trading here, those foreigners are here, those multinationals are being supported by their own governments. If not, they are getting money at cheap rate. For example, if you borrowed money at 2%, and you get a Ugandan borrowing at 25%, will they compete? So you cannot say we have failed to promote coffee here. The cost of capital here is too high, and the foreigners who are getting cheap money are the ones who are coming to take our coffee. So the state, the government should come in to see how to deal with the issue of cost to farmers so that they can improve. And Dr. Solomon mentioned Cooperative Bank. We regret to have closed the Cooperative Bank. And Cooperative Bank was providing not only for exporters, but was providing crop finance. Crop finance meant that the cooperatives would get money, give farmers to take their children to school, to do whatever they want to do with the money, medical and whatever, and when the product is ready, they would bring. And they will only deduct the money which they were advanced, and they are able to survive. No financing of farmers, they will continue to go to these middlemen who are really cheating. I don't agree with Dr. Musa saying they are not. These are sharks. They are right now going to the farmers. They say, we are going to take all your garden here. The farmers have become slaves. And there's no motivation for them having eaten, seeing a good crop being taken by somebody. They are just there. How can a white person leave UK, leave America to come and go to Bugisu in villages where there are mosquitoes, where there's mud, where is what looking for only one product called coffee? So we must look through it and know this product is good and we should deal with it. If you have not known the history of coffee in the politics, when the Muzungu came, he said if you drink coffee, your heart will overbeat. You will die of heart attack. What he meant that you produce coffee for him to go and drink so that you don't touch it. In my culture, the good pieces of meat like the kidney, the liver, the old men will tell the younger boys and the young girls that don't eat it. If you eat, you'll fall sick because they want to enjoy it. So that's what they did to us. A few minutes, they have brought us some, is it chocolates or something on those tables? I don't know if you have seen them. If you read, I was carrying one, I don't know where I put it. I wanted to show you. There's some, if you read those sweets they brought, you check it, that one. You check on this, check on it, Kabushenga, my nephew. What is it, where is it made from? If you look through, it is made from United Arab Emirates. And it is called coffee. Taste the magic of coffee. This. So something is coming from where? Somewhere using our coffee, which we could also do it. So if we did value addition, I am certain this country would go higher, people will see the benefits, and will make money. The types of coffee, the politics again. There was a policy which came that we plant Corona coffee. People tried the Corona coffee in our area. In a few minutes, after 2 or 3 years, After one yield, the coffee went. Every area has specific yields of coffee. In Bujusu, we have what we call Nyasland. I'm told it came from Nyasland. The coffee is still there. It's only purposes of pruning. Some people leave their trees not pruned. Operation Wealth Creation, we want to thank you for the seedlings. But again, the politics in seedlings is very interesting. You have supplied us seedlings, too many, but they are just very few on the ground. If you calculated the seedlings you have produced and supplied to us, even this building where we are standing or sitting, there would be coffee what? Coffee trees. I don't know where those seedlings have gone. Dr. Suruma mentioned that we need to tax so that we bring back a cooperative bank. We must have a policy here. The law was passed in Parliament under the Cooperative Act that cooperative bank must be put in place to help farmers in production, to help farmers in processing, and in post-harvest. The quality of coffee is going down after harvesting or because of post-harvest handling. The politics again is of money. I would rather get quick money, not bothering about what? The quality. But I want to remind Dr. Suruma that in 1991 to 1997, you established a coffee stabilization fund. By the close of 1997, my brother Basaja, the director, Manifesto will agree with me. On URA account, you had 58 billion shillings on coffee stabilization fund. When that matter was raised in 2004, that this money should be paid to the farmers, Lukutana, then the Minister of Finance, Minister of State General Duties and Finance, shifted the money to Bank of Uganda account. So the initial money is there, which can start the cooperative bank. So you have 58 billion, you have 98 billion from the sale of the banks. Among the banks you sold was cooperative bank, which can be 98 plus 58, you have 156 billion. You are able to start the bank. Why is it delaying? I think the director manifesto will explain why it's delaying. There must be no goodwill on our part. Two small things and I conclude because there are too many. When I came in, there was a video being shown here on TV of a farmer who was given 2 million by government. Now he was making 100 million per year. I made a simple calculation. I said this person, in 5 years, he has 500 million. In short, this is a very rich man. But when I looked at that gentleman, I don't think he has that 500 million. And I want us to be realistic, where people want to come for purpose or PR. I want us to do the competition. Somebody said a kilo of maize is 800 shillings. A kilo of beans is 2,000 shillings. How many kilos of maize do you make out of 2 acres? How many kilos of beans do you make out of 2 acres? Multiply with that money and confirm if that gentleman was right to say he has 100 million every year. The law was passed talking about adulteration of coffee. Now I want to tell you why adulteration, the government politics should come in again. In Paida, coffee is 6,000 shillings a kilo Arabic. In Bujisu, Arabic coffee is 12,800. Now, if somebody brought his coffee from Paida, put a transport of 1,000, that is 7,000, he's going to get 12,800. In short, the price he's going to get as extra money is 5,800. He's coming to adulterate coffee, which was of a good quality, to become a bad quality. Who should do this? Again, government should come in to say, if you have coffee in the Paida, bulk it at Paida. You have in the Bugisu, pack in the bulk it at Bugisu. So the only person who can help a farmer to survive is government. In Rwanda, the president of Rwanda himself had to go and look for Starbucks, had to look for himself Costco. These are big companies in America, which you know. Rwanda is saying is planting coffee on the hills and doing what? They have no capacity to supply Starbucks, to supply Costco. But what they are doing, they are getting our coffee through Kabale and they are selling it as Rwanda coffee. All of you agree the government had to invest of Rwanda. If those who traveled in America or UK at a railway station, you'll get those girls and boys will saying, taste our coffee. You go to a church or a mosque, you'll get them selling our coffee. Do you think this cooperative union has capacity to do that? It calls on government to lead in marketing the coffee. We have a good product. I can tell you the moment they sell this product and make money, production will go high, and I can tell you the 20 million bags will be got in the shortest time possible. God be with you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, and my big brother Nandara. He touched a number of issues, and Nandara being Nandara.
And Director Bashasha, be reminded you have only 15 minutes now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Let me pick like 3 issues. He insists that the only way to increase production, we have to allow collective bargaining, which will improve production, that the production is a function of price. So, and that government has a very big role in terms of mobilization to make sure that the sector can achieve its targets. He advocates for value addition, he advocates for quality issues, and he also brings to our attention that there could be money somewhere in BOU which could help in the start of Coop Bank. So with those, I will let me summarize it at that. I think the rest you were following. Let me now move to our development planner. This is none other than Dr. Winnie Nabido. Coffee, as has been said here, is at the heart of a number of objectives in the National Development Plan, including poverty eradication, supporting agro-industrialization, youth employment, foreign exchange, and the general socio-economic transformation. Can we hear from you, how is the NDP4 process capturing the needs of the sector? What lessons have we drawn from the previous plans to address these persistent challenges within the sector? Effective coordination mechanisms to help the sector, and the key high-level concerns that could be addressed to ensure overall success of the NDP4 and the coffee subsector. Please join me to welcome Dr. Winnie as we share her insights.
Thank you very much, Director Willis. And the precursor presentation made by Dr. Fred Muhumuza is very insightful. And I will not attempt to repeat what has been said by the previous speakers. So I bring you apologies from Dr. Joseph Movawala, the ED National Planning Authority, who would have loved to be here and presented this paper, but he's unwell and in hospital. And so he asked me to step in and just like Honorable Nandala Mafabi, I won't be dangerous, but I will substitute. Yes. So from the perspective of development planning, before I go there, I also share a history. I was born to a coffee farmer. I grew up at a coffee farm. My father, I would say, was a successful coffee farmer, and I picked from him. And that is why I'm also a coffee farmer. So I understand many of the dynamics within coffee. But in the perspective of development planning, in light of what the ED would have presented, he brings three things from the topic that talks about how do we strengthen the coffee policy and institutional mechanisms for a vibrant coffee sector in Uganda, the perspective of development planning. So from the data, we know that UCDA previously has had 62 quality assurance officers. And also, when you look at the MAIF structure, the Ministry of Agriculture structure, it has 37 quality assurance officers. The message here is to integrate the quality officers from UCDA. Why? Because their reputation precedes them, and also there is a gap to close. The information we have, or the data, indicates that we have 1.8 million households, and we have and we have 1.8 million household coffee farmers, and therefore the ratio of the extension workers to ensure this quality is 1 to 25,000 coffee households. And this resonates well to the debates some time back that was being raised that I have never seen an extension work on my farm. And some of us can relate to that, including myself. Why? Because of the numbers. The ratios are very big. But at least what we know is that UCDA has played a role. Personally, I would share with you, where I grow coffee in Luwero, we know that when the quality assurance officers come through, they would punish those who do not, who would dry their coffee on the ground. But now, because of that perceived message of a punishment, the quality went up. So people bought trampolines and decided to at least dry their coffee on that. Second of all is that the smallholder farmers who have less than 4 acres cannot break even in this coffee business, especially where you have 1.25 kilograms per tree. Now, with the improved varieties, I can also again share here, with the improved varieties, you can have at least 3 kilograms per tree. And that mathematics you can work through and see. And while the gentleman may not look the 100 million, sometimes looks can be deceptive, but Mayor can taste that coffee. And I would say emwanyi. However, the magic is in the yield, the acreage. So if you have less than 4 acres, like a previous speaker spoke, it will be very tricky for you to break even. So the more the acreage, the better. In terms of post-harvest handling, this is where we have an issue. The post-harvest handling, but also starting from where the value chain starts from. The seedlings that are being provided. Some, if you went back and checked some of these seedlings, the ones who run the gardens are not certified. And you'll find that if you can afford, you'd rather go and buy from a certified seedling provider. So, right from certifying these gardens, it has an impact on the final quantity and quality of coffee. But also, the poor harvesting or the post-harvest handling. Sometimes even before we even get this coffee out of the gardens, you are supposed to pick only the red cherries. But sometimes when you go to look at these gardens, you will testify. In some places you will see it has many greens, and that affects the quality of coffee. Why? Because of the poverty, people are looking onto making quick money and earn that. So post-harvest handling is also very, very critical amidst all those. Second of all, a proposal of traceability system that is required by the European Union. From the numbers, it is estimated to cost about 14 billion Ugandan shillings. And we are saying, while this is a very good investment, it should start with the seedling stage, and only certified seedling operators should be authorized to supply coffee seedlings, but also be able to leverage the use of GIS coffee traceability to be able to track the quality of this coffee. So in terms of our recommendations from the development planning perspective, we are proposing that the Ministry of Agriculture should harness and leverage by utilizing the expertise of the senior quality assurance officers from UCDA to be able to provide, pass on the experience of how they manage to do it and even do it better with them to allow for transfer of knowledge. And this will ensure quality assurance of our coffee. We are also proposing that the 93 former UCDA coffee extension officers should be recruited to fill the gaps in the coffee growing district that lack these officers, because these ones have been tested and they've not been doing the general extension work, services, but actually specific to coffee. The new structure at the ministry should also include dedicated coffee marketing and promotion officers, given coffee is a strategic commodity for a country. The concern that my ED kept on emphasizing is that we have a boom for the next 2 years. And we have picked lessons from when we had the vanilla boom. How do we harness, how do we leverage to ensure that actually beyond the 2 years we're able to sustain that? And one of the proposals is start by planning, to market, to consolidate relationships, to reach out to these international franchises and ensure that actually we are able to sustain Uganda coffee within those markets. So demand is supposed to be sustainable. While we celebrate the gains today because the exchange rate rightfully underscored by my professor, Dr. Muhumuza, but we are saying once we increase production and productivity, can we be able to sustain the demand? And one of the proposals we make is to ensure and strengthen the cooperatives to ensure that they have collective bargaining for better prices. What would happen in a scenario if your exchange rate was 3,600? So even if the production and productivity was high, what would we do differently? Because such times are bound to come just in case of a shock. But also, we also need to talk about consolidation of inter- and intra-government relations. For example, should we have the other projects come on board in time? For example, how are we exporting our coffee? Is it being transported by trucks? Then the SGR becomes actually timely. Our marine systems need to be efficient to transport our coffee so that we are able to consolidate our gains and then be able to free our coffee of any security threats. Lastly, is harnessing the GIS, and the AI for outreach to farmers, timely outreach to farmers, where extension workers may not be able to reach them in time and be able to understand on how to handle issues that have to do with the coffee value chain, right from the quality of the seedlings, the quality of the inputs, because the outcome of having quality coffee starts from the seedling. I thank you.
Thank you. The planner, I just pick 2 or 3 issues. One, we need to strengthen the coffee policy and institutional mechanisms to deal with the coffee sector. And for all these ideas must be mainstreamed so that we see the sector being supported. She has shared with us the statistics on how many households, coffee growing households we have in the country. The ratio is very worrying compared to the kind of extension workers we have. This is a key planning issue. She has also shared with us the size of the land, its implication, productivity. So as we emphasize the yield, we must also look at the size of the land. She also talked about agronomical practices, which are very important, especially we need to be very mindful right away from the seed up, I think, up to the market. So what I also picked that is critical is like, how can we sustain this boom? Even in the future, just in case the boom is threatened, what can we do differently so that we keep afloat? I thank you. Now, let me hear from the private sector player. Once again, allow me to invite here Mr. Ozemba David, who will be sharing with us. This gentleman is Country Director at AGRA and Chair of the Agricultural Development Partners Group. Has a wide experience in agribusiness development. Would you please share with us how the ecosystem of the coffee subsector would be organized and managed to ensure business success as a main driver of interests by the private sector? And secondly, how should the public sector or government go about the development and implementation of policies and programs to avoid the challenges and failures that have been associated? The rationalization process is at the heart of the current reforms. Please join me to welcome Mr. Ozemba David.
The moderator. It's so difficult to speak last, especially if you've had a chance to listen to the professor who possibly has taught me. I'm a member of parliament and a planner. Among all, I work with all of them across board. First of all, let me pass my regards to you from the development partners. I chair the development partners group. Largely, we reflect on issues within the agricultural sector from a development partner's perspective, and this is done on a monthly basis, and I share that. For the last 1 year, that's what I've been doing. In chairing the partners group, I have had chance to interface with the Apex platform. I happen to have given them chance to present to the development partners group on what is the role of the Apex platform. And one of the most intriguing things that they came to us and really emphasized was managing for impactful results. And for me, that touched me because possibly the hardest questions I ask for those that have interacted with me is the value for money. What are we getting out of the investments that we make? And this happens wherever I see it, be it in the management meetings and across different forums where I sit. Just to give you a little perspective of where I've come from, and this is in the context of why I'm standing here. When I went to Tanzania as the director of Cotton and Textiles Program in 2017, first of all, I'm a Ugandan, so I don't assume I'm not a Ugandan, and I come from Sironko. So Honorable Mafabi is my member of parliament, and I grow coffee. So most people assume I'm not a Ugandan. I'm a Ugandan, and I come from Sironko, and I grow Arabica coffee. So I put that on record. So having been Tanzania in 2017 to lead the textiles, cotton and textiles program, the most difficult part when the president was in by that time, and cotton is bread and butter for Tanzania. You mess it, you mess the country, and you do. So some of the lessons that I picked from there, having been at the center of the discussions and strategically aligning the sector to what we called sector transformation initiatives from 2017, with all the lapses of the market dynamics in the cotton sector, I now understand the dangers we're in the same sector, the coffee sector in Uganda, and its perspective. And therefore, how do we, as actors in the same space of of the coffee subsector in Uganda, play right as we evolve from all the changes that have happened within the sector? Recognize that we've gone through, the rationalization exercise, and there's been thought, over the last couple of months. The reason you appreciate that is because we all believe coffee is at the heart of what we do as a country, but among all, the most important, the unique identifier is that farmer. Most people forget. We can all talk, but the most important person around there is the farmer. So if we don't do the right things, the person we're messing up is the farmer, and the farmer touches what the current government is all about. So that's how delicate the balancing act, and that's why I was also pointing to the fact that cotton in Tanzania is all about the government and how the government balances those. So the government has to play a critical role in ensuring that that unique identifier benefits from that resource that benefits the majority of us. So what some of the lessons on how we can reorganize this, the system, in the perspective of private sector's angle? I have defined what we call the 4 levers that will create a systems change. The first pillar is the state level. And we need, as a state, to advance the sector systems transformations agenda. We can't run away from, we must be able to provide leadership, we must be able to provide the vision. Don't expect the farmer to give you the vision. The vision comes from the state. And if the state runs away from that and shifts the blame to other people, then we're in danger to losing the sector. Therefore, we, as actors within the same, demand at the state level to see that vision. The areas that we did in Tanzania, I can be sure, we defined what we call the pathways to delivering the cotton subsector in Tanzania. The same happens in the same context of coffee. How do we define those pathways? And a number of pathways, as highlighted by Dr. Muhumuza. One is the global coffee export, is one pathway, and you can define it in the way, if I had time, I would actually unpack that. The value addition and downstream development, that's another pathway. The third one is production for domestic or regional market. That's another pathway. And the fourth one is the integrated industrial development. There are 4 pathways in which you can transform a subsector. And in each of these, there are critical evidence pathways that you need to actually put in order for you to justify that that's the right pathway. It could be consolidated. There could be 3 or 4 of those pathways. There's no one route. And nobody should say we're only going to do value addition and downstream development as one pathway for sector transformation. It is not happening, and it will not happen that way. So rethink that and define the pathway as the state, as the government, on which pathways are critical, and how do we help you and work together to make sure that we are aligned and shape the growth of the sector. The second pillar are the non-state actor level, and these are the farmers, the businesses, and the consumer commitment. We don't talk about consumer commitment, but it's the perspective of why we grow this and why we say it's from colony to cup, because there is a consumer there that needs that product. And if there's no consumer, then we are as well as developing a product that is not useful. So start from the farm level. What is that investment per acre that is required? What is the current investment per acre? What do we want to have in the next 5, 10, 15 years? If we are going to achieve the 20 million bags, what is that level of investment that is required per acre? And how are we shifting that investment? And that investment has a number of parameters that we can unpack. In cotton, what we did, we moved from $8 per acre, that is the investment per acre, to $30 per acre to $50. The university national one, the global one was $50 per acre. But by the time I left in 2023, we had moved from $8 to $25 per acre, and we were measuring that impact over time. And it was commitment across board. It was not a commitment from only the farmer. The government has to invest. The private sector actors have to invest. The farmer has to invest in that farmer. That investment per acre is critical in order for us to achieve what we recall the importance of growing the sector. And that's the essence of having this discussion. The third pillar is around innovation. So how do we develop a global scaling platform for agri-innovations? We shouldn't shy away from learning. And for me, if we shy away from learning and believe that what we have works, then we're in danger, because we're living in a system where changes are happening at a very, very fast rate. You see it here today, the futures market will determine something else in the next quarter. And you'll be the geopolitics. For those that know cotton, what happened to US and China, and what happened to the global south in terms of our trading relations? In 2019, I was there. I happened to have been at the center of that. The prices moved from, the farmer were paying 1,200. The price fell to 800. And the government wanted to fix it at 1,200. It created a whole mess in the market. That is how sectors evolve. And if we're not having that pulse, we will not be able to appreciate what we bring on the table. The fourth pillar for us to catalyze, to manage this, is around funding, and this has been emphasized by each of the panelists who have shared the importance of the cost of capital. And it doesn't matter what level you are. If the cost of capital is ridiculous, then the break-even is not there. You'll struggle to make this, you'll struggle to make the business viable. So the viability of these investments in the subsector and the appreciation that we don't operate in a linear form, we operate in an ecosystem, requires us to mobilize around those 4 pillars. And those 4 pillars will necessitate us investing time and resource and build, and one of the areas that Apex platform will play is to ensure that these are well documented and aligned, such that we can account for what we deliver as we require. But there is also a key requirement if we're going to do the above. We call it evidence mapping framework. This requires us to define what the key development objectives are. What are those key products, and Dr. Mahomza mentions, and markets that we want to play in? Who are the key players? The farm level capabilities, the industry structure. We need to define the value chain sequence. Important that we have that, and the sources of investment. We have to appreciate the exogenous factors. Among the most important things is the role of the government in investment and financing, in the business environment, in trade policy and market access, and in sector coordination and dialogue. This framework is important to ensure that we harness the harmony within the ecosystem of the actors if they are going to deliver the steep change that we all are looking forward to from the coffee sector, which we all believe is as critical and as directed by the president, how we can look forward to. Like Dr. Mahomza said, the president gives us tips, but we must be able to go into the weeds. Otherwise, you get lost in the weeds, and we leave everybody there. So if we don't have any clear direction, we are as well as leaving everybody lost. The second question was, how can we learn? How should the government policies, programs avoid the challenges and failures associated with the rationalization? I want to point to one of the things, and possibly scholars have highlighted this, that the agri-food systems have not transformed due to misaligned political economy. I think that statement is very, very important. Misaligned political economy. The root cause is misaligned political economy between political and business elite, preventing a favorable, enabling environment for farmers and investors. And for those that want to read, you can read Why Nations Fail. These books exist: Deals and Development, Gambling on Development, How China Escaped from the Poverty Trap. All these give you what we put at the front of what we think is the right decision was made. But 10 years down the road or 5 years down the road, we are reversing it because we have not understood this critical aspect. I want you also to point to a paper, and hopefully the PS to Secretary to the Treasury, if he was there, here he should have possibly highlighted it. From paper to practice. I'm sure a number of you have read this, and it was developed by Ramadan Gobi. Implementation of agro-industrialization agenda, its failures, successes, and the way forward. And I'm sure for all of you need to read this because it highlights some of the recommendations that point to some of the key loopholes that have led us to the failure of and have led to the rationalization. What I wanted to point, and these are 3 or 4 things that I wanted to point out as a consideration when you're rationalizing, is setting out a vision for change and make choices about to intervene, setting the pace and the right vision, and then positioning strategically and communicating carefully. Again, we possibly get lost in between what is being communicated, using evidence to justify everything that we do. Of course, evidence to justify what we do possibly bails out what we think is the right or wrong decision. And then continuously assessing stakeholder incentives and capabilities. We tend to forget what are those incentives, what brings the stakeholders, the private sector to be here. Why do development partners sit in this forum? Why are farmers here? And what is it in for them? Are those incentives changing? And if they're changing over time, how do we align? How do we change? How to make sure that we actually provide the right things and the capabilities? Are there capabilities? Are there capabilities for each of these stakeholders to deliver what we are looking out for. And if we don't, we throw a bigger thing on somebody who can't deliver anything. And supporting stakeholders to drive change instead of leading or financing the changes ourselves. How do we ensure that when we front the private sector to drive this, we give them the power to drive, not to reverse this as then regularly monitor progress towards outcomes in order to learn and adopt the vision. Part of the Apex's role is to give us that. How do we ensure that we put ourselves to task to define whether we're on the right track or we're failing? And therefore, if we don't do that regularly, we possibly stuck to 10 years and we go back and find we failed. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I think that was very insightful on the part of the development partners' perspective. I think in the interest of time, this one I will not summarize. Allow me to thank you for being a very attentive audience. And please, let's put our hands together for our panelists for the very wisdom that they have shared with us. I now want to please also another hand clap for me for moderating the session very well. Let me now hand over back to Mr. Mondo Chatera to take us on the next issue of events. Stay blessed.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for the panel and the moderator for a job well done? And can I request that all the papers you are referring to, they become a property of the Apex Platform Secretariat? Could you kindly share them with the Secretariat so that Secretariat will be able to share them with us? You can descend. We have earned ourselves lunch. And the lunch will be accompanied by a cup of coffee. Cup of coffee, don't take anything. Take a cup of coffee. Our coffee. Excuse me, panel. Excuse me, panel. The gentleman wants a picture of the panel. Professor Suruma, they want your picture for the archives. Professor Suruma, if you can join the rest, they want your picture. Lunch is going to be served down here, and you need to have a coupon. And if you don't have a coupon, put up your hand. Somebody will identify you and provide the coupon. In the afternoon, we have exciting personalities who are going to take us through the afternoon. Don't miss Dr. Ian Clark. And I know you don't want to miss Dr. Sadiq Kasim, and you don't want to miss Madame Nankung Topista and Mr. Wantwar Stefan. They will be talking to us about enhancing the upstream and midstream activities for the growth of the coffee sector. Thereafter, you realize that we have not had the plenary. It has been intentional. We are going to have an exciting plenary after the second panel discussion. So don't leave. And we have a task. We have to present this report to the Prime Minister, and from the Prime Minister to the President. So we need to adopt what we would have come up with as recommendations in this meeting. So don't leave until we are at the tail end. We have asked security to close the gates of this hotel, so please keep around and we finish the meeting. Okay. In the same way, the panelists who have just finished, you will be able to engage with them, to ask the hard questions, but also the soft questions. But kindly, panelists, share with us your presentations. All right. We are coming back at exactly 3. At exactly 3, we should be back here. and I've started counting. I've started counting. Colleagues, let's go for lunch. Let's go for lunch. Make sure you have a coupon. And the time back here is exactly 1 hour from now. So 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, we need to be back.
Based on evidence. This is Office of the President. Every year, government releases billions of money to ministries, departments, and agencies for specific projects aiming at providing essential services to the citizens. Unfortunately, the citizens continue to complain of poor service delivery because the billions of shillings spent never trickle down and never produce the intended results. But today, Office of the President brings to you the Public Policy Executive Oversight Forum, named Apex Platform, that seeks to boost efficiency in service delivery to the people of Uganda. Office of the President is the overseer of all government projects. It is where the President sits, works, and exercises his oversight role as head of government. Uganda, an East African country with a population close to 45 million people, covering a surface area of 241,038 square kilometers, with per capita income of 897 and has a market potential of 177 million East African people. In spite of Uganda's favorable economic potential, the government over the years has been struggling with problems affecting public policy management and implementation of development projects intended to trigger socio-economic transformation. As a result, many government projects have stalled, others have not taken off, yet government spends billions of money each financial year, which has greatly constrained improvement of service delivery and stagnated the achievements of the goals and objectives of the national development plans.
You have been to Namayingo, Mayuge, Jansia, on the shores of Lake Choga and Albert. There are fish projects which were supposed to be effected there, and machines were brought, and it was a loan. Unfortunately, this thing was never completed. But have we ever taken so that who was responsible for it? Nobody. That's the situation which we don't want now to exist. You must be able to account for what you have been given to do this time round.
Aware of its oversight role, Office of the President initiated a new reform, Apex Platform, to provide overall leadership in public policy management and promotion of good governance practices for national development.
Apex Platform is just a preferred name for an executive public policy management forum. It is a preferred name which we found appropriate for that executive forum. So it is a forum for public policy management which is just below cabinet to discuss issues of policy implementation, issues of budget alignment, issues of result management, and issues of policy initiation and basically implementation.
This reform clears the mandate ambiguity that existed between Office of the President and Office of the Prime Minister by making it clear that whereas the Office of the President is responsible for the oversight functions on behalf of executive, Office of the Prime Minister responsible for the policy program project implementation coordination as articulated NDP3 and M&E implementation architecture.
Apex Platform initiative comes at a time when the Parliament of Uganda, Office of the Auditor General, donors and non-state actors have on several occasions raised the red flag over government weaknesses in implementation of its projects, which has led to loss of billions of money every year. The 2016 World Bank report shows that over a decade, for every dollar invested in public infrastructure, only 7 out of 10 is generated.
Ugandans should trust the Apex platform and in fact give it a benefit of doubt, because it's a homegrown solution which is as a result of a thorough diagnosis of the challenges and problems we have faced over time, project and program implementation.
In order to achieve proper monitoring and implementation results, the Cabinet of Uganda approved and directed the Office of the President to fast-track the implementation of Apex Platform. Following its approval by Cabinet, Apex Platform initiative generated debate during a high-level workshop of ministries, departments and agencies. Eventually, the debate produced and exhibited collective effort and need to support the executive intervention with sufficient information based on evidence to strengthen implementation capacity of government and the face of poor service delivery in the country.
There is a thesis which is developing here, that there is duplication by having an Apex code. I want to dispel that thesis. Let us go back to the fundamentals. What is the mandate of the Office of the President? Who is the appointing authority of every civil servant in this country? I don't know if anybody knows it. The Apex is not an authority, it's not one. It is organizing the Ministry of Finance, the NPA, Prime Minister's Office. These are powerful entities in government who are not talking to each other very well. They are being given a platform to sit in one room and make one decision and work on results for this country. So I am begging that the discussion rotates around making sure that this concept works, because it makes the president the president.
Even Parliament, we get your reports. When we get your reports, we also make recommendations. Where do our recommendations go? I hope we are just not sitting here because we are about to go to trenches so that people start thinking that we are getting serious. When actually we are not serious. Let's better get serious. If people have to get serious.
It's the prerogative of the Office of the Presidency to assume that oversight function. Of course, we fully support that, but it's important, as has also been said by other speakers, that we find a way to address maybe what is missing with the correct fit. So we need to not just institute another forum, another meeting that many of us attend and spend time on, and then everybody goes home to the respective institutions and we continue with business as usual. I don't think that would help us very much.
I have no doubt that the Apex platform will help us to address the inconsistencies that have prevailed in our public investment management, improve service delivery, and strengthen our systems for managing disasters.
At NPA, we believe very strongly that the Apex platform is a game changer for public policy management in this country. A strengthened coordination implementation by the Office of the Prime Minister and strengthened oversight of the Office of the President, we strongly believe, and are very convinced, will enhance NDP3's chances of achieving the desired minimum of 80% of its set targets and ultimately enable us as a country achieve the NDP3's goal of increased household incomes and improved quality of life of Ugandans.
Apex's four major areas of strategic intervention to improve government performances are strengthening oversight role of the presidency, establishing a mechanism for better implementation of executive decisions for improved service delivery, using evidence to inform strategic executive decisions for policy reviews, enhancing communication and feedback on the performance of government projects. Apex platform will be held twice a year, where the four big entities of government will sit in the confession room like meet the president with critical reports, statistically defended, evidence-based, to address the implementation challenges that hinder better government service delivery.
So maybe the Apex platform could easily help us in mindset change. So how we look at things and how we implement things, maybe should be changed. We are going to say if the His Excellency the President is there and the Minister of Agriculture is going to account for some of the projects and programs, and the civil society is around, OPM is there, finance will say we gave so much money, and the NPA said, yeah, this is what we thought would be the plan. Maybe somebody will be shy enough to give an answer to the appointing authority. But as you said, we would expect really the president said, no, I think you're failed. First go and say. That's what we think.
On 27th March 2021, President Yoweri Museveni assented to Apex platform and its implementation with the aim that Office of the President provides leadership in public policy management and promotion of good governance practices. The President draws his power from the 1995 Constitution.
This public policy oversight function is in line with the executive powers vested to the President under Article 99, 1 to 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda.
On 8th April 2021, Right Honorable Dr. Hakana Rugunda, Prime Minister then, in company of other ministers, presided over the flagging off of Apex to kickstart its operation. This was another remarkable event to boost and operationalize Apex platform.
This is a continuous effort of making sure that service delivered to wananchi is not hampered, is streamlined, is cost effective, and is of quality. And this will continuously go on till perfect.
Perhaps one of the most important aspects of the Apex platform is to provide rewards and sanctions.
If a ministry, there is a project which is supposed to go execute and fail, you have to account for this money. There are going to be sanctions and rewards for people who are implementing the program.
After all, Apex platform measures its strength not just in its creation, but in the expected effectiveness that will shape a new trend of government performance in service delivery.
This reform or Apex platform targets achieving at least 80% of NDP targets.
The Apex platform is not for lamentation. The Apex platform is problem identified, solution to the problem, policy recommendation to the problem, and actions taken in line with those who are found capable. Because that's why you see we have rewards and sanctions. Anybody whom we find cannot be repaired, that one must honestly be dismissed from service, because there are public service standing orders, there are laws of the country which really give contractual, which give obligation to how a civil servant can be fired. To my colleagues ministers, I want to call upon you. It's now or never. You are given a ministry. It should not be my work to go and inspect projects of your ministry. It should be your work to inspect programs and projects of your ministry. It should be your work to identify gaps. For me, I should only come in to remind you on the performance. For instance, those white elephants you're talking about of the markets. Yes, that's a project which was a loan. And we have already made an assessment. We are going to call a responsible ministry. We are going to share that assessment with him, with the responsible line ministry, and we come up with a solution. Now that it happened, who was the responsible? Why? Because government carries out feasibility studies before any project is undertaken. There's always a feasibility study to do that.
Since Apex reform is meant to save unnecessary expenditures by government and to ensure that the resources are optimally utilized, there is need for proper and sustainable accountability, especially by all government accounting officers.
My active more in my counterparts, that is all command secretaries, is to put concerted effort and teamwork to ensure that all government programs are implemented without fail.
first cabinet meeting of 12th July 2021, the President reissued the 23 strategic guidelines and directives of 2016 for implementation and further guided that the implementation will be preceded by a performance audit to inform appropriate rectification of any identified gaps. Consequently, the Apex Platform Secretariat, in liaison with the steering and technical leadership committees, conducted the performance audit whose findings were validated at the pre-Apex meeting on 18th November 2021, inform executive decision-making at the inaugural Public Policy Oversight Forum due 3rd May 2022 under the theme Providing Policy Leadership for Socioeconomic Transformation through Accountability for Results.
Comrades, in 2014, His Excellency the President directed the Right Honorable Prime Minister to work with the Attorney General, come up with a clear law on monitoring and statutory of government services. The coming into place of the Apex platform is a good opportunity for us to evolve its legislation. As the surveys of the Apex platform, I will follow up with the Right Honorable Prime Minister on the progress of implementing this directive.
Certainly, the Apex platform proves the executive willingness and efforts to fast-track implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of government projects for improved service delivery and socioeconomic transformation. nearly 12 years, these have been headquarters of the executive powers of Uganda government. This is Office of the President. Every year, government releases billions of money to ministries, departments, and agencies for specific projects aiming at providing essential services to the citizens. Unfortunately, citizens continue to complain of poor service delivery because the billions of shillings spent never trickle down and never produce the intended results. But today, Office of the President brings to you the Public Policy Executive Oversight Forum, named Apex Platform, that seeks to boost efficiency in service delivery to the people of Uganda. Office of the President is the overseer of all government projects. It is where the President sits, works, and exercises his oversight role as head of government. Uganda, an East African country with a population close to 45 million people, covering a surface area of 241,038 square kilometers.
Here, on the shores of Lake Choga and Albert, there are fish projects which were supposed to be expected there, and machines were brought, and it was a loan. Unfortunately, this thing was never completed. But have we ever taken and said that who was responsible for it? Nobody. That's the situation which you don't want now to exist. You must be able to account for what you have been given to do and round.
Aware of its oversight role, Office of the President initiated a new reform, Apex Platform, to provide overall leadership in public policy management and promotion of good governance practices for national development.
Apex Platform is just a preferred name for an executive public policy management forum. It is a preferred name which we found appropriate for that executive forum. So it is a forum for public policy management, which is just below cabinet to discuss issues of policy implementation, issues of budget alignment, issues of result management, and issues of policy initiation and basically implementation.
This reform clears the mandate ambiguity that existed between Office of the President and Office of the Prime Minister by making it clear that whereas the Office of the President is responsible for the oversight functions on behalf of executive, Office of the Prime Minister is responsible for the policy program project implementation coordination as articulated NDP3 and M&E implementation architecture.
Apex Platform initiative comes at a time when the Parliament of Uganda, Office of the Auditor General, donors and non-state actors have on several occasions raised the red flag over government weaknesses in implementation of its projects, which has led to loss of billions of money every year. The 2016 World Bank report shows that over a decade, for every dollar invested in public infrastructure, only 7 out of 10 is generated.
Ugandans should trust the Apex Platform and in fact give it a benefit of doubt, because it's a homegrown solution which is as a result of a thorough diagnosis of the challenges and problems we have faced over time in project and program implementation.
In order to achieve proper monitoring and implementation results, the Cabinet of Uganda approved and directed the Office of the President to fast-track the implementation of Apex Platform. Following its approval by Cabinet, Apex Platform initiative generated debate during a high-level workshop of ministries, departments, and agencies. Eventually, the debate produced and exhibited collective effort and need to support the executive intervention with sufficient information based on evidence to strengthen implementation capacity of government in the face of poor service delivery in the country.
There is a thesis which is developing here, that there is duplication by having an Apex body. I want to dispel that thesis. Let us go back to the fundamentals. What is the mandate of the Office of the President? Who is the appointing authority of every civil servant in this country? I don't know if anybody knows this. The Apex is not an authority, it's not what? organizing the Ministry of Finance, the NPA, Prime Minister's Office, these powerful entities in government who are not talking to each other very well. They have been given a platform to sit in one room and make one decision and work on results for this country. So I am begging that the discussion rotates around making sure that this concept works, because it makes the president the president.
Here in Parliament, we get your reports. When we get your reports, we also make recommendations. Where do our recommendations go? I hope we are just not sitting here because we are about to go to the trenches so that people start thinking, getting serious, when actually we are not serious. Let's better get serious. If people out there have to get services.
It's the prerogative of the office of the presidency to assume that oversight function.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want us to get back to our positions. We want to start the afternoon session. And the earlier we finish it, the better for us to go and do other things. When I mention your name, you kindly help me go and take your seat. Let me start with the chair. The chair for this afternoon session is a renowned media personality, Mr. Kenneth Lukwago Anderson. Is a media personality and Chief Executive Officer of Boozy Minds Limited, a media and events consulting company. He has a wealth of experience gathering policy views and conveying them through the media, especially through Spectrum on Radio 1 every day at 7 p.m. on Radio 1. I have Ms. Topista Nankungu. She's a coffee development specialist and women empowerment advocate. She's an enthusiastic advocate and seasoned professional in Uganda's coffee sector with over 20 years of experience spanning the entire coffee value chain. Currently, Topista is the country coordinator for International Women's Coffee Alliance, Uganda chapter, spearheading initiatives to empower women in coffee production, processing, and trade. She has also advised organizations like Tata Coffee in India on Corono Coffee, expertise including coffee seedlings multiplication through nursery management. And there has been a lot of discussions about the politics of nursery management in this country. So perhaps we shall get insights from her about some of those things. She previously worked as coffee quality controller and branch manager with Volkef and Ecom Trading, a coffee specialist with the USAID Uganda Lead Project 2010-2012, and a lot more about her. She looks very married and contented. Allow me to introduce, I don't see the people I'm introducing coming up, or is it because we are not clapping? Can you clap for Topista as she comes? Dr. Ian Clark. He is the founder of International Medical Group and Clark Group Limited. Ian Clark is an Irish Ugandan physician, entrepreneur, and coffee farmer. He is also the founder of Clark Farm and Coffee Estate, an eco-friendly coffee estate and farm specializing in high quality washed Robusta coffee. If you have clapped for that, now clap for this one. Kilaka Farm is a 1,500-acre farm with 2,000 outgrowers. Now, if you're a coffee farm of 10 acres, you understand what we are talking about. 2,000 outgrowers. Coffee at the farm is processed and exported to international roasters. I have Dr. Sadiq Kasimo. He is currently the Deputy Director General, Agricultural Technology Promotion, holds a PhD in plant breeding and biotechnology from Makerere University. He sits on several institutional boards and university councils, both public and private. Has extensive experience in research, training, and organizational management, among others. He's happily married, but men in Africa don't mention the number of children. You are welcome, Sadiq. And finally, but not least, is Mr. Lodungo Kolo John, who is Assistant Commissioner Crop Production, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. John has over 28 years of experience working with the agricultural sector of the government of the Republic of Uganda, having worked with the local government for 22 years, all of which in coordinating, planning, and managing disasters in semi-arid areas attributed to climate variabilities, especially drought. He collaborated with various development partners in Uganda to develop climate change variability adaptation strategies, and is currently the chairman of the National Steering Committee of the National Organizing Agriculture Steering Committee of Uganda. He is passionate about commercializing agriculture in Uganda by supporting strategic crops growth. So, Chairman, sir, that's your panel. I hand over to you for further management.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mondo Chateka, not only for the good introduction, but also making my work a little bit easier by introducing the key stakeholders who are on this panel to help us, understand clearly what we need to do as a country to get where we want to be. Well, it has been said a number of times that if Uganda addressed a number of issues that affect the coffee subsector, we'll be able to actually make more than what we earn today. President Yoweri Museveni has been vocal on this particular issue, telling us how the Europeans are actually making more money out of the coffee we export as raw materials. And the experts will also tell you that for you to actually get good yields, but also to ensure that you get enough money from the international market, there are a number of issues you need to take care of, including the types of soils where you're growing the coffee, the people who are working on the farm, how you harvest the coffee, the post-harvest handling, the issues of value addition, how you even transport this coffee, and how it actually gets to the international market. So it's this discussion that we're going to have about the upstream and midstream activities that can actually help us to grow further our coffee subsector. Now, my name is Kenneth Lukwago Anderson, as already introduced. I work with Radio 1 FM 90, where I moderate the evening program known as Spectrum. I've been at it for quite some time, first as a producer, and now as a host of that particular program. And it's a privilege to actually host this panel of eminent persons. Very quickly, I'll begin with Dr. Ian Clark because of his wide experience, given the introduction that you've had as a key stakeholder in growing coffee. Would like to hear his experience, to also share with us what he thinks government needs to address or any other stakeholders need to address for us to be able to unlock the bottlenecks that continue to hold back the progress that we want to see in the coffee subsector.
Thank you very much. I should say that I'm really a novice in the coffee sector because, most of my professional career has been in healthcare. But actually, the two are related. The reason that I went into coffee in this time of my life, you know how as you get older, you go back to farming. So I decided to go into farming. But because the agricultural sector, because there are so many people live in rural areas in Uganda, if we don't manage to develop the rural areas through agriculture, particularly through coffee, we'll just be continuing to have a very large rural poor population. And guys like me who want to produce healthcare, you know, the people are not able to have the purchasing power to actually have good healthcare or even have good education. So, you know, the sector, the rural sector, you know, there's 80% of our population live in rural areas. Of that, I don't know the percentage who are coffee farmers, but coffee is a means for development. And so it's not just about we can produce exports and so on, but there's tremendous potential in that. The other thing is that coffee, I went into farming 9 years ago. I've been putting money into my farm for 9 years. I as yet haven't got anything out. I think this year I'll break even. So it's not an easy journey. I think it could be done if in retrospect, I made mistakes as I went along. It could be done quicker, but at the same time, it's not something that you're going to get any quick money out of. But what I like about coffee is it's scientific. If you have the right rootstock, you give it the right inputs, you manage your pest control, you manage your nutrition, then you'll get good coffee. And then, of course, you manage your harvesting, your post-harvest handling, and your pruning and that kind of thing. So it's a scientific crop, and it grows well in Uganda. And I feel like this 20 million bags that we're aiming for is very attainable. So I probably haven't answered your question at all, but express my views. I think it's a good crop for people to be, and I would encourage more people to go into coffee, but it's a long-term return on your money.
Say that we can develop rural areas using coffee. Can you point to us how we can actually
picking coffee? And most of those are women. And you know, that'll put some cash in their hands. And when you put the cash in the hands of women, that goes into the household, it goes into their children, healthcare and education. And it really makes a difference. Also, as was mentioned, I've got outgrowers as well. And again, you're encouraging them to do good practice. We paid this year 3,000 shillings for red cherry, which is it's almost twice as much as we were paying a year or two ago. So I think that the industry really has this ability to bring cash into the economy. That area where I am now, you know, it's really made a difference to the local community in a very rural area. And I just feel that we need to get the cash into these rural areas. Otherwise, they're not developing. You know, otherwise we're just continuing to have these guys have large families. The girls, by the time they're 15, they're pregnant. You know, if somebody's in their 30s, she's an old woman. And you know, so we need to get cash into these areas to develop healthcare, to develop education, so that we can get them out of this cycle of generational poverty.
One quick follow-up before I move on to another panelist. You raised another very important issue where you said coffee is a scientific crop, which requires proper guidance to be able to grow properly. If I got you right, your submission was around that. And I wanted to understand from you whether the coffee farmers in Uganda are actually getting that scientific guidance that is required. Because on this panel, we have people responsible. I would want them to hear from you so that they're able to respond to that particular issue. Are our farmers being guided? What?
No.
Provided the guidance, the scientific guidance.
I was most helped actually by, there's a large coffee estate, one of the largest in Africa, owned by Nauman Coffee. It's a big multinational called Kaweri Coffee. And there's a guy on that, small farmers, and saying, this is what you need to do, because it's not rocket science. You know, it is, you get good root stock, you look after your nutrition, you look after your pests, you know, and it's sort of, and then you'll get outputs. And I think the numbers of farmers who are really poor farmers who don't do pruning, who strip their coffee and all that, sometimes I think it's a race to the bottom, because, let's face it, most of Uganda's farmers are smallholder farmers. They sell to small traders or the local coffee factory who sells on to larger traders. And what the traders want is volumes. They're not that interested in quality. And that, I think, pushes us down in terms of good production of coffee. Because you could get more quantity and more quality with better agronomy. And we're missing out there, definitely.
Coming back to give us your insights about the issue of quality from your perspective as one of the players in the market. But you mentioned the issue of smallholder farmers. And now that we've heard from a farmer, let's now hear from somebody who is involved in helping to organize the farmers to actually get them to the market, and that's Ms. Teopista. From your vast experience as somebody who has been organizing smallholder farmers, what do you think are the bottlenecks, the challenges that actually need to be addressed in order to unlock the potential of those farmers, but also where they want their goods to go, which is the market?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Participating as a farmer, of course, has opportunities, but also challenges. And we are talking about upstream and midstream. And what are the activities at upstream? Because there we are looking at the farm and on-farm activities. And that's where we need to organize the farmers for them to realize that they need to grow coffee as a business, for them to actually access the market and benefit from all the other advantages in the coffee value chain. But the biggest challenge is fragmentation and limited coordination. You find that the farmers who have been, say, part of projects or belong to NGOs or belong to supply chains, their performance is kind of different from those who are in the general stream marketing. So one of the challenges is actually to get them to work together. And I remember some time ago when we were working in one of the projects, one of the ways to actually get them improve their inputs, we had to develop and support farmer field schools. The farmer field schools also had an element of saving. So they were there for the knowledge and also they were there for accessing some immediate finance. So that brings me back to another challenge, the limited access to affordable finance. It is very, very challenging to talk to people who don't have a budget because the research can get out, the agronomist can be there, but the farmers cannot appreciate because of the extreme poverty. It becomes very challenging. So another big challenge is access. Even if they want to make focused investments, they cannot because they don't have access to affordable finance. And one of the biggest challenges is the systemic gender inequality issues. These ones pose a very big challenge because we are looking at improving the lives of both the men and women. But because of the stereotypes and the issues surrounding the relationships between men and women, pose a very big challenge. I'll give you an example. During the current PDM program, the access is 30%. Nice. Everywhere you go, they are going to tick boxes. But when you go a layer, at that time, can we be intentional and make targeted interventions? Of course, another issue is inadequate training and extension system, because somehow, I don't know why, but we end up thinking that the responsibility of extension is for the government. And I beg to differ that it should be a concerted effort, because the government, well, it's their responsibility. But as private sector and other participants, we need to take on this collaborative effort to address these issues that are disturbing the farmers. And of course, one which I want to summarize, which is the biggest and the most important, which is the driver of all the issues, is market access and value addition. Without the market, we have no business talking to the farmers about growing coffee. So we need to look at things like the compliance requirements. So many regulations in country and in the global market are coming up. And the farmers usually become reactive instead of appreciating and adopting these new regulations.
All right, if you can just entertain a quick follow-up. You talked about fragmentation. Would want to understand, is it in terms of land, or is it in terms of the farmers not being organized? And what would be the implication there? But also you raise a very important issue of affordable access to affordable finance, which is a cross-cutting issue because it affects issues of extension services, but also market access, value addition. What advice would you give on how farmers can actually access what we would call this time around cheap finance to be able to unlock their potential?
The fragmentation I'm talking about is at all levels, in terms of land, but also farmers working in isolation. And because of the everyday, the inherent laws and people, the land has not increased. Uganda has a permanent square area. So it has not increased, but the population has increased. So we have further subdivisions of land. And we need to think about encouraging and facilitating and training farmers to form groups to work together. They may not necessarily be cooperatives, but cooperatives is one way, but they could have small intentional groups.
Are SACCOs not working? SACCOs.
I am not so sure about SACCOs because one of the issues that is again surrounding, because again of limited capacity building that is affecting people trying to work together, is governance and leadership issues. So we have so many cases, again, I haven't updated the statistics, but we have so many cases of people forming SACCOs or forming associations for a purpose of accessing a government program, and they're not fully evaluated, and then you hear leaders absconding with people's money and that kind of thing. So we need to be more intentional and build the capacities of these people for market access. I'll give you an example why farmer field schools were working very well. One, because the people understood the reasons why they were together. They had to have a technical person in that group who would go and attend training and come back and talk to them and guide them on how to share experiences. They were saving, and therefore they had access to the immediate money. So money management became easy. So yes, the fragmentation is both in land, but also in farmers working individually, and therefore they miss out on scale advantages of doing business in terms of market access, but also in terms of accessing inputs.
Much, Madam, for your input there. Now, this takes me to the duty bearers. Having heard from the farmer and also somebody who is involved in pushing the value chain upwards, organizing the farmers and helping them to get to the market, we need to hear from the duty bearers and how they respond to some of these specific issues that I've come across. And I'll begin with John, who is the Assistant Commissioner Crop Production. Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. Very quickly, there are fears out there when you talk to farmers about the coffee subsector, and some of these fears are attached to the recent development in the coffee subsector, the issues of UCDA, among others. Can you kindly share with us the immediate plans by the government to address some of these fears and responding to the needs of farmers in light of what they think a gap that has been created by the transferring of UCDA to the main ministry?
Thank you very much, moderator. Again, my name is John Lodungokol. I am Assistant Commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture and a seasoned farmer for more than 28 years working with the farmers. I started as a frontline extension worker to now where I'm on a strategic direction. Yes, what are the immediate plans? And how is the perception of the new RAPEX, for example, where the UCDA is now brought back to the department, as a department in the Ministry of Agriculture, so that they do the specific work. Now, the role of government, for example, is to do the regulatory mechanisms, to ensure it provides the policies, continues working on the regulations, it continues working on the frameworks that provide enabling environment for the coffee production. And in that, we are now privileged that the UCDA, the former agency, is now it's now a department of its own in the Ministry of Agriculture. And basically, it will be doing a lot of providing and regulations of the coffee sector, and also does regulation and providing farmers, and it will work with the National Food, Agricultural and Statistical System now, which is being created for a database of ensuring you have what is called a database for a farmer of coffee production in Uganda. And it will also do will continue doing the quality control, setting country standards and certifying the quality of coffee in our country, and also do a lot of export certification, certify the coffee exports in considerations of the European Union deforestation regulations, where coffee is not supposed to be cultivated in the forested areas. So all that we're going to adapt and adhere to them. And we will do a lot of course, research. The National Agricultural Research Organization have been given the mandate by His Excellency the President to ensure they become a monopoly of the seed production specifically for coffee, that there will be no other producers externally, but apart from NARO. And then we will also do a lot of regulations. And then, of course, the other bit, which everybody has said here, is to ensure the financing system capacity of these farmers, both in credit facilities, in a subsidy level. This is how our government intends to see how the role and responsibilities of this coffee sector is improved.
A number of issues that have come across from your panelists here. One of the things that we have seen is the issue of organizing the farmers, but also Dr. Ian Clark raised the issue of guidance to the farmers. There are issues to do with extension services that have also come across. Can you elaborate a little bit on those particular issues? Because from what we have heard here, they are very critical in ensuring that we have good crops, but also the product that we finally send to the market.
I want to begin with the extension services. First of all, you are aware that the government alone, through the Directorate of Agricultural Extension, established its policy of extension, which is envisioning the pluralistic delivery system of extension services with multiple providers, meaning all of us are extension workers. Now, our role as the Minister of Agriculture is to ensure we redirect all extension services in the right way. Our principle is reach where the farmers are with what they have. We help them to help themselves. And so we do harmonize and regulate extension materials, information services across the public and the private sector players to avoid contradictions. We also strengthen coffee groups and cooperatives in standardized group management practices, for example, inclusion of youth and women, and coffee production and quality assurance, just like what the rest of the panelists had said before. And we will closely work with the private sector organizations to harmonize efforts in the coffee sector for synergies. And this man called a farmer is the king. And this person called a farmer, to mobilize this farmer is, first of all, one of the key issues we need to look at is the information to the farmer on coffee production. These farmers must know the information on where to get the seed, how to plant, how to manage the post-harvest handling, and how to do the marketing. Where is the competitive price? And our argument here is that these farmers should get the right price. You know, the worst now is the people called middlemen. These middlemen, I hope they are also middlewomen. I hope they would be really removed from the society and ensure that this farmer goes to the right price at the right place. Basically, that's what we do.
Let's move on and hear from Dr. Sadiq Kasim, who comes from NARO, whose mandate is, among other things, to conduct research, which means your research is very critical. Looking at how the environment is treating itself with climate change coming on board, but also when you talk about issues to do with high-yielding crops, etc., and very critical in the coffee subsector. You've heard from the panelists here contributing to this discussion, and I'm sure a number of issues that you've noted that touch your particular area, but most importantly, the issue that Dr. Ian Clark put across, the issue of science and coffee. How is NARO intervening to ensure that we have a sustainable coffee subsector in light of the challenges that keep emerging, including climate change, pests and diseases, to mention but a few?
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. First, I should be able to thank the organizers of this forum. I want to thank Muhumza Fred, who is a friend of NARO, for his paper. He mentioned NARO several times in a positive manner. I want to thank all those who presented ahead of me in the morning and now for all that contribution that they have made. Before proceeding far, I will want to introduce my colleague, the director of National Coffee Research Institute, Dr. Arnaitwe, for purposes that for now he is very, very critical. If he could stand up, Dr. Arnaitwe Geoffrey. That is the director of the National Coffee Resources Research Institute, who has accompanied me, we have come together.
Do you think you'll need his support? There's an empty chair here, we can bring him on board.
Yes.
Dr. Arnaitwe, please, if you can join the panel briefly. As you proceed.
You can join, especially during the reactions, very well. But I want to say some recommendations that are made by the earlier people that are immediate in nature, especially from the National Planning Unit, National Planning Authority. I'm a veteran of this streamlining. I was one time a district NADS coordinator. And when that rationalization was coming, I know how sometimes people look at you, they might all think in a faulty way about you and then the good many things that you are doing together. And therefore, that positivity that she was recommending, that those technical staff of UCDA that were either in quality assurance, either in extension, if there is space in MAIV, they be absorbed. I take it serious because I should be able to associate them to the end because I was representing research on the board of UCDA. I was representing research on the board of UCDA. That recommendation, if my colleague from the ministry can look into it, is very positive. There are many, many, and most of those people who are very useful. As a country, we can benefit from them through even this transition process. And I expected them to even participate here and make their contribution. Having said this, NARO is a very big thing for those who may not know. We comprise of 16 public agricultural research institutes, of which 7 are referred to as national agricultural research institutes with the mandate. And one of it is the one being headed by my senior Dr. Renaito. I call Dr. Renaito senior. Dr. Renaito turned to have supported my supervision in the university, and even signed for my PhD, as you see him here. So I recognize him dearly. So he heads one. But we have also the Journal Agricultural Research and Development Institutes that are spread across the country. Now, NARO does so many crops, but today we are discussing specifically about the coffee, and which is headed by my colleague. I want to say that we have been able, as NARO, to involve farmers, to do linkages with the farmers in various ways before we develop the variety, to arrive at a variety that is drought tolerant, disease tolerant, that is high yielding, that matures quickly, that is probably has good crop quality. We all first do what we call demand articulation and priority setting, where our institutes, especially the journal institutes, reach as much as possible to hear the voice of the farmer. To hear the voice of the farmer. And we have made it as a routine that serious farmers in the country are part and parcel of the management committees of our Journal Agricultural Research Institutes. And I think Dr. Ian could be one of those that we thought should have been appointed on the board of NACORI. And if you accepted the offer, then that would have been the best. We feel like sharing with the farmers, knowing what the farmer goes through before research does something, goes beyond only the acceptability of the technology, but also it enhances adoption. And when we develop the technology, we go through several adaptive trials, so many demonstrations. We do joint technology transfer demonstrations together with either the farmer organizations, with either the cultural institutions, with either the private sector. We do many of those things to ensure the linkages. Alongside the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, our mother ministry, and also other local governments, production staff. So we do a lot of those linkages. We always engage with the private sector players, the nursery operators, the seed companies for the other crops. We engage a lot. And actually, in NARO, we adopted 2 routes for our technology transfer. We have the public route, where we go through extension, we go through our journal institutes, but we also have the commercial route, where we engage directly with the seed companies. They take the seed, multiply, and when they multiply, they market to the farmers. And of course, they are certified by the ministry. So we have been doing several of those linkages using several methods that are there. Now, what has been called about, what about the yield problem? Yes, truly, there is a huge gap between the potential of our varieties and what the farmer is getting. The gap is wide. And I attribute this gap to 4 key constraints, and some of them you have mentioned, moderator. The climate change effects are real and huge, characterized by drought, even floods, storms. So, and instances of higher instances of diseases and pests, and several of those. Because of those, definitely getting the potential of the variety becomes a challenge. Another huge challenge that comes, of course, is beyond the climate change effects, there have been coffee pests and diseases. The biggest coffee disease was the coffee wilted disease, which we found a solution to it. The varieties Dr. Renaito and team released are basically fighting the coffee wilted disease, fighting the coffee berry pests, and all those other ones. We found the disease. The solution. The third thing that has been really a huge challenge is the declining soil fertility. The declining soil fertility we can attribute to several things. One, as you know, the population is growing, fragmentation is very high. The president had always guided the country about land consolidation. That we have not implemented well. We have not consolidated the land the way we are guided by His Excellency, the President. So fragmentation has continued to go. The soil fertility has declined. Soils, especially in central Uganda, where coffee was really the leading in the yield, the soils are old, the soils are dying, and therefore the yields come down, especially in western, at least in western Uganda, where there's some good interaction of crop livestock, that you see some fair yield, and both in coffee and banana, you see some fair yield because of that integration. So the soils, the fertility have declined. So the fourth thing that has caused, again, the low yield is, of course, the poor farming practices.
As you wind up.
Wanted to say a few things that really we needed to do. The huge challenge for us as a country now, what we need to do. We really are challenged to continue increasing access to application of irrigation, soil and water conservation. Those we should be able to increase the access. Another thing we are really much challenged is also increasing access and utilization of the technologies. Nakori released 10 good varieties, early maturing, high yield, but how many farmers have already accessed? So we need to increase that access to technology, including other inputs like the fertilizers. We need also to increase that access. Some farmers need actually interaction with the researcher themselves, not even the extension alone. So we need to find ways of how do we increase research farmer extension, farmer linkages? How do we increase access to extension services? Do we have adequate extension workers as a country? Those are some of the things that we should look at. But the immediate solutions now, that narrow is to be coming in to deeper in the absence of UCDA. We really need to strengthen Nakori. We need to strengthen the journal technology and multiplication centers, which are the Journal Agricultural Research and Development Institutes, and even the sub-regional centers in our satellite institutions. Those ones should be centers for early generation seed. We shouldn't think of eliminating the private sector, who has been represented by the private nursery operators. We shouldn't eliminate them. We should be, as research, do very well in terms of the early generation seed that should be accessed and certified. Now, we need a framework for access of now the early generation seed and the certification of the nursery operators so that they're able now to really do the multiplication of the seed in the mass quantities. That linkage, if we destroyed it, definitely we will have weakened the private sector. To me, that would be a huge, huge challenge. The third thing that we should do, today government has so many programs that indirectly actually give incentives, indirectly give subsidies. Look at the investment in the Paris development model. Look at the investment in Emioga. All these other programs for women, that kind of thing. What we lack is the framework of linking the beneficiaries of those programs directly to the seed multipliers, to the seed multiplication centers. And we need that kind of framework. And if we have it, they will benefit. The other thing that we need as a country,
lastly,
to strengthen the communication strategy for farmers and farming. We need to strengthen it. There are many things that we do not know as the implementers of the government programs, the policymakers, and the beneficiaries, the farmers. And we need also to implement. I know we have the national partnership policy. we need to strengthen the way we implement our partnerships to ensure that the linkage between private sector, public institutions, the cultural institutions, and all these players in the actors in the value chain are well coordinated and the partnerships are well strengthened. I want to stop here. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Sadiq, you're a politician in making, if I'm not, you know, because you have a lot to say, but good enough what you're saying is actually grounded, somebody who understands the sector very well. One particular issue you noted there, the need to strengthen Nakori, and I was wondering whether you were trying to suggest whether it was your recommendation that instead of moving UCDA, they should have strengthened Nakori to be able to take over the responsibility of UCDA, but that could be a debate of another day. But very quickly, let's get some quick responses from the panelists, and then we'll open it to plenary so that the people in this room can also quickly raise issues or also comment on what the panelists have already said. And I want to begin with you, Dr. Ian Clark. Now, one of our biggest ambition as a country is actually to move instant coffee. We have heard about a factory that is being constructed in Uganda, and we don't know whether it's the direction that we are going into. There are still questions around it, but we hope hopefully it will turn out to be a good thing for the entire country and for the coffee value chain. But let's hear from you. Are we heading in the right direction looking at what is being done? And if not, what would you advise that we do based on your experience?
Well, I think that there are two things that we should concentrate on in terms of value addition. One is the quality of the coffee that we're producing, and the other is the quantity we are getting per farmer or per tree. Because if you've got mediocre farmers or mediocre farming practices, you'll get less quantity and you'll get lower quality. I know of one big farmer who rushed ahead, planted a lot of coffee, a lot of bananas and so on, and their output was really poor because they just never got their agronomy right or their pest control right. So I think, you know, that takes us back to basics of farming, that we need the discipline within Uganda that, you know, you don't get people stripping berries, you know, you don't get people, you know, just not looking after the trees, not pruning, not feeding, you know, not doing pest control, and then just sort of, you know, sending their wives out to pick the coffee. I mean, that's really, really poor. So that's one thing. The other thing about, you're asking about the value addition in terms of instant coffee, I'm not an expert on that, but what I will say is that kind of a plant will use the lower qualities of coffee. It'll use the lower grades of coffee. So, you know, if it gives more value to those, it's fine. I think it's yet to be seen about markets. I mean, because you know, you can't put up a big coffee plant to do instant coffee or freeze-dried coffee, but you have to also find the markets for it. I think that one of the things I would say about value addition is we do still need to brand our Ugandan coffee. We produce very good coffee in this country, but when you go to the consumer, they'll have heard of Kenyan coffee, Rwandan coffee, Ethiopian coffee. They'll never have heard of Ugandan coffee. And our coffee literally sometimes is just exported as Italian coffee or something else. You know, so the branding, I think, is important. And then the value addition, it really depends. You can do soluble coffee. There's a few people doing that. That's grand. Or you can get further up the value chain in that you, instead of selling to traders, you're selling to exporters. Instead of selling to exporters, you're exporting yourself. You're selling to importers, or you're getting to the roasters. Very hard to get beyond the roasters because then you're in the coffee shops. Or you can get into the supermarkets. But when you're getting into supermarkets, you're competing with Brazil, with very cheap coffee there, and it's a pretty hard road. But yeah.
Let's hear very quickly from Madame Theopista, your take on this, that fine coffee element, but also the issue of quality, as emphasized by Dr. Ian Clark.
Of course, the farmers need to embrace and appreciate quality that, because all the things that we are telling them to do, like address good agricultural practices, we have issues with extension because the goal or what the money in coffee is if you produce a heavy sound bin. A heavy sound bin means it is not affected by pests and diseases. It receives enough water. You have a big bin. You have screen 15, you have screen 18. And so while we are encouraging the farmers to address the quality issues, there needs to be a concerted and collaborative effort to make sure that the farmers access extension services. We need to make sure that the role of extension services should not only be for the government, because we can get out a lot of information when you use, say, social media, because I see so many things when you fall prompt and you're working with, say, the communication systems. We can solve the issue of fewer extension workers if we are using different collaborative efforts to address this issue. Also, the government needs to focus on improving the rural infrastructure. You don't know how frustrating it is to move in those roads and the coffee gets wet, it cannot reach. It's really frustrating. So the government needs to think about improving the infrastructure in the rural communities to make sure that the farmers focus on the goal of producing quality coffee. Another and most important one is to address and mainstream gender, because I know we have very many affirmative actions for gender, but implementation and inclusion is still a challenge. So the government needs to, through collaborations again with the private sector, with the NGOs, to really ensure that the good graces and the enabling environment created actually delivers results through clear implementation of these policies. And of course, we need to promote research and innovations. The coffee sector has evolved actually. We are now in, I think, moving into the 5th wave, because the first wave were just growing coffee, looking at productivity. Then we went to specialty coffee. Then we have moved into sustainability and the experience. Right now we are talking about innovations. We talk about honey processed coffees. We talk about fermented naturals together with the experience. So we need concerted efforts, again through collaborations, to make sure that research and innovations are prioritized. The farmers can make a lot of money if they focus on innovations, and that's the solution, because the land is not increasing. The productivity is still an issue, but through innovations they can access niche markets and that kind of thing. So again, my stress is collaborations and strategic partnerships between the public-private partnerships.
All right, finally we'll hear from Assistant Commissioner Ludongo Cole on the issue of quality and the ambitious plan we have to move into fine coffee. Are we able to make it? What are you seeing from the ministry? What kind of plans are in place to actually actualize this plan? Please, kindly if you can respond in 2 minutes, because Mr. Mondo there tells me our time is up.
To handle this issue of the quality and how we strengthen the coffee sector, the ministry's focus and the strategic direction of government is to ensure we have a competitive, profitable, and sustainable coffee sector, and this is going to be done through transforming subsistence farming of coffee farmers to commercial coffee production. And there are about 5-6 strategic areas that the government is going to invest in heavily. One of the areas is the element of production, multiplication, certification, distribution of seed and stocking material. Again, we will use all our agencies and the structures to ensure the seed produced rightly. That's why we need to use the research, and that's why now, if you have seen what is happening now in the market, we are trying to certify the agro-input distributors of seedlings of coffee, and we're cleaning the markets. If you have seen barley, if you have seen container villages, all those claiming to be producing seedlings which are not certified, and now the law is very clear, and we're enforcing on that. Two, element of pest and disease control, because it's the one that reduces our quality of our coffee. And you see now coffee berry disease and the coffee leaf rust is rampant in Uganda, and Uganda is working out, government is working with the government partners, supplement the farmers' efforts in ensuring that we supply, we provide inorganic and organic pesticides and disease control measures. And the other one is ensuring we improve the pre and post-harvest handling practices so that the value addition is increased, because that's also the key is about our coffee. And that is the mindset issues that are coming now. For example, there's little, they're saying our coffee is not standard. And yet, if you go to a restaurant in Uganda, most of us here go and say English coffee. You know what that means at the end of the day? You are taking Robusta coffee from Bugisu and you are calling it English coffee. In the same English coffee, you have milk from our dairy animals. So why don't you own? That's already a mindset issue. So we need to do that. And then, of course, the element of ensuring we have sustainable production during off-season, in our wet season. We are only relying on the rainfall agriculture. But element of common mechanization and irrigation is also paramount. And I've seen some of the farmers who have improved on their quality of the bean seed and so on. It is because they do irrigation. And so government is ensuring it's going to build a lot of these mechanization centers, small-scale irrigation centers to support the farmers. And finally, you and me, who are called the farmers, should be mobilized and educated through information database that we call NFAS, the National Agriculture and Statistical System that will be developed in Uganda to ensure that you now have information about the coffee producer, acreage, quality, and so on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, join me to appreciate this panel for giving insightful thoughts there, but their work is not yet done, because Mr. Mondo Chateka is going to be following up with plenary reactions, and then they will also be responding to some of the issues that will come from you. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Before that, Anderson, it would be unfair that Dr. Inaitwe walked and you have not given him a minute to say something.
The idea, according to his colleague there, that he will supplement during the reaction phase.
You are putting customer in trouble.
All right, but let's give him an opportunity to have his say on this particular issue. Thank you. Dr. Arinaite, please. You've sat here, listened into the discussion, the issues that have been raised by the stakeholders on this panel, but you're also here earlier, had the discussion which was in this particular hall. As a focal person from NARO handling issues of coffee, what would be your quick reaction to some of the issues that have been put across? The idea is that we need to improve to be able to get where we want to go. And this calls in issues of quality, but also organizing farmers. We also need access to adequate financing. And we need actually to support the farmers with the necessary information that is scientific to be able to promote our coffee subsector. Let's hear your take on these issues.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for giving me an opportunity to say 2 words. I was actually wondering why I came here. But so, the coffee research. I first give you how we've been doing research. So we have the National Coffee Research and Development Agenda that is developed in partnership with the coffee exporters and traders and implemented by National Coffee Research Institute that is under NARO. Going to the quality, if you want quality coffee, we start from the seed. We know that if you start with the quality seed, good soil, and you manage the pests, you'll have the best coffee beans, guaranteeing you to get the quality coffee that we need. For the seed, how we've been working on the seed production, we've been developing high-yielding varieties, and then we give initial stock to private nursery operators, and then we will certify them in partnership with the UCDA. So to private nursery operators, the certificate, it will be signed by MD UCDA and the Director of Research at the National Coffee Research Institute. When they said that that NACORI is going to be in charge of seed production, quality seed production, that may not be very correct. What I understand, the President requested that government institutions should participate in multiplication of foundation seed. So responding to the President's call, what the Institute is planning to do is to establish mother gardens at the Zone Agricultural Research Institutes and some government farms. And then the Institute will be responsible for validating the purity and maintaining true to typeness of the materials before they are multiplied and given to the farmers. It's important to note that the Institute has no intention of multiplying and selling seed to farmers. Private nursery operators, cooperatives, farmers associations, even traditional leaders, including the churches, can multiply the quality stock that we put at the zonal agricultural research centers and give them to farmers. Then the financing. NACORI is supported through NARO and previously UCDA. And then currently, we are supposed to partner with the new department at MAIF that is not yet constituted, but and then we would implement the researchable issues that are derived from the strategic plan that developed by UCDA in partnership with coffee exporters and producers. So what I would like to kindly ask my parent ministry is that this is the beginning. We are beginning the NDP4. We quickly need to have the issue strategic plan, and from where we develop the research plan to respond to key issues in the industry. Then we can respond quickly to issues that are affecting the consumers. Lastly, Chair, I need to indicate this, that coffee is the only crop where the majority of the consumers are far away, are overseas. Only around 5% is consumed here. It's important to understand that then the coffee research cuts across. It's not a production issue. It's the industry-wide concern. So if we have to work on the quality, for example, the quality for export, we need to work on post-harvest handling, fermentation, including drying and transportation issues related to coffee. So many of the stakeholders think that NACORI is responsible for producing varieties and seedlings. I think this is an underestimation of what research does in other countries. Research usually is an engine for the sector and responds to issues including marketing issues, and we've been pushing that an agency that does marketing for coffee also partner with research to get the technology trends, tastes and preferences that are of research nature, so that the Institute can respond correctly and serve the consumers and the producers at a go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rinaitwe. And to Mr. Chateka Mondo to follow up with the plenary discussion. Kindly, dear panelists, remain seated because you'll have to respond to some of the issues that we have not tackled that will come from the plenary session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anderson. Anderson is running to the studios now, Radio 1, and so thank you. Let's clap for Anderson for doing a good job. Let's clap for the panel. They have done a good job. But panel, kindly remain where you are, because there is a question session. And I'm going to also request the first panel also to be ready to answer some of the questions. Let me start with a story. A blind man asked God, what is worse than losing somebody's sight? God answered, losing your vision. So let's not lose our vision in as far as the coffee industry is concerned. Let's stick and look where we need to go. Lots of things have been said, including declined soil fertility versus rapid population growth. One of the things we do very well in this country is production of human beings. We produce them, and then it's like sons and daughters don't buy land, and so you start dividing the land, and hence the small parcels of land that we have. Methods of production, branding has come up severally. I think we have a problem with branding, because including the people here in this room, if there was coffee from Kenya and coffee from Uganda, by looking at the packaging, you are likely to pick on the coffee from Kenya. Rural infrastructure, including service land, issues of strategic partnerships. How do we ensure strategic partnership between the private sector and the public sector? And somebody was asking, what can government do, or what must government do to incentivize people with big chunks of land to become coffee farmers? What is that government can do? Issues of affordable finance. My sister Topista has raised the issue of gender equality issues, including issues perhaps of access to land, and this also takes on the young people. Since morning when I was listening to people presenting, when the Secretary Office of the President presented, he said he has opened up a farm of 50 acres. And I thought, wow, that's big. Before I talked to Kaushenga about how big his farm is. Then I listened to Dr. Ian Clark, and he said 1,500. So land is of essence. And there's been arguments here that it might not make sense for you to have coffee on 4 acres. Perhaps you need over 5, maybe 10, to make some economic sense. And just a take home, Dr. Muhumza said, don't simply talk over coffee, talk coffee. Now, excuse me, can you get the microphone? You will show hands, but there are those that must speak. And Robert, you are already on my lineup that you must say something. You are being very quiet. So take the microphone this way. You see where I'm pointing. That man with some gray hair like me is called Mr. Robert Kaushenga. Let him say something. Then, okay. I've seen how I'm going to move.
Okay.
Robert.
You will forgive me because I am not going to stand. So the very first problem about the way we are going with respect to these affairs is you invited coffee stakeholders for a dialogue. You've spent the last 6 hours talking at us. There are people who I know are sitting in this room from whose experience and knowledge you could have benefited.
You have now the time.
So I needed to tell you that. I'll start with a word of caution to John from the Ministry of Agriculture. Please, 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 you've now taken over the industry. Do not declare war on these people you call middlemen. Those people, first of all, they are all Ugandans, and they are entitled to the work that they do and to earn from it. Number two, those so-called middlemen whom every single person demonizes, they are the people who play the most important logistical role in the coffee trade. They are the ones willing to go on bicycles, on borders, to go and collect the coffee from deep places where there are no roads, and you're not about to do roads to those places. Number two, they are currently financing the coffee trade in the absence of a national financing system. If I were you, I would actually call those people and discuss with them. They will teach you how the trade is moving. They are also very central in the network of coffee farmers because they are the ones that deal directly with the farmers. They are the ones that do primary processing. Some of them, by the way, are big farmers. I mean, Ian has just told you he has 2,000 outgrowers. In every sense, Ian is a middleman. So if you declare war against that process, you are going to break the only functional logistical operation we have in the coffee trade, and you have nothing to replace it with. So my advice to you is partnerships. I had promised Muhumuza that I was going to quarrel today, but I'll just do two things. So
Robert, it's okay to quarrel. Actually, we want
Mondo,
people to quarrel.
Mondo, what you are doing today, we did at the beginning of 2023.
Yes.
Twice. We sat in Ichigo and we sat here for 3 days. And we developed a number of suggestions for government of Uganda to consider. The speech that the minister made today and the speech that Kakande made today, the PS, they made it 2 years ago. We're now just repeating ourselves. There has been no attempt to tell us what happened to the document we gave to the minister to take to cabinet. We don't know. Half of the problems we saw in 2023 and 2024 could have been avoided if that document had been read and discussed. I'll suggest two approaches. Number one, Muhumuza, let us separate two conversations. The politics of coffee and the business of coffee should be separated and engaged in by two different groups of people. Clearly, the political leaders have a stake and a responsibility in the coffee sector. Let me give an example. Many of the political leaders, their followers believe in them. If they did mobilization work, they would save the technical people from simple problems like drying coffee on the ground, handling some of these issues. You talk to the players in the industry, they're going to tell you the frustration going on with registration. Why? Because of the suspicion. I remember saying this to the Minister of Agriculture in a meeting about 2 months ago. I said, call all the political leaders from coffee producing areas, sit with them and draw an agenda of mobilizing the farmers through political institutions. Honorable Nandala is here. Didn't I say that? You were there in that meeting. You haven't done it. Instead, you went to Parliament and started quarreling amongst each other. So that in itself damages and there's no leadership. Secondly, here's my proposal. Can we set up a technical working group composed of people with sober minds, and that rules me out, who can sit and help the transition process? It's not as simple as it appears. The way you have laid it out, John, it's not that simple. Coffee is a very complex problem. I can tell you, I know two parts of the world that are rubbing their hands because of the chaos we're in now. Why? Because tomorrow they're going to force our prices down. So can we have a technical working group that answers, in my view, the following value chain issues? Number one, the research issues that Unitwe has talked to, not just in production, but right up to the market. There are very few people in this country who understand the complexity that trading coffee is. People don't trade coffee. It's a financial thing. How many people in Uganda understand the financing trading of coffee and how the houses in London and New York trade our coffee? We don't know. But we're talking about marketing. We'll go to China and market. It's a very complex business. Number two, for me, the farmer in Uganda, the only time the farmer in Uganda can command a good price is when he's selling his coffee at the farm. All of these other things you're talking about doing will never give the farmer a good price. What's the best way to command a good price for the farmer? It is to make sure that the farmer has a high yield and good quality coffee. The rest is noise, whether you like it or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Okay, I've quarreled enough.
Yeah. And it's okay. Franz Fanon, in his book, Direction of the Earth, says quarreling is okay because it's a revolutionary sentiment. That's perfect. Can I get the gentleman here, in front here? Then you'll go at the back. You remind us your name and you make your comment. And if you're asking a question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chateka, Master of Ceremonies. I'm called Mwenyi Davis. I sit at the Cabinet Secretariat as a policy analyst, commissioner level. My question, actually not a question, but my proposal is that Minister of Agriculture has been handed a milk cow. And tomorrow, and I'm telling you about 6 months, in policy, if we want to transit, and this is what Robert talked about ably here, that we need a transition. How are we going to move from UCDA, what it was, and to make it continue to grow towards the 20 million bags of coffee that we are talking about? The other thing I just wanted us to think about is the BCU model. Dr. Muumuza talked about the 4 cooperatives, and he says he only sees one now. The point he was saying that there is one standing. Can we learn from that and see how we can use cooperatives in order to leverage the production of coffee? Even Dr. Ian Clark himself, the 2,000 outgrowers that he's talking about, these are cooperative systems. So if we are talking about increasing coffee productivity, coffee production, then we need to bring the farmer here so that we are able to speak to the price that the farmer is going to get. And then the point, we need to emphasize the point of access to credit. This one, we cannot just gloss over it. Credit is very important. When we had the cooperative bank, we know what it used to do. I don't want to go back to that. My MP, Honorable Nandala Mafabi, spoke to this. And so, as a government, as a people of Uganda, we need to sit down and build the conversation towards how we can build a credible institution. I saw a cabinet memo suggesting about the creation of the cooperative bank, but it was being sponsored by Ministry of Trade. And I thought that was a little bit irregular. You understand? So now that Coffee Development Authority has gone back to Ministry of Agriculture, then the conversation should start around there, and then we see how we can do. We do not even need to borrow money to do this. Because if we bring back, if you look at the model of Centenary Bank, how it started, this was a bank of patrons in the church. They contributed 1,000, and the bank started. And the farmers can even do much more than that. And lastly, my brother, I want us to speak to the real poor people down there. If we are talking about this coffee to help our people, then we should be able to come up with models that are supposed to increase coffee. For example, you have the PDM. How is the PDM speaking to coffee production and productivity? If that can happen, then we should be able to see the volumes of coffee increase. Let me say one thing lastly to my sister, to Pista here. You see, I'm a policy analyst, but most of the policies that we make, we have tried to empower women. I'm a man, I have a wife who is a female, plus children and even girls who are my daughters. But if we try to stereotype, to increase, to hype the issues, because if a woman is supposed to settle, she has to have a good husband. But if you continue killing, talking about women are being marginalized, look at the cabinet of Uganda. Over 50% are women. Now, the women have been brought in front, and we are supporting them, and we are willing to support them. But let us not forget a boy child. for goodness sake. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, boy child. Go to him, then you go at the back. But now let's be very brief. Yeah. Let's be very brief because we want everybody to contribute. I don't want to anger Robert Kaushenga once again.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid I'm going to ask a question, but it might point at me again. I'm going to, this coffee dialogue is pointing to the wider issue of rationalization. As a government, it has taken, the decision has been made. But the receiving agencies, what transition problems have you anticipated, and what mitigating factors or strategies have you put in place? There are implications, definitely. There are issues of like service disruption, HR issues. How have you prepared for them? You are the receiving agency, but probably I'm part of the problem as part of government. So can we put together our heads and see how we implement this monster? If we don't manage it properly, we are in trouble. Thank you.
Go to that table. As Mr. Karyango traveled all the way from Nordic countries to come and attend this meeting. I want to hear your comment. I don't know where you are hiding. Okay. Okay, but let me finish that table.
Thank you very much.
Then Karyango.
Thank you very much. I'm Tony Mugoya from Uganda Coffee Farmers Alliance. I work also with farmers in other countries. And if you go to Tanzania, in Kenya, the governments in those countries, they spend a lot of time and they have elaborate fertilizer policies. We cannot increase production of coffee in the same level as Vietnam or Brazil without fertilizers. So please, let's focus on the fertilizer issue and the cost of financing. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to finish that table. Then I'll migrate there. Then Mugoya. Karyango.
Thank you, MC. I'm Brigadier General retired John Charles Sanywa from Operation Wealth Creation. My question goes to our senior Professor Suruma. Professor, we have been dishing out some money to SACCOs, PDM SACCOs. Can't all this money be channeled to begin the cooperative banks? And there's also what Honorable Mafavi said, there was Coffee Stabilization Fund. So if we add the Coffee Stabilization Fund and the PDM SACCO, can it form the cooperative bank? Thank you.
Brigadier General, do you also want to comment about the managing of the nursery beds and the seedlings?
Come again. Come again.
There's been a lot of talk about how the coffee seedlings you were giving out were managed or mismanaged.
Oh, the coffee seedlings was not properly managed because we were not using the right procedures. So many people jump into nursery operation without certification. And therefore, what was being procured by UCDA, our job as OWC was to enhance the delivery of whoever is supposed to get the coffee seedlings. That is, we were augmenting the role of UCDA in distribution.
Okay.
And NADS, we were also augmenting their job in distribution of inputs to the farmers who needed them.
Thank you,
But
Brigadier
the procurement, the certification was quite professional and should have been done by the scientists. So they did not play their role, and the procurement was also done by the other side, not OWC. And that is where the
the problem arose from.
Thank you very much, Brigadier General.
But we are going to rectify that problem since we have realized the problem with the director of Nakori.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure he's going to do a good job next time.
Yes, there.
Thank you, Moderator. I'm Biarugaba Alex. I'm a member of Parliament for Isinjiro House, and in Parliament I chair the Presidential Affairs Committee. I have a few comments. Number one was, I think, raised by Topi Star on gender. I want to allude to the comments of a colleague, but I had already put it down. But I think this one is something that government is handling very well through very many other programs like education, political empowerment, financial inclusion. Like, for instance, we recently borrowed a lot of money specifically to empower women in business. This is under this other project called GROW, G-R-O-W. Yes, they do get money, and a lot of money, only that some do not have the necessary paper requirements. Number two, we talked about cooperative bank. This is a concern of so many people. Yes, my colleague, Honorable Nandara Mafabi, talked about it quite well. He elaborated very well on it, and there is an act of parliament to that effect. We only need operationalization. I wish there was a minister here or any member of cabinet, but sometimes operationalization of these acts of parliament takes a bit of a long time, and we tend to...
Honorable, you are seated on the same table with a former minister.
Oh yeah, I know, she's a former, not a, she has nothing to do with cabinet today. But I think we really need to emphasize that one. I want to share my views with Mr. Kabushenga. I want to thank you so much for pointing angrily. You can be, and your brother was, I think. Yes. But sometimes one can easily get very annoyed, very angered. Not because of character or what, but because of frustration. We have very good laws, very good regulations, but putting them into practice, operationalizing them is one of our biggest problems. We get very good policies, we are told, oh, Rwanda, some of these guys came, studied from us, were working with us, and they took home some of our copies and are doing something fantastic out of them. Why? This is a dialogue that should be coming out seriously. And honestly, they did us bad. I had wanted to ask one of the ministers and the prime ministers, surely, did you take this thing seriously, or it's just like any other conversation like you're saying? Ministers come, go. So what? What am I supposed to do? I'm just a member, backbench member of parliament. I can't do much. I will also make a recommendation on what I've seen. Fine. On the environment, yes, the laws are there, but also operationalization is terrible. I recently attended a workshop in Nairobi, and I came out of it a little bit scared. We were told that in about 40 years from today, if we do not take serious action on environmental degradation, the Lake Victoria Crescent will no longer have that privilege of growing coffee. They are going to lose it. And they had scientific, maps and drawings and what have you. Think of anything that is so scary. So the environmental protection bit, I think we need to come out very strongly, recommend that this one is a must. And I'm so happy that the president currently is handling it almost single-handedly. Can we all join him and say, enough is enough, especially you, the leaders, and those who have some influence among them. Finally, 20 million bags. Yes, I want to thank Operation Wealth Creation. You did your part. You still are doing your part. But I wanted you to look at another area so that you see whether you can cross-pollinate your experiences with those of Vietnam. They also had a target, but for them, they were directly involved. They involved the veterans, they involved the army, produced, looked at after the nursery beds, went into the gardens, developed gardens for small-scale farmers, and after, say, 3 years or 2 years, give them a proper garden to look after and maybe find a way of repayment. Like you talked of Garuga, somebody talked about Garuga. That was exactly how he popularized tea growing in Kigezi area. He was doing it directly, hand over a mature garden to a farmer, and then he starts recouping his capital there.
Thank you very much.
Finally, don't rush me a bit. Just a minute, Chateka, sorry. Then the seedlings. I had an opportunity also to partake. I am also a coffee farmer. But this concern, this issue being talked about, parish development model to take care of the seedlings for farmers, honestly, governments, I beg you, the executive, and I'm begging everybody who has something to do with the budget. I do have, but of course my powers are also limited. I am begging you, especially from President's office. I also will have to make my own input as a committee, Presidential Affairs. But you cannot leave these farmers to fend for themselves. And as far as coffee seedlings and any other seedlings are concerned, they are still very, very backward to the extent that they still, just this season alone, I had to chuck in my small pockets and distributed about 80,000 seedlings until I couldn't afford anymore. Everybody many cannot afford. And not everybody who is a farmer, a coffee farmer, and who is interested in coffee farming has access to parish development model. Remember, we are talking about only 100 million shillings in a parish of so many thousands of people, finally. Or maybe I stop here.
Let that be the final.
Thank you so much, but I think let's, like you said, I want to agree with you. Let's talk about coffee, learn how to drink coffee, learn how to popularize coffee like many other countries are doing. We should involve the youth and make, like I think it was Kabushenga also one time I heard from him talking about romanticizing agriculture, making agriculture look romantic. The younger people no longer want to talk about horse. They want to talk about machines. It's very, very important. The moment when you are looking at some of those pictures, photos of people farming, many of them were old people.
So, Honorable, pick a cup of coffee because you need it. We want to increase coffee consumption. But also, Professor Ezra Suruma here has part of the answer to the question you have asked on the issue of having policies and good policies and having laws and good laws but not implementing them. He said, Professor, if I quote you rightly in another meeting, he said that the problem with Africa is that we spend 90% of our time coming up with policies and laws and only 10% of the time implementing them. Even members of parliament don't allocate money for implementation of those policies. Because normally what happens here, the development partners come in to support the development of policies and the laws, but when it comes to implementation, they say we have done our job, that's the part of government. Professor, have I quoted you rightly? That we spend 90% of our time debating policies and laws, and implementation we only take 10. Let me have the neighbor on the table, and then I will go to Kariango.
Thank you very much. I'm Peter Samuel, District Production Officer of Buvuma District Local Government. Now, John, one of the things I think that has to be done to do part of what UCDA was doing is let's empower the extension system. Because we, the frontline soldiers, we didn't have the mandate to even to enforce the good quality standards when it came to especially post-harvest handling. It was solely for UCDA. And if you don't have the mandate, you are not empowered. Then how do you enforce? We have to think about that and see how we move it. Then at a given point as a scholar, I looked at savings and credit cooperatives and what makes people join and leave. As government, is it what we've done? Because for a mioga, people formed the miogas, money was put there. Was there the saving culture developed amongst these people? We need to really think about it, even under PDM. And me coming from a very mobile community, today at the landing site, there are fish farmers. They work along a fish value chain, the women drying a silver fish. Tomorrow, they decide to migrate, how do you chase after them? And they don't have any stake in it because they receive, they don't serve.
Thank you very much.
And lastly, it's about this decision making when Theo was talking about empowering, emancipating, and the rest. You need also to really think through the gendered decision making. You may think what you think for the women is what they want. In my study, I realized different gender have different priorities over a technology. When you read that and see that, then you'll begin thinking through, are really women not empowered? Because in my study, they were indicating, even the men were saying, but to do this, I think it goes beyond the women, even the children. So let's look at all the members in a household. How do they influence decisions in this unit called a home? Thank you very much.
Mr. Kariango from Nordic countries, then over there. Then we shall have 3 hands, then we close this plenary. The minister coming to close is around the corner.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'll just tell you a little bit story why I came all the way from the Nordics to this conference. In October, I went to a shop selling the entire world coffee. And when I reached that shop, funny enough, Ugandan coffee was not among the only Ugandan country. The coffee was not in the market. So I asked the gentleman who was selling, what was the reason as to why there's no Ugandan coffee? And he pointed out 2 points. First, Ugandan coffee is known for being mixed up with all other coffee. And secondly, Uganda is known for having the worst coffee. Now, people in the Nordics are known for taking coffee. They even invite someone, a girlfriend, just to have coffee. The country being one of the coldest, we really drink a lot of coffee. Now, people are not even given the chance even to taste the coffee. You see, so my question to, I think Dr. Muhumuza mentioned it well, we need to market it. That is the reason as to why we are here. We need to market the Ugandan coffee to the extent that we can rub shoulders with them. Now, I went to the ambassador who sent me here actually, Otasek Margaret, who is the head of missions of the Nordics, and I mentioned this, said, what do we do? She said, you go to Uganda, there is a conference today. I came yesterday simply because of this conference here. How do we market our coffee to the world? Because as Dr. Muhumuza said, we have the world of the best coffees, but people don't even know how it tastes. The second last remarks I would like to make, if we are going to market, if the essence of this conference is to sell the coffee on a wider scale, then the skin, the looks of our skin should not be an issue. I remember in the morning, someone mentioned that how can a Mzungu, penetrate the market? But the first person I exchanged my phone here was Dr. Ian. He's a Mzungu, but I know I've been living in foreign country for over 20 years. I know how it feels being foreign, and then you have your heart at the right place. So we should not look at people's skin of color if we really want to market the coffee. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Patricia Jalu from UNBS. Just very quick comments. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think Professor, let me get it right. Muhumuza mentioned in the morning B2B, business to business. And a lot of what happens out there depends very much on the quality of your product and the reputation that you build. Now, we have what we call management system certification that is not being taken up very well here. For us to build that reputation and people trust in what you're doing consistently, we have to buy into it ourselves. Now, a lot of people are not following that process here. We are certified to give ISO 22000, Food Safety Management Systems. It means you look at your process from the beginning to the end. And the beauty about that is that it will affect every stage of the value chain. And this is something that we can do as government entities together. So I wish that could be looked into. The food safety management system is a bit higher. We have the hazard analysis, critical control point, HACCP certification, even for the lowest level, GMP and GHP. Just to give some, I think there was the earlier presentations, gentleman mentioned they should be 4 areas. Don't put all your eggs into one basket. There's the green coffee, which is our biggest at the moment, but you can do other things, the value addition. And it is very encouraging that the added value as far as roasted coffee, ground coffee, and the roasted beans has grown from 2018-19 from about only 12 registered people producing to over 128 last financial year. So there's a very big effort to try and add value to the coffee, and it's being consumed in Uganda and regionally. So as we're doing, trying to improve what we're doing with the 20 million bags, let's also focus on the other areas. The value chain approach, we like talking about these words, but we have to live the value chain approach. It's not just about the farmers who are supposed to do what they're supposed to do. It's about government entities also doing their bit. We were designed to do things together. We were not designed to be alone. And Ministry of Agriculture and ourselves have learned this from the aflatoxin issue with maize. And now you will need to get the SPS permit for grain to leave this country, you must have the UNBS Q mark. The idea is that we are pooling our resources together, their competence under SPS and our competence under TBT. As was mentioned, people come and help us from outside, and then when it comes to implementing, we are standing alone instead of pooling our resources to close the value chain. And finally, on the issue of fertilizers, we have the Ministry of Agriculture, I believe, has a process on how it approves what fertilizer will be used in Uganda. UNBS supports Ministry of Agriculture when it comes to the importation, the actual entry now of these fertilizers at the entry point. They go through the PIVOC program, pre-export verification, based on the existing Uganda standards. We don't have many of them. And yet there are very many requests of different kind of fertilizers that people want to enter here. We need to make sure that the standards are available so that what comes in has been confirmed to meet what the Ministry of Agriculture had already said is permitted into the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you repeat what you said? That we are meant to do things together. And that's why we are all products of 2 people coming together.
Yes.
But also that's why it takes rain and sunshine to produce a rainbow.
Because I want to give people some courage. It's always been said, yes, the laws are there, they are not being implemented. Agriculture's regulation clearly stipulated UNBS participation. Our job was to make it happen, and it is happening now. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister for Economic Monitoring, who will be officially closing this meeting. Honorable Minister, you are welcome. Just permit us about 10 minutes to sum up, then you'll come in to close. Can I have the 2 hands that, yes, start from there.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Mtamze Jonathan from Wanjitenimba Limited. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would feel bad going without mentioning this, a little bit of it. One of our panelists, they stated that we should look at people having 4 hectares and above. Literally, if you get to realize the statistics, the majority are the smallholder farmers who have 2 acres, 1 acre, and when you combine it, it makes around 80 to 90%. So if you just leave them out without empowering these smallholder farmers, who are at the end of the day contribute to the largest amount or percentage that is supposed to be administered or that is added on to our coffee production, then you're, I think, diverting. Just empower these people, and maybe if there's a possibility for you to give them more land to do more farming, please do that. Then lastly, it's about the instant coffee. I would request, if it's possible, let us push the pure coffee, all right? I know some of you have tasted this. It's pure coffee, right? And you loved it. So when you say, let's do too much of instant coffee, first of all, you're killing quality. We all know that instant coffee is mainly done in the undergrades. So if you're waking up every day and advising these people to pick the red cherries, this farmer is not going to wait. There is a market for instant coffee. He's just going to get these green beans, dry them up, and then just give them to the instant coffee processing plant. So if we are advocating for quality, then why should we just say only instant coffee? Let's also push pure coffee. Pure coffee, I mean the color-sorted beans. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The final one.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Joseph Nkandu from New Cafe. My contribution as a person that operates along the entire coffee value chain is right from the farm. And I would like to propose that there is a need really to take a holistic approach at the farm level. And in terms of a package, in that there is a need in this country to ensure that we do soil analysis. And this should be a deliberate effort, as now we are trying to apply the much needed fertilizers. And that is very, very important. And that is accompanied by application of science, meaning that what we call fertilizers in their individual constituent nutrients, they are applied at different gestation period of the growth of the crop. And this has not been part of what we have been doing for a long time. So this is very, very critical. Two, we need to narrow the spacing if we are talking about productivity enhancement. For Robusta coffee, historically, it has always been 3 meters by 3 meters. Colleagues, we have done it. We have gone through the real experience, as farmers. We are now at 3 meters by 1. And there you jump from only 450 plants to 1,333 plants. You like it or not, you cannot catch up with me. And therefore, if we are talking about smallholder farmers with those smaller pieces of land, then you are speaking to the real problem being solved at that smallholder farmer level. And then talk about the necessary extension that is supposed to be provided. Irrigation is paramount. Whatever I'm talking about here, it is not theoretical. Come to the farm and see what is happening. And therefore, by doing that, 20 million bags is just, a call away.
And finally?
Finally, I want to talk about the much needed financing, and I want to talk about the industry demand.
In 30
because
seconds.
This is very, very important. More so, not capital investment, but working capital that is required by the local exporters. Generally, the industry requires $140 million. That is on the assumption that this country is earning, on average now, a $1 billion annually. And that when you turn around that money, 7 times. That is the money that is required, and it will stay in this economy without, moving out. We can start 50% of the $150 million to go to the locals. Moderator, I want to say that financing should be intentional, and it should be facilitated by government. In this forum, I have not seen, if we are deliberate to solve the problem of financing anybody from the financing side. And we are talking about solving this much needed problem to be solved. It is all about financing. Moderator, I want to tell you, the industry capacity that we have today for all locals that have put up factories, including myself, we are operating at under 30% capacity. What we are only lacking, because after capital investment, it means you are indebted. And therefore, you are not attractive to the financial. And therefore, the multinational who is borrowing at negative or Islamic Bank or 2% or 3% is beating you for the last 20 years, and whose export market share is over 90%. And you claim to have ownership in this industry?
Thank you very much.
You don't have ownership. I hope I have made a point.
You have made it with passion, precise and concise.
Please, I want to invite you to take a new cafe coffee wherever you find it on the shelves, because when you take this coffee, my friends, you'll never be the same again.
I'm sure that burger is mine. I am sure that burger is for me, the moderator, as a gift, and I want to thank you. I want to request, there's a gentleman with a different color from all of us, and I guess he has lived and seen a number of things. Can we give him the mic to say 1 or 2 things? Right here. And you see a man with a different color from mine? Yes.
Hello, my name is Hans. I'm originally from the Netherlands, but I've lived a long time in Switzerland and the last 15 years in Uganda. I started to work with Uganda back in 1987, so I've been around for a while. I've seen a lot of things come and go and change. I've seen Coffee Marketing Board, I've seen UCDA, now I see UCDA integrated into MIF. The world continues to turn around at Axel. There is not going to be big changes, The integration will happen seamlessly, and the international market, who operates with Uganda, is not going to be disrupted. What I wanted to add also is that for the last 4 years, I've set up a company which is basically into farmer extension services. So we work a lot up country, we make crop forecasts, we have agronomists, and we try to pick projects which will enable farmer communities and which will uplift their livelihood. I've taken that decision 4 years ago after having been almost all my career into coffee trading out of Switzerland, then sourcing from many origin countries. And finally, when I realized that for 40 years I had been living out of the hard work of the farmers, I said it's probably time to give back. And that's when I created this company, which is called Plutus, and we are working tirelessly to improve the livelihood of those farmers through all sorts of projects. And I appreciate having been invited here, last minute though, but it was very interesting to follow the discussions. And there's quite a few people I see around here, also in the panel, whom I would like to know better and engage further. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those experiences and for the contribution you are making. And I want to thank everybody. But I guess the panelists have some responses, and I noticed that many of the things that were said were comments, but there were also some questions. My young man, can you take the mic to Professor Surma? Right there. And any other panelist who has a comment to make? All right.
Thank you very much, moderator. There was a direct question to me about whether PDM funding could be put together to form a cooperative bank or a financial institution. Definitely that would be the ideal. If every parish receiving that money was receiving it in a parish branch of a bank, a national bank, and it constituted capital for that parish, to which the people in the parish themselves would add their savings, I think there would be a greater likelihood of more dependable management by the bank of that capital, and future streams of inflows from government would be added to that capital year by year, so that it becomes stronger and stronger. And I think in the end we would have a national bank with branches in every parish, and we would have our people's bank back, as it were. But we know that things are complex, and I think my view is that we should be aware that when we became independent, we did not get everything on a silver platter. We still had struggle, and we're still struggling for independence. And in the case of financial independence, we are not doing very well in terms of controlling the financial sector. Maybe 80 or 90%, if you look at the statistics, of the financial sector is in foreign hands. And so what Mr. Nkandu was pointing out is critical. The exporters cannot manage without strong support from the financial sector. There's no question about that. So the people in the coffee sector and the private sector have to make efforts to do things as a private sector, and then appeal to the government, put pressure on the government to support them. It's not either or, public or private. I think it's both, working together in partnership to build a greater presence in the financial sector by Ugandans. And I think we should recognize that the struggle for improvement of our economic welfare is real. It is very, very important. And our having a stronger hand in the financial sector is a critical part of that struggle. So yes, PDM would make a big difference if it were possible, but the private sector should not sit and wait. They should attempt to put together whatever capital they can as they attempt to also request the government to assist in that effort. Thank you very much.
Prof, would you also like to comment about what Honorable Nandara said, that there is money? He mentioned the 98, then he mentioned the 50, and he said together it's about 150 billion. That if that put together can be constituted into a bank.
I haven't checked the statistics. The last time I looked at the money from privatization was when I was the managing director of Uganda Commercial Bank. That's a long time ago. Where the money is exactly and who is controlling it, I don't know. But now the question is who is going to lead the struggle to find out where that money is and who is controlling it. But if it were available, certainly it would be ideal because that's our money. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Honorable Nandara Mafavi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. You know, Professor wants to be very careful I've been around for some time. One of the things which I wanted to draw members to know, and Alex, listen to this. When UCB had a problem, Uganda Commercial Bank had a problem, and we're moving the non-performing assets, the bank was facilitated by a bond, I don't know if you recall, to clear the balance sheet with the debts being moved to NPAT, and they were given a 100 billion bond to assist the banker to operate. A bond is a piece of paper which is managed by government. If there is really goodwill on part of government, there is nothing which can defeat us to issue a bond and eventually tell the people to be able to pay for the bond. Even the government can pay for it. So what I'm trying to say that government, maybe the ministers here, is not willing to help. My colleague was mentioned about lack of finance. True. It is very simple. You're dealing in a product which is marketable. If government decided and said, we'll put 200 billion shilling available, this is your money you can utilize as you get the product, as you export, this country tomorrow will produce more than 20 million bags. I can assure it will produce. Now for Professor, for 98 billion on sale of banks, go and check the Auditor General's report of 2005. For money which was taken as non-stabilization fund, go and check URA books of 2004. That's the answer I can give you because you're in that sector. Colleagues, we can change this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nandela. Can you bring it to John here?
Yes.
John has a mic.
Thank you, moderator.
John, you had many questions and comments.
I had very many questions.
But I'll give you just 2 minutes. 2 minutes would suffice.
Some of them are proposals also, and some of them are contributions, which is my office to note and deliver it as a consultation. But a good one, a quick one, is the middlemen. The middlemen we're talking about here, not to get fighting with the middlemen or clear them off. No, we want certified middlemen. We want registered middlemen. We want middlemen with quality control and standards with all the structures of government, accrediting them to ensure they deal with the coffee production. Only that. For example, the UNBS, the quality control, all those be part of the middlemen. Like now you want to need the trading license for business. So even us, there are many agro-input dealers and suppliers of seedlings of coffee that are outside there that don't have even a certification from the Ministry of Department of Certification of Crop Protection in the Ministry of Agriculture. The other issue of the fears of the UCDA problems of transition. That is the reason why government is at the moment doing the restructuring process, and the Ministry of Agriculture is part of it, doing to ensure how is it going to be harmonized with the staff of UCDA, coming down to work with the staff or functions of the mandates. And that is the reason why they are put as a department of its own, meaning that it will be functioning nearly the same like as it has been before. Because there is nothing else they are going to remove from them apart from the agency issue, but come in the mainstream. Nothing else. The rest of the things will continue. And it's similarly to what the DPM was said. Yes, the availability of other staff, for example, extension workers, that is the available staff that are going to do the role. So they are still, the ministry is trying to do the restructuring process and see how they are going to harmonize that. The other one is access to credit. One of our biggest challenges in the roadmap of coffee is actually the availability of finance. Even if you look at the report of the UCDA, the issue was about the traceability of the coffee product. Where the issues where there was no money to move around. So even at a stage now, although government has come in place to bring a subsidy approach, so what NADS was giving out for the seedlings of coffee to the farmers, government was paying a contribution and the farmers were paying also a percentage for ownership, 20 and 80%.
Then finally, John?
And then finally, issues of the fertilizer. Uganda has a fertilizer policy and also acts of the chemical acts that are really supporting and guiding us. Thank you.
Dr. Kasim, your last thought?
Yes, what I just want to say is about our mindset as a country. If a PDF farmer is given 1 million And if he can access a seedling at 2,500, this farmer can be able to buy about 400 seedlings. And an acre needs about 440. So you can imagine that actually what government is doing under PDM is a very big thing. So really putting the mindset of the farmer and say, whatever you're accessing from the government through PDM can be able to help you achieve this is another one critical thing. The second thing that I'm working as a prayer for us as in Naro in this equation is that when we really increase, as Fred has recommended, the funding for research and development, and we're able to increase the early generation seed properly, and together with the MAIF, the other multipliers are certified, the cost of seedling will even come down, but the quality will go high. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ian.
Thank you very much. Around my farm, there are poor farmers who sometimes cut down the forest and plant maize. And then they plant it in a way that the soil becomes eroded. They plant it down the slopes and so on. If those farmers, instead of planting maize, had coffee seedlings, they would get a much more value addition. It would be a lot more environmental friendly because you can take measures to prevent runoff and so on. So I feel like they're planting something like maize, a poor value crop, because it's a quick turnaround. But if there's ways in which we can get good quality planting material into the hands of those small farmers, we can really do something to change their livelihoods.
Thank you. Jopista?
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for giving me a voice. I want to re-emphasize the issue of systemic gender issues. I can see even from the comments that have come that there are still big issues because we need to be intentional when we are designing the programs, because gender issues is not about women empowerment alone, but the focus in this issue is decision making. I gave you an example of access to the PDM money, but the women, do they actually take this, and the youth take the decisions to spend the money? So we need to go a little bit more and design intentional programs to address the systemic gender issues if we are going to change the lifestyle and turn around the farmers. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doctor.
For example, like in this forum, we are so many, but I think we are less than 20% of the women here. So there's still another issue. Apparently, that is access. But the actual decision making, what happens when they take the money at home? If you go and evaluate the impact of what they are benefiting from that money, you'll get a different situation. I've just come back from the field.
Honorable, you're out of order. You're out of order. The lady, you are protected. Have you concluded, or you have been intimidated?
Let's get another day for another discussion.
Thank you very much. Dr. Inaitre.
I want to say that the coffee seed situation in this country is still very complicated. Right now, we do not know who is going to supply seed for the season March, April. It's complicated to tell who is going to produce seed for the season September, October. The situation is like this. Only 6% of the farmers has access to the 10 newly released varieties of coffee in this country. 60% of the private nursery operators have mixed seedlings, and the quality is desirable. Is not need, the quality is poor per se. Coffee research financing is still not clear the way we are talking. We used to be financed through SES. Till now, I don't know where it's going. It's difficult to tell. The situation is not clear. This transition needs more time, like Mr. Kaushenga said. Research issues were not covered today per se. We need more discussion on coffee research if we are to compete with the likes of Brazil and Vietnam. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question that came to me. Everybody is talking about reviving the cooperative bank. Somebody said, but we have a government bank, Post Bank. Why not Post Bank? I leave that as food for thought for you to continue. What I gather from here is that everybody has said that this is a strategic crop. Other people have said this is a magical crop. And everybody is saying this is an important crop, and therefore we must think and think better to see that we get the results that we want to get. So we must think and think and think more about what we need to do to get the gains out of this crop. Honourable Minister, we are coming to the end of this discussion. And I want to invite the Secretariat, the Apex Secretariat, to just give you a snapshot of what has transpired here so that you can start thinking about the report that is going to come out. Dr. Azza, can I have you? You have 5 minutes to tell us the strategic direction. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, you can take a leave. This gentleman wants a picture of you before you sit. Where is my young man? A picture of the panel. Picture of the panel very quickly. John, Dr. Kasim, the picture is waiting for you. She's called a lady, not a woman. Thank you very much. Dr. Azza, you have the floor. Can we clap for the panel once again? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, while you were away, the participants of this high-level dialogue deliberated, and these are the highlights of the deliberations. We try to categorize the issues in around 6 strategic areas. And the first strategic area is around effective financing of the coffee industry. But before I go into it, this is just a snapshot. But while you will go back, distill this information, submit it to you officially for handing over to the Prime Minister. Under effective financing of the coffee industry, participants resolved that there should be a restoration of the cooperative bank to provide financing and cheap credit to farmers along the value chain, improve domestic and external financing along the value chain. While we are looking at looking for money internally, we should also look for money externally. Review the BOU Act 2, create an enabling environment for local banks to thrive in order to offer cheap credit along the value chain. Regulate the functions of over 30,000 SACCOs in the country to avoid their collapse. And strengthening cooperatives. Members resolved that there should be a deliberate increase in these cooperatives so that to increase collective bargain for farmers by ensuring that cooperatives are strengthened and are member-based. Increase high-level dialogues to address politics in the coffee sector, including addressing politicians from the coffee growing areas, and also improve farmer capacity and discipline on the farm to ensure that farm management is driven by discipline and proper farm management practices. Under institutional capacity, Honorable Minister, institutional capacity, effective collaboration and inclusion, members deliberated, and these were the key highlights: integrate the quality officers from UCDA into MIF, certify all seedling providers to address issues of quality inputs, strengthen intra and intra-agency collaboration in order to address issues of infrastructure, issues of financing, effectively involve non-state actors, farmers, businesses, and the coffee consumers along the discussions of growing the coffee sector, strengthen NACORI and increase investment in research and development, innovation in the coffee industry, and learning, uptake, and of good practices, mainstream the 93 extension officers in MIF to fill the gaps and also to fill the gaps along the value chain, the extension service gap along the value chain. This should also include marketing and promotion officers in the enhanced structure of MIF. The enhanced structure of MIF should include those officers. Address issues of gender in the coffee sector value chain if we are to address the peculiar challenges that women face in the coffee sector. Engage coffee stakeholders, including middlemen, and build partnerships and synergies. Galvanize the private sector to play an active role in the value, along the value chain. Under the policy, regulation, standards, and quality control, the resolutions are that government should continue to provide leadership and strategic direction for the coffee industry, strengthen the traceability system to ensure compliance with global standards, leveraging on ICT, enforce standards and regulations to maintain high-quality coffee standards, high-quality coffee, strengthen communication, branding, and marketing of the coffee industry, because last night, Dr. Mhumza asked me, why do people watch Manchester United and not Villa? Because probably of the branding and the quality and all those. So I think we need to brand more our coffee to enhance someone to buy the coffee and take that cup in. So this meeting is resolving that it should be deliberate to strengthen the communication, but also the branding and communication along in the coffee sector. Also, the members are resolving that we should establish coffee villages across the country and coffee shops across the country so that we promote coffee uptake domestically. Implement resolutions and recommendations made in 2023 and shared with the Minister of MIF to address the coffee industry. Kapshenga has already shared a report with the Secretariat, which we intend to distill at a later stage. Address issues of climate change to facilitate coffee farming in the country. This is under the strategic area of environmental sustainability and improving yields. Also, members deliberated and noted that there is need to fast-track fertilizer production and access for farmers, to farmers, increase uptake of improved seeds and new technologies produced by NARO, increase interactions between farmers and research institutions to improve farming practices, increase irrigation and water for production. Without water for production, you cannot have coffee growing across the year, and also implement government directives to stop land fragmentation, focus more on consolidation, incentivize landlords to grow coffee, as well as smallholder farmers with less than 4 acres of land. These are majorly the highlights, but honorable ministers I have mentioned, these are just highlights. We'll be distilling them further, and then a final report will be handed to you for for submission to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aza, for walking us through. And I'm hoping that's a true record of what transpired here since the morning. Honorable Minister, I now have this rare and singular honor to invite my big brother, the Honorable from Isingiro, the land of milk, to come and invite you to officially close this meeting. Yes.
Our most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this evening I have pleasure of standing before you for one particular issue, and that is to invite our guest of honor to give closing remarks. It's therefore my singular honor and pleasure to invite our guest of honor to come and give her remarks. Put your hands together for our guest of honor. Thank you. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, my brother, Member of Parliament, all members of Parliament who are here today, directors, commissioners, undersecretaries, development partners, chief executive officers who are here, all heads of departments and agencies, and other senior government officers present, members of press, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for dedicating time to attend this high-level dialogue, policy dialogue on coffee sector. Thank you so much for attending and participating in this dialogue. As most of you may be aware, that Office of the President is mandated to take leadership in public policy management and promotion of good governance practice for national development. This we do through various agencies and departments within the presidency. But most importantly, as Office of the President, we have established the Apex platform. The primary objective of this platform was and still is to manage for impactful results through effective policy formulation and design, and program and project implementation. Through the Apex platform, topical issues of national importance are discussed and deliberated on the information and action by the executive. And that's why you're here to discuss issues around coffee. Today, we have discussed the coffee sector. Tomorrow or another day, it could be another topic of national importance. Indeed, through Apex body, we comprehensively assess the impact of the country's commercialization of agriculture agenda in Uganda. And its policy recommendations were submitted to Cabinet. And in 3 weeks ago, we moved region by region and were disseminating information regarding these recommendations that we came up with. It was evidence in this study that coffee was showing positive results among other crops, which is a clear testimony that if we develop along the entire value chain, the sector is capable of transforming our country and our economy. So let me use this opportunity to thank all the coffee sector players for this progress. Thank you so much. I know some of you are here. I have carefully been briefed about your discussions and deliberations, though I came late because I had a serious engagement somewhere, but I thank God that I managed to come. And I can confirm that the participants in this room understood the coffee sector dynamics very well. Even the little discussion that I at least have had here, it shows that you have really understood these dynamics. So it is my hope that the knowledge, the expertise, the passion exhibited today can go a long way to guide policy development to facilitate the growth of the sector. So on her part, we shall continue engaging you, not only on coffee. We shall find another topical issues and still invite you so that we come up with a very good policy direction. But also other non-traditional crops within potential to generate forex for the country. That way, we shall be contributing to effective implementation of the National Development Plan and our Vision 2040. I would like to thank all the permanent secretaries and executive director of the core Apex platform institutions, including Office of the President, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Office of the Prime Minister, National Planning Authority, Ministry of Public Service, Ministry of Local Government, and OWC. I've seen the Deputy Coordinator, National Coordinator is here, for their contributions towards this dialogue, and urge you to continue working harmoniously to improve service delivery generally and for the development of this country. When I was entering inside, I found a lady who was speaking and talking, raising very critical issues that we got as the main issues affecting our service delivery. People are still working in silos. Ministries are still working in silos. And yet we are one government. You find Ministry of Agriculture, they're doing their part. Ministry of Energy, they're doing their own work. Ministry of Local Government, they're on their corner. And as a result, you find some of the services are not properly being implemented, like the case for agro-processing facilities. You find most of them are not functional because of lack of connectivity. And yet, if they're coordinated well with the Ministry of Energy, they would plan together. By the time you put agro-processing facilities, Ministry of Energy should have a plan to extend power to the site where you want to put agro-processing facilities. So because we still work in silos, it is affecting service delivery. It is a high time that we should work as one government, the whole of government approach. I now take the opportunity to receive the dialogue resolutions and recommendations which will be submitted to the Right Honorable Prime Minister to inform the executive decisions. I know the Prime Minister is going to take it to Cabinet so that executive decisions are reached. Once again, I thank all of you for coming and declare this dialogue closed. I wish all of you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year for God and my country.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you, Honorable. Honorable Minister, we want to thank you that you managed to make it amidst your tight schedule. Can I request, Honorable Minister, we have a practice here that we want to keep evidence that you actually were here. Could you kindly come in front? And the team, can you join in? We do a picture. Professor Suluma, kindly. Dr. Muhumuza Fred, we want to thank you. You did us a good job. Yes, Honorable Sarah, join in. Can I have everybody join in? Brigadier General, please. We want to have a record that this meeting started, it was opened, and it's being closed. Honorable Sarah, you're moving very far. Can you remain there? Colleagues, can you join in very quickly? The minister wants to go. Join in this final picture for this meeting. If you are short, make sure you can be seen. I want to thank all of you for having spent your time here. And Honorable Fred, we want to thank you. And Honorable Minister, Dr. Fred is ready to take on the next assignment. He said especially on infrastructure. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, we invite you for a cup of coffee. And coffee is compulsory to all of you. We still have a cup of coffee. There will be modest transport refund to you. And so don't go without it, because if you go without it, I will sign for it. So coffee, modest transport refund, and thank you once again. God bless you. DJ, give the music now.
Nearly 12 years, these two buildings have been at the quarters of the executive powers of Uganda government. This is Office of the President. Every year, government releases billions of money to ministries, departments, and agencies for specific projects aiming at providing essential services to the citizens. Unfortunately, the citizens continue to complain of poor service delivery because the billions of shillings spent never trickle down and never produce the intended results. But today, Office of the President brings to you the public